A very, 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 very warm welcome to our inaugural edition of Women of Impact. We have planned for all of you, both our audience here on the ground in Mumbai and the millions of people watching this live streamed, a day of conversation, community, connections, and also celebration. My name is Barkha Dutt. Some of you may know me, but for those who don't, I want to tell you a little bit, very shortly, about myself. I have been a journalist for 30 years now. We've all possibly been watching the really scary images coming from across the Gulf countries, rockets and missiles flying over Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Kuwait, spaces that we never thought would see war. Well, war zones have been my professional home for the last 3 decades. I know that might make me a bit crazy, and we can talk about that later in the day. But when I was in my 20s, I started my career reporting the Kargil war between India and Pakistan from the front lines of battle, up high in the Himalayas. And I'd never covered a war before, but it was a transformative experience for me. And even those of you who are too young to remember Kargil will know the following slogan, Ye Dil Mange More. You must have all seen Sher Shah? Yes? Okay. So Sher Shah made on the life of the great hero Vikram Batra. That line was an interview that I did from the front line. And I remember asking him, as I met him having come down from a successful operation, having pushed the Pakistanis out from one more mountain peak. He was just about a couple of years younger than me, and I was very curious to understand how a young man deals with possible death. And I said to him, "Aapko dar nahi lagta?" And he threw his head back and he had this smile that went up to his eyes, and he laughed and he said, "Ye dil mange more." And I am so proud that that interview became the stuff of legend, became almost like a cultural moment in the history of our country. My mother in the 1960s, Barkha Dutt, was India's first woman to report a war. She too covered the India-Pakistan war in the 1960s, in 1965 to be precise. And when she had to cover that war, she had to lie, tell her office that she was taking chutti, a few days off, and go with a notepad and pen. There were no television cameras there to cover that war. When my mother was a journalist, there were no women in journalism. And I grew up hearing stories about how they had to fight for literally everything. And because women like my mother fought, women like me can stand here today. I share this story because the doors we open for each other are really defining for how change will come and how soon it can come, and maybe some of it has already come. But I also want to share that my mother, who died when I was 13 years old, left behind a very strong role model to follow. But it was my father who, as a single dad, brought me and my younger sister up. Why do I mention this? Because although this is Women of Impact and We the Women, there is no We the Women without the men who also champion us, who are our allies, who are our partners. And I can see you wanting to clap, so do feel free to clap. Don't be coy with your applause today. I want to thank you all for coming here today. Over the course of the next few hours, you're going to hear and watch stellar women and a couple of men on our stage who come from vastly different backgrounds. They come from the movies, they come from corporate corridors, they come from the military. We're very excited that serving soldiers of the Army and the Air Force will be joining us. But what we really want to do is we want to create a safe space here for conversation, for you to say the things that you sometimes hesitate to say out loud. This is a space where we welcome all of you. And there's a mic here for those who have questions. I will call you out as you raise your hand, and we encourage a lot of you to ask questions. Before I introduce our first woman of impact today, I always do say at our events at We the Women, for too long we've been well behaved. We've been taught to hold our emotion back. The one thing I would urge all of you today is to not be stingy with your applause. If you want to whistle, if you want to stand up in the aisles and dance, if you want to cheer, do cheer. So I'm going to ask you to put your hands together for my first woman of impact today. She is somebody who has navigated the film industry on her own terms. Most recently, she was quite literally the Maharani of Bollywood. But actually, our first woman of impact has been somebody who came from an entirely non-film background from my home city of Delhi. a Gargi College girl who came from a family that actually ran a very famous restaurant called Salim's. And yet here she is, a woman of many parts, an actor, a producer, a writer, unapologetic and always brilliant. Please put your hands together for Huma Qureshi. I want to hear more love. I do want to hear more love. Come on. There she is. And as I said, we don't have to be well behaved today. So I was just telling everybody, because you know everybody here is a professional achiever and they're very well behaved, and I was like, you can stop being well behaved today because
I mean they all are here on Monday afternoon,
so they can't be very well behaved. So given that they are here on a Monday afternoon, we want to hear the cheers, we want to hear the applause, we want to hear the questions. So how about we put our hands together and show her some love. Let's start at the very beginning. You grew up in Delhi, you go to Gargi College, your family runs a restaurant chain from which I often order my kebabs. There's a Salim's, that's the restaurant chain by the way, there's a Salim's right behind my house. And you decide that you want to be an actor. How does that happen and how does your family respond when you tell them this?
How does that happen? Wow. Just classic rebellion, you know. All of us have that little bit of a kida, right? Where we're like, okay, we want to do things that we're not supposed to do, not meant to do, not meant for people like us. I think I grew up like everybody else, I mean, I'm assuming, middle class. And yeah, that's my father right there. That's the Salim restaurant. And yeah, so I think for me, although my family is extremely progressive and they always encourage us to study and go out and to figure out what we want to do, but to be a Bollywood actress was, I don't think, something even they thought was...
Do you remember what was the first thing your father, your mother said?
My father said to me कि बेटा जब मैं तुम्हारी उम्र का था ना तो मुझे भी लगता था कि मैं बम्बई भाग के दिलीप कुमार बन जाऊं. But ऐसा होता नहीं है. So you know, he was like, everybody has this phase where एक बार जिंदगी में तो, you know, we want to become an actor, like our favorite actor, but you know, this is not meant for people like us. And my mother couldn't believe it because she thought I was always, you know, my nose was buried in my books and I would do something more academic with my life. So she was like, but you don't even like fashion. And I was like, yeah, I mean, maybe because I was just always in oversized t-shirts and like, you know.
All us Delhi girls grew up wearing that.
Right? We had that look. It's that typical Delhi girl look.
Pajama, t-shirt.
Books, jhola, and then you go out and say a kurta. I had big jhumkas, lots of kajal. I think that's a classic. It's a stereotype, but I mean, yeah.
I mean, I still retain some of that.
So do I on my off days. My dirty t-shirts. So, of course, they couldn't believe it. And I think as parents, you're always scared, right? Like, for my father, you know, although he's known in Delhi and he has a circle and all of that, for him, it was like, if tomorrow my child is in trouble or needs something, I don't even know who to call. So how can I allow you to sort of do that? And of course, you know, we had this I think I've mentioned this before somewhere that, you know, I kind of emotionally manipulated him a little bit, where I was like, okay, Papa, if you don't want me to go, I won't go. But maybe when I'm older, I'll play like, you know, Dadima parts or heroine ki Mossy parts or whatever, because I really want to do this. And I'll always regret that you never supported me when you had the chance. And of course, he got really teary-eyed and he said, no, you must go. And I'm giving you 1 year. Go figure this out. And if this does not happen, come back and do something with your life.
If you hadn't been a superstar, and I know that it came with struggle and we'll get to that struggle, what would Huma Qureshi have been?
A struggling superstar.
So it was always going to be acting and nothing else, like you didn't have a second dream as a geeky person with her nose buried in books?
I think I have many interests, Barkha, and I have lots of passions. But I think somehow being an actor sort of just is like a great culmination of a lot of things. I'm naturally curious about life, about people, I read books on various subjects which have nothing to do with my current profession, just because I'm genuinely curious about the human condition. I would love to know what a journalist, what goes through your mind when you're prepping for an event like this, or when you're going to cover a war, or when you're putting yourself out there, as a woman also, or like a housewife, or a chef, or an astronaut, or whatever it could be. And I think it just helps you understand yourself better. And I mean, I know a lot has been made about acting being so tough and all of that. I think it's the best profession in the world. I get to live so many people in this one life, and I get paid for it. It's almost like, wow, like, I'm like a kid in a candy store.
You make it sound easy, Huma. And I know from conversations with you, both on and off camera, that it wasn't always easy. And the toughness didn't just come from convincing your parents, from convincing a community. It also came from your being an outsider. You arrive in Mumbai, you're from a completely non-filmy background. Our theme for today is to keep walking. That no matter what, you keep walking. No dream is too small, and no dream is unachievable. I want to start pre-Bollywood, pre the film industry. The kitchen of Salim's. What did it teach you? And I don't ask you that as a woman, I would ask your brother the same question.
Community, sharing whatever we had. I think that is something, and I've said this before, like, my father, I grew up in a Punjabi sort of milieu. We were the only Muslim family in Kalkaji where I was born, and then, in GK1, and Salim's has been there now almost 50 years. Yeah. But my parents taught me this, that jab bhi koi ghar pe aaye, whatever you're having, even if it's like dry bread, you share it with that person. Do roti hai, to ek apne guest ko offer karo. And I think that ethos that our family has sort of seeped its way into Salim's. I mean, you've seen the journey, right? Like, literally my father inherited a butcher shop from my grandfather, because that's what he got. And he was the second eldest of like 8 brothers. And when he started Salim's, he was about 16, 17 years old. And how today it's become an institution almost. So I know people who've been like, oh, we used to go there when it used to be this tiny, dingy sort of a
khoka.
Like a khoka with like our cars, and the guy would come and serve us on plates on our bonnet of a car. And I was like, actually I love that, and I'm so proud of that journey that my father's made, because again, this was not something he inherited. This is something he built brick by brick. I remember the day once, when you're new sort of a startup and you're sort of figuring out how to run a business, and like all the people working in his restaurant sort of, kind of had a mutiny. And my mother was telling us this story, and he would just sort of roll up his sleeves and go to the kitchen and start washing the dirty dishes himself.
Your father?
My father. Because he's like, no work is too small, and no work is beneath us if this is what we do. And I think those are things I've learned from my father's kitchen. The fact that whatever you have, share it with love, with respect, and no work and nothing is beneath you. If this is your baby, then you give it your heart, blood and soul. And I try and, use that in my profession as well, because that's what I've seen growing up in my family.
When your brother followed you to the world of movies, did your parents just want to hang you from the nearest lamppost? कि इसने ये क्या शुरू किया है परिवार में?
100%. They were like, ये तो तू बहन तो चली गई, अब तुम इसको भी बिगाड़ रहे हो. अब मैं क्या करूँ? I'm the one supposed to break that. क्या बोलते हैं उसको अंग्रेजी में? क्या generational trauma or whatever it is, the problem child. I don't know. But I think it was just meant to be. Now when I look back, right? I think. We were just meant to be in this profession. I don't know, it sounds very surreal if I told my 18-year-old or 16-year-old self that this is where I would be sitting and having this conversation. I'd be like, please. But I think it was just that bullishness and that no sort of parachutes or no sort of plan B. Ki ab yahi karna hai, and then we'll figure it out. Like today also, like, I mean, our journey, Saqib and my journey as like producers. We're first generation producers. Do we know everything? Hell no. Some days we go like, that movie, have you guys seen War Dogs?
Yeah.
Where you're sort of like figuring it out and
you're
like
winging it as you
go along. And sometimes you feel like, are we really doing that? Or we really know what, but you figure it out and you make mistakes. And I think the one thing I got over, and I know Saqib also got over pretty fast, is just to get over failure. Just get over failure super fast and to pick yourself up, because you will fail. If you try something new, you will fail repeatedly. But I think it's not about the act of failing, it's what you do after that. How soon do you pick yourself up and how soon do you brush it off and be like, okay, I'm going to try again. वो बोलते हैं ना कि फ्लाइट तो सबकी डिले होती है, उसके बाद आप कस्टमर को कैसे ट्रीट करते हो, then people sort of decide if they want to come back and
You know, you've spoken about failure, and I think that's such an important part of anybody's journey. And while I ask you more about it, I would love to hear from any of you who are ready to share with us your moment of personal failure and how you got out from that and decided to get up and keep walking. So let me ask you, as the audience maybe thinks about it, for you, from that moment you arrive here in Mumbai, from not knowing कि शुरू कहाँ करना है, right? Was it like in the movies कि एक suitcase लेके आप पहुँच गए PG apartment में? ऐसा ही था?
थोड़ा सा, मतलब ऐसे भी नहीं था, क्योंकि जैसे मुझे पापा ने बोला कि ठीक है तुम कल चले जाओ और now you do this for a year, I immediately booked a ticket and I called my friend Sachi Manyar, and I was like, okay, I'm coming, I'm going to stay at your place for like a week and I'm going to figure out what needs to happen. And she had a lovely bedroom and then she had a little balcony that was covered. So I said, मैं तो यहीं सो जाऊंगी. So literally I had a makeshift room. So that little cute balcony was my first room in Mumbai. It was very pretty actually. It was not dingy or depressing or dark at all. In my head, it was very, very romantic almost. Of course, I stayed there for a month and then I shifted into an all-girls PG, which was also very interesting because I had never done that. And when I moved into my first house, all my friends were super concerned. How are you going to do this, right? Because they feel like, oh, will you be scared? And, will you be like concerned? Should we be there? Do you want someone to stay back? I said, no. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. Because I went and bought like a sasta sa mattress. And I bought like a big bottle of water. And I said, okay, this is my first home. And jhadu, of course, because you had to like do it yourself.
Would you do your own jhadu poncha?
Now I don't do it.
No, not now. That's okay. But उस time खुद करते थे?
किया है मैंने, but बहुत जल्दी I think मतलब in India we are really fortunate that we get a lot of help. Yeah.
So what was your biggest moment, or what has been a moment of failure that almost broke you, but then you said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get up. I'm going to walk again. I'm going to keep moving.
यार बहुत सारे होते हैं.
कुछ होते हैं that stay with you.
I think your early days when you don't know if the career you've chosen for yourself is going to really pan out the way you want to. A lot of rejections, a lot of like times I've been thrown out of movies, and I discover it from the papers. Nobody even has the courtesy to call you and say, okay, maybe you've not made it.
And why were you thrown out?
Difficult to say. No one really tells you the honest truth. So people just sort of blame each other. But it happens. Again, I think I don't like to delve on the fact that why it happened. I just go like, okay, what do I do now? See, my logic is very simple. If you don't want to work with me, if you don't want to speak to me, if you don't want to interact with me, I can't force you. But I have to then find another human who will decide to collaborate with me. And that's the way, and I quickly move on. Because I mean, I don't want to waste my time in convincing someone when you don't see a value add. It's a creative process, right? Even if I like arm wrestle my way into like landing a project, it's a very long journey to make something happen. And I want to go to rooms and, work with people where I feel welcome and I feel I can do my best.
How stereotypical has it been, the expectation of a female body to even now look a certain way? And what does that do to a woman's sense of confidence? And I ask this not only of actors. I think we live in a social media saturated age. We live in an age where our Instagram filters take away our wrinkles, they take away our pigmentation. We all reach for it to make ourselves look better. And you kind of like feel cringe when you're doing it, but then you're doing it because that's the culture that you're being shaped and formed by. I want to ask you, how much of a struggle has it been? Because I know literally every woman has had a moment of insecurity about how we look. Have you had that?
My whole life. I think that's what people do to you, right? They make you feel insecure about your skin color, your height, your weight, your hair texture. It could be anything. And I feel like it's just never ending, which is why I guess a lot of people today, I mean, and especially today in the age of social media, it's so prevalent where you know, you're only seeing perfect bodies and perfect faces and like skin that does not even look like skin. Like nobody has skin like that, guys.
Yeah.
Like literally, like sometimes I joke with my team after they've been working on me for like an hour and be like, oh yeah, I just woke up like this. And they're like, yeah, right. हम सुबह 7 बजे से यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं. तो ऐसा कोई भी दिखता नहीं है. And I feel it's a really unhealthy standard that we're setting for people. And I've spoken about it before. I think you and I had a chat about when you asked me, I think on camera, whether I would ever undergo like a procedure. And I was very candid. I said, I don't know. Because today I feel super confident saying, no, I think I want to age beautifully and I want to age gracefully. And also the kind of parts that I play, I would hate to do a shot on my face not to move on camera. You know, that's my biggest fear. Of course, I want to always look beautiful and vibrant and whatever. But at the same time, as an actor, my biggest fear is what if I'm feeling an emotion, but it's not, my face is not able to move.
Like the face is so Botox that it's
that you
frozen.
can't move, right?
Yeah. So would you? I mean,
I don't think so.
Since
I don't think
last
so.
asked you that question, it's been a couple of years.
But the reason why I say that, that I don't know, is because I want to also put the responsibility on you and on everybody else, saying stop doing this to women and to each other. Like stop making us feel, which is why I say this.
We can have a round of applause for that, for sure. Yeah.
Stop doing it to us, because you make us feel whenever there's a comment on a picture or a film or something, where as if you're always supposed to look like only like the 17-year-old airbrush version of ourselves. Because even at 17, we didn't have great skin. Let's be honest. I mean, I didn't for sure.
What's the cruelest thing you've read about yourself? And are you able to ignore trolls?
My second film, a reviewer said I was 5 kgs too heavy to be a mainstream heroine. I thought that was really mean.
And also, like, would that be said about a guy?
Probably, I don't know. I think it's a very harsh industry. I think it's harsh for women and men. Yes, for men as well, for being overweight, for being, I don't know, there's so much like burden on men today to only be these machismo guys, you know, who'll save the world. And like suddenly, and if you look around, there's so many strong women in their real lives, their mothers, their wives, their sisters, their daughters. They just perhaps don't know how to navigate that. I feel like, which is why we need to just have representations of like kinder men and nicer men and men who are more in touch with their feminine side, but are still really macho and really, we find them desirable. Like this whole stereotype also that women only like bad boys, I don't think that's entirely true.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just the same way that men also
also
like bad girls.
Notwithstanding Wuthering Heights.
I mean, there are multiple examples, multiple examples. But I would just say that let's just, I don't know, just let's have representation that are more sort of diverse and not just so like, because there's a lot of burden, not just on women, but on men as well, to just be this one kind of guy. And I don't think that's really like fair.
I mean, I always say that if women are the products of patriarchy, so are men. It's the same culture they're being shaped and formed by. I do have time to take a couple of questions for Huma. If you'd like to share your own story, your own, struggles with body shape, security, don't be shy. I'll start here. Can I request you to go to the mic, Shirali? Yeah, there's a mic there, please. And do introduce yourself and go ahead with your thoughts.
Like a singer.
We can't hear you.
I love that jacket.
Yeah, the jacket is gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, I'm Shonali Shroff, and I think my whole life I've had to deal with the trauma of being too healthy, as they say in Punjabi families, always on the chubbier side of things. And I saw my mother struggle with it too. Today, I think that I may not have survived the times we live in today, because it's taken me very long to get comfortable with my size and my height, because, I had my best friend's father used to say, I feel very secure when you're around my daughters because I feel Bhim is with them. Okay. Because when you're tall and you're built a certain way, then you're Bhim. So I've had to grow up with all of that.
And does that amuse you, make you feel really angry?
Today it amuses me because I'm more confident in my own skin. But at that time, I felt horrible about myself.
You are gorgeous. Do you not agree with me, everyone?
Yes.
Come on,
you're
beautiful.
We can hear that for Shonali and Huma. Yeah.
You're really beautiful. And I don't know why would somebody be so cruel to you. Like,
it's been a journey, so I didn't look very feminine. Also, this whole thing of what is feminine, right? Yeah. Today, people are afraid to be feminine because they think being feminine means, being soft means you're weak. You're not. They are two very different things. You can still be feminine and still be Barkha. Okay, so Right? So, one is that. Secondly, as a mother of young girls, and I spend a lot of time around young girls today, you know that on TikTok and on Instagram, there's a slang for anorexia and for bulimia called Anna and Minya or something like that. Okay, so it's a trend. It's an international trend. And I really think what Huma just said, we all need to really embrace ourselves with all our imperfections. Though it's going to be a big struggle because what this generation is facing is unprecedented.
You know, when I was just coming in over here, I saw a little video that a friend of mine, Soha, just posted, where she spoke about how a lot of countries today are actually banning underage kids
from
using social media.
Yeah.
And I couldn't agree with her more. I think it's so important, and I do know that our country is also like thinking about it. I cannot stress that enough. I grew up in a generation where we didn't have social media. You know, today I'm in a profession that is so heavily dependent on social media, whether it's promoting our films or for me
is
to
it
put
true that people get roles based on their Instagram followers?
That I have also heard. I've never been cast for my social media. I had to think about that. No, but no, it is true. I think a lot of people are looking at what number of followers you have, and although I think everyone can act and everybody should act, but just because you have a certain following on Instagram does not mean you're a good actor or can do a role really well. And I think that demarcation people just need to make in their head somewhere, or casting people need to understand that. But I do feel, to answer your question, like, or thoughts, I do feel the way to go is to actually like, you know, regulate it, where young people should not be allowed to just have access to so much stuff that is out there. It's just not healthy for them. Like I was thinking when I was younger, if supposing, small thing, like, you know, if a friend did invite me to like a birthday party and it was Friday, by the time I got to school on Monday, I would get to know, because kids would in school would be talking about it. Today, in real time, kids would be sitting on a Saturday, Sunday, have a whole weekend to mull over, why do people not love me? Am I not good enough? Are they really my friends? Then the whole pressure of like, just, you know, competitiveness, like, or kids today like trolling each other in like really nasty ways. Like how do we sort of protect that and make sure that they're not exposed to so much stuff which is possibly not good for them? You don't know today what your kids are sitting at home and watching.
I mean, that brilliant Netflix
Adolescence,
series, Adolescence, it really captures it in a chilling way. Huma, let me, in the end, just ask you, you're also an author. You created a girl character whom I think you present in this saturated sort of media age as somebody who can be herself. Ziba? Is that the character, Ziba? What would you say to all the Zibas out there?
Well, we all have a superhero or a superheroine in us. And just lean into that. And they come in all shapes and sizes. And they come in all forms. And even if you're like slightly jaggedy or badly behaved, you still can save the world.
And what does Huma Qureshi want to do next? Wow. If I'm having this conversation 3 years from now, which direction would you have walked in?
I have no idea.
Where do you want to go?
I just will say that I'll wander. But that does not mean I'm lost.
Oh, that's lovely. So, Huma, I want to start this day with our first honor, our first award for a woman of impact. And if you don't mind, I am going to present you this award. So this is from me.
Wait, I thought I had to present.
That's happening too. Can we please give it up for Huma Qureshi? And you know what? You all are being very polite. I want to hear more applause. Now it feels a bit better. And before I introduce our next woman of impact, I was mentioning in the opening that we've all been, I don't know, consumed by the images that we're seeing of war out of the Gulf countries. We all know somebody who lives there, somebody who works there, maybe our own relatives. And it reminds you what war is actually like. And therefore, today, I want to welcome on stage our next woman of impact. Women soldiers have been at the front line of our country. We saw it in Operation Sindoor. And I am delighted to welcome the next woman of impact, Major Swati. If I can have her on stage. Shanta Kumar. Swati Shanta Kumar, that is such an honor to be. And before we let Huma go, I am going to actually request her to do the honors. So can I ask you to grab your mic? And I'm going to give you a mic.
Thank you.
And before you present the award, if there's just something you'd like to say. Can you all hear me? Yeah. So Major Swati is the winner of a major UN award for actually creating gender inclusion in Sudan.
Yes, in South Sudan.
In South Sudan.
South Sudan. Yes.
So you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
So I have led a team of 20 female soldiers. I had gone as part of an infantry battalion to the UN mission. We spent about 18 months there, and over there we conducted various operational patrols, and because of our activities in the region, we got recognized because we started conducting various gender neutral patrols. We started including women and the men soldiers to go on patrols together. And that's why the UN recognized my team's efforts, and I think it's the recognition of Indian Army's efforts also.
Amazing. We'll be talking to Swati in just a moment. If I may ask you to do the honors and present.
This is my honor.
Would you like to say something about our women soldiers? They've had to fight so many barriers.
I just feel like so honored to see a woman in a uniform, because I feel all of us have that jazba where we also want to go out there and like protect our country. We cannot thank you enough for the service you have done and how you are inspiring all of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would you like to say something to Huma?
It's really an honor being here because I know that I do not represent just myself, but my entire team and every women soldier out there. So I'm hoping that young girls also come and join us.
May I ask you to do the honors?
मैम आपके राइट्स के कुछ बात कर सकते हैं आपके लाइफ के राइट पे अगर पिक्चर बनानी हो क्या what is the procedure to get your rights? But my honor, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
May I ask you to present the award to Major Swati Shantakumar? Can we have a big, big, big round of applause for these two wonderful women? These are two very, very different worlds, united, in my opinion, if I can have the music down please, united, I can't hear my own thoughts, so if you could have the music down. I just wanted to say these two amazing women come from two very, very different professions, but they're united by the fact that they had one thing in common, that they were not scared to dream. Huma, I'm going to thank you, and please
so much.
Don't forget to take your award. There it is, yes.
Thank you so much, Barkha. You are a trailblazer. I cannot tell you, when I was a little girl and I used to watch you doing the news, how proud we all were. And I used to live in GK, and it was literally a stone throw away from where you would be. So thank you so much for inspiring.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Let's show Huma Qureshi some love. Thank you. So, Major.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Isn't this amazing? Can I hear you show how amazing you find her? That's not loud enough for me. It has to be louder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Major, you don't come from a military family or a military background. How old were you when you knew that you wanted to be a soldier in the army?
I think I was...
Just hold the mic up.
I was 18 plus because I got to know about the army through my friends in college. So I was already doing engineering when I had the dream that I would join the military. Because after my engineering, I went for a software company where I was working in Bangalore itself for a year. And then I just thought, let me try my luck in joining the army. But
is this something or someone you saw that made you want to do it? Tell us about your family background.
My family includes my parents and my sisters. I have two younger siblings. We have... Okay.
It's a lovely photograph
Thank
there.
you. That's my uncle just on my POP day.
Yeah.
So
POP is passing out parade, in case you're wondering. But yes.
So we've never had any 4G background, and coming from Bangalore, we've just seen the Madras Center there or the AC Center, and we've seen the army lifestyle from outside. And after my engineering, I just went for the software company where I was working, and I thought that it's some kind of a monotony which I found in the job there, and I thought I wanted something adventurous. And
so you actually went from the corporate sector to the army?
Yes.
Anyone here getting any ideas?
So
there are a lot of women here from the corporate background. So, yeah.
So I just
Hold your mic up.
I just wanted some, adventurous life and also the life of discipline which the army promised. And that was something which I was quite eager to join.
Why, you were very indisciplined or what?
No, I had kind of a schedule already set with me, and I felt that that's something which I can, follow further ahead.
So given that you had no exposure in your family to the forge, once you joined it, what was the first thing that you were like, oh my God, I didn't know this is going to be my life?
I think there was, okay. So when I joined the army, because everything that the training was inculcating in us, like the horse riding or, even though I was participating in sports during my college and school days, I was not that into sports. Like I was part of a school team, but not, going representing in the nationals. But when I started participating in the academy, I felt that the team spirit that they inculcated in me, it was commendable because I saw many people who were, they were already very well trained in sports or any other fields and running also. And it felt that I had something to look up to. And I was very inspired by the way they were also performing and made me also want to improve myself. And
what does it make you feel when you see women today, at the front line of Operation Sindoor, at the front line of battle zones, flying fighter jets, leading the Republic Day parade? There was a time when we were young and we would all say, at least I would say, that my perennial crush is a man in uniform. But as I grow older, my perennial crush is a woman in uniform. It really is. So I just want you to share, what is that emotion? What is that emotion? Because they say those who are outside of the military can never truly understand what values actually create that Fauji community. I don't know how many of you, anyone here from a military background? That's a lot of people. So you know what I'm going to be talking about. Your regiment is your family. It's called your Paltan. And, people die for their buddies, for their Paltan. And it has been, as a reporter who covers the military, it's been such a goosebumpy discovery for me. So since there are so many people from a military background, I'm sure there'll be questions. But to girls who want to join the military but feel that, oh my God, it may not be completely equal. And you also mentioned gender neutrality. Is being a woman in the military about gender friendliness or gender neutrality, and are the two different?
In the military, there is no thing as you are a man or a woman. It is gender neutral. And while we are being trained, it is truly like that, because while you are being trained, you're training alongside the men and women, because you are training as an officer. And if you're a soldier, then you're training as a soldier. And after your training also, you are commissioned to do particular tasks or your roles. And as per your appointment, your tasks are given to you. So it's never that, okay, you're a girl, so that's why you will be given this particular task. And I have, served for 8 years now in the army, and I have seen that I have been deployed in various operational terrains, and I have never experienced any differentiation or bias throughout my career.
What has been the most challenging thing? I'm not going to say about being a woman in the army, because you've already told us that the uniform doesn't recognize gender. What for you has been the most challenging thing about being in the military? You're 31 years old?
Yes.
So what for you has been the most challenging thing in the last 8 years?
The recent mission which I went on for the
South Sudan?
To South Sudan, it was completely different from what we have seen here, because there was already a conflict zone where we were deployed, and to lead a team of 20 women soldiers itself, and we were imbibed into the infantry battalion. So we were doing all the operational tasks. And I realized that it was not a challenge to perform our tasks, because we have been trained to do those particular tasks. And it was, a smooth induction per se. And while performing those tasks, we faced various challenges like communicating with the community over there. And that's
because it's a totally different community.
Yes.
It's a totally ravaged nation.
Yes.
So, I mean, how did you communicate with them? I think we have some photographs of you in South Sudan, which we can bring up. But
yes,
do tell us.
When we went there, initially the women were quite apprehensive, because they had never seen women soldiers working alongside the men. Because it was the first time that Indian engagement team, which I was a part of, has been deployed there.
Yeah.
So we went on various patrols, like you can see the riverine patrol, and we started communicating communicating with the women there.
And what was there a language barrier?
Yes, there was a language barrier because they were either speaking the tribal language or Arabic. So we started communicating using some language translators or some technology used through the apps. And we had some pre-translated questions so that we can, communicate better with them. And then we were able to break that barrier. And there was, break the inhibition. And then they were able to see that, yes, we can also, get better and do something like that.
I was saying in my opening that when I was a very young reporter, I went to Kargil and I met Vikram Batra. And I said to him, don't you feel scared? Aapko dar nahi lagta? To which he said, ye dil mange more. And I still want to understand the relationship between courage and vulnerability, because being brave is not the absence of fear, it is managing fear. So let me ask you, we're living in an age of war, we're seeing missiles fly over Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, we saw these kind of missiles and drones come in during Op Sindoor in our own country. What scares Major Swati?
You said it right, that courage is not the absence of fear. Because when you're at something, you're detailed to do some particular task. Like I was deployed in a high altitude area where I was supposed to take a convoy, and it was snowing also. Initially, obviously, you feel apprehension that okay, it's snowing, and you have to take your troops and your machinery, everything alongside. But then when you realize that your troops are also relying on you, and you need to just focus on the task at hand and stay grounded, and it is very important to stay grounded, and I think that that's what has helped me overcome my fear.
But bullets, terrorism, war.
I don't think that. No,
that scares you?
No, it's okay for me.
It's okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
Yeah. No, I think you've been trained to get over that, so it's not something that fear scare.
I do not know another profession where this sentence, I would say bullets, terrorism, war, and the person on the other side would say it's okay. I want to open this up for questions. There are many of you with from Fauji backgrounds, but even those who are not, I'm sure you have questions running through your mind. Ma'am, I'm going to start here. I'm sure you raised your hand. You said you have a military connection. If I could request you to go to that mic, please. And do introduce yourself at the mic. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shivani Lorai, and I don't have a question, but
a thought, a comment?
Very much. So I wanted to join the Indian Army.
Wow.
Yeah. So most of my family is from the armed forces. My dad was in the Indian Air Force. My brother is in. But the problem started when my brother went before me, and he was in the academy, and I've always wanted to follow him, whether it was hostel, so Snar is where we went, and where he went, and I wanted to be with him, and he was always overprotective. No, I've heard girls abuse there, so she can't go. Similarly with the Indian Army, when he went through the exercise or when the training, he said, no, you're too delicate, you can't go, she's not going. Yeah. So he put his foot down, and he always, in his mind, it was always that I'm too delicate, so to say, for...
And did you argue? Did you try and argue that?
There was no arguing with him. So it's, the same scenario that Gunjan, the movie that came in, where the brother was put in, so it was exactly the same for me.
Yeah.
And so it was always a dream to be Major Shivani Lorai. But I have the exposure through my family, through all of my relatives, and very proud of you, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you relate? Thank you for sharing that. And I'm so sorry, I generally want to say to everybody who says, I really had this dream to do this, I want to say it's never too late. But unfortunately for the military, I can't say that. But I'm sure you can be connected to the military in multiple other ways. That capacity still remains. But I want to ask you, your parents, what did they do? And I think they were not from a military background.
No,
what did they do?
So my father said to go ahead with it.
But what was the work they did?
My parents were in the civilian background. My mother is a principal, like she's retired now. And my father also was working in ITC in Bangalore itself.
Yeah.
So initially when I told them that I will be applying for the SSB exam, so they were quite shocked, surprised, because I have never spoken to them about joining the army. So my dad said, just go ahead with it, we'll look after whatever happens. But my mother, obviously, she said the same thing, that you should not go for it because you're too delicate. And obviously,
Oh, you were told that?
Like every mother. But then I was like, no, I want to do it and I want to go ahead for it. And they were quite supportive after my entire, SSB process and during my training also. They used to come over from Bangalore to Chennai and just to meet me on Sundays for just 4 hours. So, their support was what helped me move ahead.
And when you went to South Sudan, were they very nervous?
Yes, they were because of the, issues of conflict, and they were obviously worried because they're already scared for what happens in India, and they were like in a different country or all together. But I was like, no, it's a deployment. It's the same thing. What I'm doing here, I'm going to be doing there. So I will go for it. And that's how I was able to go.
So did you tell them it's okay?
Yes.
You did, no?
Yes, I did. Because, through our training, you learn to, you kind of identify it as it's something, a routine affair. So
amazing.
For us, it is a routine.
Amazing. I have to say that for me, it's also an unfinished dream. Like, if I hadn't been a journalist, I would have loved to have been in the military, but when I was growing up, that was not even an option. There were no, there was a medical corps, of course, but like you couldn't actually be a soldier at the front line of combat. You couldn't go to South Sudan and, lead your unit there or your team there. I have time for one more question. Yes, ma'am, if I may request you to come to the mic. And yes, and why don't the person at the back also, you can also come and stand here. So let's try and take a couple of questions. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Isha Shah. I am an education counselor. So I have a question. Not only military, right? But parents are even scared to, let a girl be a commercial pilot today. And
but can I hold you there? Yes. India has the highest percentage of women pilots in the world.
Yes.
By the way. I think it's at about 11% of all pilots in India are women.
Indeed does, and I tell this to the parents.
Did you want to be a pilot?
No,
just speak into the mic. Can't hear you. Yeah.
My question is in perspective of what do I tell parents, when this question comes to me, that like we are scared to allow a daughter to dream to even become a commercial pilot, and because of this war situation, or even the currently the number of planes that are crashing and all of that. So what would you kind of, if that question was asked to you, I think, or a parent?
I understand your question, and it is that this overprotectiveness that we bring to our daughters. How do women fight that? I call them chains of gold. You think you're being really nice to your daughter, but actually you're stopping her from dreaming. What would you say to that?
I think, I was able to achieve my dream to some extent because my parents were supportive. And to every parent out there, I would just like to tell that let your daughter dream, and, let her take the first step to her, dream. Because once you confine someone and not let them pursue their dream, it's something you're restricting them, and they're not completely happy.
Absolutely. So, quickly, someone had another question. Just run up and ask your question. Yes.
Good evening. I'm Maitri.
Speak into the mic.
I'm Maitri Shantakumar, and my thought would be, how have you kept going on? Because everyone's doubted you always. I know I've seen you go through life with the fears and also overcome them so effortlessly, and I've always wanted to ask you how you've been able to.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what she's had to go through to get here?
It's the small daily challenges, I think.
Like?
People always, it's normalized that women are in the army, but the question of, oh, you are a woman in the army still comes up, at least in the civilian background. Yeah. So she's always proven that it's okay. That it's never.
This "it's okay" is our slogan for the evening. Yes. How have you kept going? How have you kept walking?
So for me, I never think that it's something different which I'm doing. I just think that it is a routine thing, and I feel like there are many people who have done way more than this. Like there are women officers who are commanding units and who are actually excelling at it. Like they were in the operations, they were able to take the unit forward. And if they're able to lead 800 men to success, then I think that I can also achieve that, and that's what I look up to.
And what's your next dream, ma'am?
Right now, I'm, I will be going as an instructor to some institutes. So for now, my dream is to train some good officers.
Wow. May I just say it's been such an honor. It's been such an honor. And I think we can give her a standing ovation, right? If there's anybody who deserves a standing ovation, it is our soldiers, always. And it is so nice to see this. We're a very cynical, jaded people. But the one thing that still, like, I have goosebumps right now is to see women like you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Jai Hind. Jai Hind. May I request you to take your award? Let's have a round of applause for Major Swati. Ma'am. Major Swati will be here all day. In the coffee break, you should have a chance to interact with her, talk to her, maybe get a few photographs and hear her say, it's okay. All right. One of the things we try and do as we celebrate women of impact is to make sure, and I think you've already seen a glimpse of that, that we have all kinds of women and men on the stage, in the room, and not just our class or our background, right? It takes an entire sort of universe to come together and dream, and that's what we're here to do today. So imagine if I told you the story of Shantaji, who had nothing but 1,000 rupees. And she lived in the mountains, and she said, you know, हमारा जो नमक है वो बहुत अच्छा होता है, Himalayan salt. Why can't I create this into a business? Next, we know she had a Shark Tank appearance, and she actually got funding for her entrepreneurial dream. Her salt sells under the name Namakwali, which I love as a brand name. So can I please ask you all to give a warm applause to Namakwali, our next woman of impact. Let's give it up for Namakwali ji. आइए। माइक पकड़ेंगे आप? ये नथनी कैसे पहनते हैं आप इतनी बड़ी? बहुत सुंदर है, बहुत सुंदर है।
ये जो नथ होती है ये तो हमारे उत्तराखंड की बहुत ट्रेडिशनल है।
अच्छा।
और हमारी जो महिलाएं हैं जिनकी शादी होती है वो हमेशा इसको पहन के काम करती हैं। तो पूरी ज्वेलरी।
तो आप ऐसे ही रोज काम पे जाती हैं?
मैं तो नहीं जाती हूँ।
तो कितना बारी ऐसा आप सज धज के आती है?
जो महिलाएं जो हैं, जो हमारी नानी दादी पुरानी, वो जो हैं लकड़ी घास और जंगल में जब जाती थी ये पूरा पहन के जाती थी। और अभी हमारा जो बहुत इंटीरियर जो है चमोली गढ़वाल है, अभी यही सारा पहनते हैं हम।
ये बताइए कि ये जो आपका सपना था,
जी
आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे पीछे तक? या ये जो आपका सपना था कि मैं भी कुछ करूं, आप उत्तराखंड के पहाड़ों में थी, गांव में रहती थी?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
गांव का नाम?
मेरा जो गांव का नाम था वो जो है एक चंबा टिहरी गढ़वाल में मेरा बहुत पुराना गांव है। उसके बाद जो है मेरा गांव थानों में है, देहरादून में है, देहरादून के पास के गांव में है। लेकिन मैं जो बहुत बचपन से मेरा एक वो था कि जो है बचपन से ही काम कर रही थी, महिलाओं के बीच में काम कर रही थी, पर्यावरण पे काम कर रही थी, अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट पर मैं काम करती रही। और मेरे जो अंदर से निकलता था कि जंगल कट रहे हैं, उनको बचाने का काम करना है। आपके महिलाओं की जो समस्याएं थी, जो बहुत मिट्टी के जो घर होते थे, वो मिट्टी के घरों में छोटे छोटे कमरों में खाना बनाती थी चूल्हे में, और वो चूल्हे में खाना बनाती थी तो धुएं से बहुत परेशान थी और सांस की प्रॉब्लम, आंखें जल्दी फूट जाना। तो मैंने जो है उसमें मेरे को लगा कि जो है इनके लिए क्या करना चाहिए। तो मैंने जो है चंडीगढ़ में एक गांव है नाडा गांव, वहां पर जाकर के मैंने एक ट्रेनिंग ली और कुछ और महिलाओं को भी लेकर गई। तो वहां पर स्मोकलेस चूल्हे की ट्रेनिंग ली।
स्मोकलेस चूल्हा?
जी। और वो मिट्टी की टेक्निकल होता था, उसको मैंने वहां पर जो है बनाया और उसके बाद सीखा। उसके बाद मैं टिहरी गढ़वाल में जब आई तो मैंने देखा कि जिन लड़कियों को, महिलाओं को मैं लेकर के गई, वो कोई मिट्टी में काम करने को तैयार नहीं हुए। तो मैं गई और एक गांव में जाकर के मैंने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, और जब वहाँ पर मैंने स्मोकलेस चूल्हा बनाया तो वो जो है छत से बाहर पाइप लगा करके धुआं चला गया, खाना जल्दी बना और बर्तन काले नहीं हुए। और महिलाओं की जो वो समस्या थी, सांस की और आंखें जल्दी फूटना, वो समाप्त हो गई। और मैंने सोचा कि एक जो है मैंने जो एक्सपेरिमेंट किया वो मेरे को एक नई ऊर्जा मिली। उस ऊर्जा ने जो है मुझे महिलाओं के संगठन बनाने शुरू कर दिए।
पर मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब आपने ये बिजनेस शुरू किया अपने नमक का,
जी,
पहाड़ी नमक का,
जी,
और आप शार्क टैंक पे भी गई,
जी,
तो आपके पास 1000 रुपया था शायद?
हाँ।
अभी कितना बेचती है बिजनेस में?
अभी तो मेरा टर्नओवर 5-6 करोड़ है।
वाओ। और आपकी क्या उम्र थी जब आपने सोचा मैं एक व्यापार, एक बिजनेस शुरू करती हूँ?
देखिए, मैं आपको उस समय 1982 से बता रही हूँ।
Okay.
1982 से मैं काम कर रही थी, बहुत छोटी मेरी उम्र थी। और मैं जब महिलाओं के बीच में काम कर रही थी तो मुझे हमेशा ये लगता था कि महिलाओं को एक स्वावलंबन बनाना है, इनके लिए कुछ स्वरोजगार करना है। तो उस जमाने में सोशल मीडिया नहीं था और आज सोशल मीडिया है। तो उस समय मैंने महिलाओं के साथ में जो है उनको मसाले का काम, उनको कारपेट बनाने का काम, वॉल हैंगिंग का काम, बहुत सारी चीजें की। लेकिन जो है क्या रह गया कि एक जो है एग्जीबिशन लगी, वहीं तक वो प्रोडक्ट रह गए, बाकी पूरे वो नहीं गए। आज जो है मैंने 2017 में काम करती रही, कभी काम को छोड़ा नहीं। मैंने अपनी एक एनजीओ बनाई जिसमें महिलाओं को अवेयरनेस के लिए, उस संस्था का नाम था महिला नव जागरण समिति, और उसके माध्यम से मैंने बहुत काम किया।
तो जब आपने ये सपना सोचा कि मैं शार्क टैंक पे जाके मैं पैसे रेज करूंगी, मैं इन्वेस्टमेंट रेज करूंगी, तो गांव वालों का क्या एक रिएक्शन रहा?
देखिए, जो है जैसे कि मैं शार्क टैंक पहुंची तो हमने कभी सोचा नहीं कि अभी हम शार्क टैंक जाएंगे। हमने सोचा कि अभी काम करेंगे, 2 साल बाद जाएंगे। लेकिन शार्क टैंक से जो है हमें खुद अपने आप ही ऑफर आ गया, मैसेज आ गए कि आप लोग जो है, आपको हम कॉल कर रहे हैं, मैसेज कर रहे हैं, आप सुन ही नहीं रहे हैं, लेकिन आप जो है शार्क टैंक के लिए वो है। लेकिन ऑडिशन हमने वहाँ पे दिए, लेकिन उन्होंने हमें आमंत्रित किया। तो वो हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा सपना था। बहुत कभी सोचा नहीं था कि हम शार्क टैंक इतनी जल्दी चले जाएंगे। लेकिन जब हम वहाँ पर गए, उसके बाद हमारे बिजनेस की बहुत ग्रोथ बढ़ी, बहुत अच्छा लगा। और अलग अलग जगह, जैसे आई एम काशीपुर है, आई एम भुवनेश्वर है, ऐसे जो स्टॉक में अलग अलग जाती रहती है, बहुत सारे इंटरव्यू होते हैं, अखबारों में छपता रहता है। तो जब मैंने शुरुआत की थी इस नमक की, ये जो हमारा सिलबट्टे पे बनाया जाता है, पिशु लूण इसको हम बोलते हैं, कई सारी चीज़ों को, जड़ी बूटियों को डाल करके हम उसको तैयार करते हैं। नमक वाली एक ब्रांड है, उसमें बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट हैं। उसमें जो है आपके बद्री गाय का घी भी है, आपकी जो है पहाड़ी मैजिक मसाला है, बहुत सारी उसमें चीज़ें हैं जो कि मेरे आज 5-6 हजार फार्मर हैं उत्तराखंड में। और मैं जो बचपन से मैंने खाया है, वही मैंने सोचा कि मैं अपने आप जो खा रही हूँ पूरे देश को वो खिलाना है।
मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये है कि जो लड़कियां सपना उनमें होता है लेकिन उनको लगता है हम ये कर पाएंगे या नहीं कर पाएंगे, उनको आप क्या सलाह देंगी?
देखिए, मैं तो यही सबको सलाह देती हूँ कि अगर कोई भी काम छोटा नहीं होता, सारा काम बड़ा होता है। अगर आपके मन में दृढ़ संकल्प है, आपका उद्देश्य है और आपके अंदर धैर्य है बिजनेस को करने के लिए। आज आपने बिजनेस शुरू किया, कल आप जो है बहुत कुछ नहीं करने वाले हैं। लेकिन अगर आपके अंदर धीरे 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 करके बहुत कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो आपको बहुत सारे संकल्प और दृढ़ निश्चय रखने पड़ेंगे। एक दिन आप जरूर आगे बढ़ेंगे। मैं कभी भी जो है ये नहीं सोचती कि मैंने आज काम किया मुझे पैसा, मुझे उन लोगों के लिए काम करना है जिन महिलाओं के लिए मैं काम कर रही हूँ और जो है जिनको स्वरोजगार रोजगार मिल रहा है। और अगर माना मेरे पूरे देश के जो कस्टमर हैं अगर मेरे प्रोडक्ट ना खरीदें तो मेरी महिलाओं को रोजगार कहाँ से मिलेगा। और अभी नमक वाली जो है पूरा इंटरनेशनल जाने वाली है, जा रही है, कर रही है, और आप सभी का जो है सहयोग है, तभी आज मैं इस मंच पर बैठी।
वंडरफुल। नमक वाली जी, आप बैठे रहिए। आई वांट टू इंट्रोड्यूस आवर नेक्स्ट वुमन ऑफ इम्पैक्ट। एज आई सेड, यू आर गोइंग टू सी वुमेन फ्रॉम मेनी डिफरेंट वॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ। तो नमक वाली जी, जिनका एक्चुअल नाम शांता जी है, पर नमक वाली बहुत सुंदर नाम है तो हम आपको नमक वाली ही बोलेंगे। नमक वाली की एक कहानी। एंड नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू इंट्रोड्यूस समबडी हु वाज एक्चुअली जज्ड टू बी द बेस्ट टीचर इन द वर्ल्ड। उनके बारे में कहा गया कि वो दुनिया से सबसे बेहतरीन टीचर है। मैं उनको भी बुलाना चाहती हूँ मंच पे। नमक वाली जी, आप बैठे रहिए। प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर रूबल नागी। आई थिंक शी शुड बी कमिंग समटाइम नाउ। यस, लेट्स गिव इट अप फॉर रूबल नागी। So Rubal, best teacher in the world, दुनिया के सबसे बेहतरीन अध्यापक, teacher. How does that? My God, that's quite a mantle to carry.
Well, I've always said.
Can you hear? Can we have the speaker up? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, and namaskar to all of the beautiful ladies here, and so good to see you. Aapko bhi pranam. Namaste. Well, I don't know about the best teacher. Now that I've got the prize, it feels like a big title. My work was all about teaching because I love children. You know, I love women, so I want to see them working. I want to see them on their feet. And I've always said that women will only be empowered when they have financial independence. हमारी लड़कियां सही मायने में तभी आत्मनिर्भर होंगी जब वो पैसा कमाती हैं, उनके बैंक में पैसा होगा और उसको खर्चने का हक भी उन्हीं का होगा. And being a teacher, being an educator, being a social worker, I think हम सभी teachers से पढ़ के आए हैं. If you ask me, I would say my teachers were the best teachers in the world. And
Do you remember any particular?
Yes, and Barkha, I must tell you that till 4th grade, I studied in Hindi medium because my father was in the army. ना मुझे अंग्रेजी बोलनी आती थी, ना समझ आती थी. और आर्मी के पार्टीज में
हमारे मंच में अभी एक आर्मी ऑफिसर थी. I hope you'll be able to meet her. हाँ जी.
So I used to feel shy, and dad आर्मी की पार्टीज में जाते थे तो मैं साइड पे कोने से निकल जाती थी क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता अभी कोई अंकल पकड़ लेंगे, अंग्रेजी में बात करेंगे, जवाब छोड़िए मुझे समझ नहीं आएगा. And then my dad got posted from one state to the another. Every 2 years, 3 years, we would move to a new place. And down south when I came, for my first year midterm, I failed in one of the subjects because that was totally, absolutely like French for me because Hindi se English mein jana mere liye mushkil tha. And at that time, my teacher held my hand. And she said, you know what, I know you're a good student. I will help you. I will give you extra classes, but don't give up. That's why I say teachers mattered, but they matter the most today. You know, we are in this AI technology era, but we can't lose the human touch, right? It's very important. बच्चा जब रोएगा तो उसके आंसू AI नहीं देखेंगे, teacher ही देखेगी. You've eaten your lunch, वो teacher ही पूछेगी. You fought with your friends, you've done things together. But of course, we have to move with technology. We have to move hand in hand. So both together, but we can't lose the human touch. And I don't know about world's best teacher, but I can say that I will, try every day to be better than what I am today and take as many kids as possible to school because there is no better gift than education that you can give to anybody.
That's wonderful. And you can be generous with your applause. It's okay. नमक वाली जी, आपको अपनी टीचर याद है?
बिल्कुल याद है.
क्या याद है उनके बारे में?
अपने टीचर के बारे में?
हाँ,
मेरी जो टीचर थी वो तो बहुत ज्यादा, जब मैं किसी भी कोई प्रोग्राम होता था वो सबसे पहले मुझे ही बोलती थी और सबसे बचपन से ही जो लेकर के कहती ये लड़की जो है बहुत आगे जाके बहुत कुछ करेगी.
मैं इसलिए पूछ रही हूँ क्योंकि मैम जो है ये बहुत सारे बच्चे जो स्कूल नहीं जा पाते उनके साथ काम करती हैं. So Rubal, tell us and tell our audience a little bit. I know that you've been working with children who live in slums, जो slums में रहते हैं. आप tell us a little bit more, Rubal, about the work you've been doing. आपका सवाल है कोई?
थोड़ा सा मैं बोलो. क्योंकि आपने वो जो बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जा पाते उनके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो मैं थोड़ा सा बता देती हूँ कि मैंने भी बहुत काम किया है. क्योंकि जो जंगल में माताएं घास और लकड़ी के लिए जंगल जाती थी, पहाड़ों में, हमारे पहाड़ों में क्या होता है कि वो माताएं अपने बच्चों को एक कमरे में बंद करके चली जाती थी. और वो बच्चे जो है कमरे में जब बंद हो जाते थे तो गंदे बंदे हो जाते थे. 4 घंटे तक जंगल में रहती थी. उन बच्चों के लिए मैंने बालवाड़ी स्कूल खोले और वो सरकार ने आंगनवाड़ी उसके बाद खोले 30 गांव में.
बहुत बहुत खूब. लेकिन अब मैं रूबल जी से पूछूंगी कि शहर में, शेयर योर एक्सपीरियंस, हाउ दिस बिकेम योर पैशन, इट बिकेम योर कॉलिंग.
So like I said, being a Fauji kid, I've grown up in different parts of the country. हर 2 साल 3 साल में हम नए शहर में एक नए गांव में चले जाते थे और I remember टेलिंग माई डैड कि आपकी पोस्टिंग हमेशा गांव में ही क्यों होती है जहाँ ना बिजली है ना फुल टाइम पानी है, रिमोट एकदम जंगल जैसे जगह में आपकी पोस्टिंग होती है. माई डैड यूज्ड टू से कोई बात नहीं, इट्स ऑल राइट. एंड माई डैड गॉट हिज फर्स्ट पोस्टिंग in Kolkata, I still remember coming back from school and he was talking to somebody on the phone. He said, Kolkata, sir, wo to bahut dur hai. And I was like, what's wrong with you? You're going to a big city. We are going to a big city. Let's just go. So my passion for kids, because I have been to the smallest possible and to the remotest possible village areas, whatever you call it. In India, I could connect very easily. And people who know me, they know that Rubal ko bachchon se bahut pyar hai. Mujhe वो बोलते हैं ना मेरा दिन चढ़ता है बच्चों से और रात होती है बच्चों से. I love children. And when my dad would drop me to school, I would see a lot of children playing on sides of the streets or working as vendors, selling things. And I would ask my father, I said, Dad, you're dropping me to school. What about these kids? And he would just say, you know, आप बहुत छोटे हो अभी, you'll understand. And at 18 and a half, 19, I got married. I came to Bombay. And I met the founder of Pratham, and he said, okay, let's test her and give her some art workshop, because she's come to me in her like 20 years, young girl has come to me and saying, मुझे बच्चों को पढ़ाना है, but normal नहीं, I want to do art-based learning. And at that time, they were only focusing on, you know, the regular academic studies. So he said, let's test her. And we did a couple of art workshops, and I've written in my book, you know, that one art workshop of mine where I gave stationery to all the kids and I gave a pencil to a child. He looked at me with those big eyes and he says, what is it? I was like, मैं किसी गांव में नहीं हूँ, मैं मुंबई जैसे शहर में हूँ और यहाँ पे अगर एक बच्चे ने pencil नहीं देखी, so there could be so many more children who have not seen pencil. So in the city of Mumbai, and I don't know if we have any images of you meeting with the children in the slums, if we can bring them up. You are saying that you met a child who did not know what a pencil is. उनको pencil नहीं मालूम था कि क्या है. When you say that, where did it all come from? I mean, I always knew that I want to do whatever I do in life. I want to be surrounded by children. That's something I prayed for when I was a child. And when you give a box of colors, crayons, acrylic colors, I'm sure a lot of us don't know about so many art materials, right? But a pencil is a basic right of every child. And when I realized that the child wasn't joking, I sat there, I spoke to him, told him what you do with it, fill colors. 2 days of workshop finished. I came back home, I told my husband, I said, I can't get over this. I couldn't sleep for 30, 40 days because it was very difficult for me to believe what had happened. And then I just remember that day, I looked up with both folded hands and I said, God, now I never want to meet one child in my life who's not seen a pencil. So from there, it started from 30 children to over 1 million children today. I said, I am not going to stop. Whether anybody criticizes me, praises me, I don't care. No award, no money, no power, no position will stop me. I will do what I want to do. So one slum with few buckets of colors to over 800 areas.
Can I just ask you, before we bring in our next guest to present both of you our Women of Impact Awards, Rubal, our theme for today is to keep walking. Whether it's the children who don't have a pencil, whether it's Namak Wali who made a business from Pahadi Namak, whether it's you who just committed yourself to this cause. If you had to tell the women and men here today, ki obstacles honge, how do you have the mental strength to just keep going? What would you say?
You know, people have mocked me, saying कि आपके पास कोई career नहीं है, आप जब देखें slums में जाके बैठी रहती हैं, बच्चों को पढ़ाती रहती हैं. And I'm not talking about normal people. If we call some celebrities like बड़े औहदे के लोग हैं, उन्होंने मुझे ऐसा कहा. And I'm like, आपको नहीं लगता है बच्चों को पढ़ाना कोई profession है? I said, is it that when I will formally teach in a school, will I become an educator, teacher? That also we are doing now. But initially, they said, no, I think, you should do this, you should have that. So I used to listen patiently, and I used to say, I am doing what I want to do, something. If God has given me the opportunity to do something I love so much, then who on this earth can stop you from that?
So you know what I want to say, and keep sitting, I'm just standing to introduce our next speaker. What I want to say is that one of the reasons I just love curating and putting together this program is because I am humbled by meeting people and women like Rubal, women like Shantaji, and to honor them as women of impact, I want to welcome our next speaker, who's also a woman of impact. She's somebody who started as a choreographer, again, not from the film industry, and got her first big cinematic break with Dangal. And then it took many, many years for her to win all the acclaim that she has recently, especially with Mrs. Please put your hands together to welcome Sania Malhotra. Let's show her some love. Please. So lovely to see you. I want to, before Sanya, we get our conversation going, I want to request you to do the honors and present our awards to our two wonderful women. Shanta ji is called Namak Wali. She created an entrepreneurial journey out of just selling Himalayan salt. She appeared on Shark Tank. She started with 1,000 rupees and she has a turnover, she says, of 6 crores. May I ask you to please present the award to her. And if you'd like to say something.
शांता जी, मैंने भी अपना बिजनेस खोला है माचा का, तो आपसे मैं टिप्स लेना चाहूंगी.
That's lovely. And Rubal Nagi she just won this big global award for being the best teacher in the world. She's been working with the slum children in Mumbai and other places, and said that this journey began for her when she met a child who didn't even know what a pencil is. So if you'd like to say something, maybe about your teachers.
I heard her say कि बच्चों को पढ़ाना काम नहीं है, वो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट काम है. मतलब यही बच्चे बड़े होकर हमारा देश संभालेंगे. And thank you so much, ma'am, for doing that. And
let's give it up for these two amazing women.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Can we please give a warm welcome to the wonderful Sanya Malhotra? I know, that's a lot of mics, yeah.
All of them. Hi.
Hello.
I'm feeling so good. Can I say I love women? I'm feeling so comfortable right now. Hi to all the men in the audience. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. I know, we try.
Yeah.
You said you love women. You obviously are feeling, there's something about safe spaces, comfort, being yourself.
Yes.
Is that easier to do with women?
I can do it anywhere. But yeah, women, I just feel so warm around women. I have such amazing women in my life who have taught me to trust myself. And whatever I am today, it's because of the women in my life. They have really shaped me.
Tell us about these women who have shaped you.
My mother, my sister, I just spoke about them. They have this quiet confidence and strength. My mother especially, she had cancer when I was growing up. And cancer at that time was such a taboo. Like we were not people in my family told us ki don't tell anyone that your mother has cancer. Kisi ko nahi batana. And I used to carry that heaviness.
How old were you?
I was in 1st standard. And
your mom was how old?
She was in her 40s. Early 40s.
And if I may ask, and it's not intrusive, what kind of cancer?
Breast cancer.
Breast cancer.
And I had no idea. I didn't know whether she'll ever come back from the hospital or from her chemotherapy. But when she came back, she looked weaker. Nobody really sat us down and told us anything. And on top of that, I used to carry that heaviness every day to the school. Only my math teacher, Sabha ma'am, knew about it. I remember one day in school assembly, I just broke down. I started crying because I don't know, this thought, and I'm very imaginative. That's the reason I'm an actor. I just imagine that I'll go back home and I will never
see your mom again.
See my mother again, because a teacher passed away and we were praying for her, and that's when it struck me. And only my teacher knew that my mother had cancer. I don't know, she's so amazing. This woman is so amazing. She's so disciplined. Every morning she gets up, she prays. After that, she had so many health issues. She has facial paralysis, but she has been through so much. When I look at her, and she has so much strength. She inspires me every day. I am what I am because of her. I am what I am because of my sister. She's the nicest human being ever. You'll meet her, you'll say, इससे अच्छी लड़की हमने कभी मिली नहीं है. Every time anyone meets my sister, they're like, you are okay, but your sister, she's so nice.
Is she older?
She's older.
By how much?
3 years. And what an amazing woman. And my girlfriends, they're all so inspiring. my best friend, she is an artist. I think she has taught me so much about being a woman, about feminism, about she keeps sharing these articles. You should read this book, you should read this article, know more about women. I think I have such amazing women around me, and I meet amazing women every day. You
Well,
guys,
it's wonderful to have you. Let's show Sanya some love for sharing something so personal. Thank you for doing that. You weren't from this industry.
yes,
You were from my city, Delhi.
yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I wanted to be you growing up.
Oh.
I remember when that whole news came out that you are in Kargil, and my mother used to tell me, look at her, look how strong and confident this woman is. Inki tarah bano, inki tarah bano. And I really wanted to be like you.
Thank you.
And in fact, there was a film that came out, and
Laksh,
of course. उसके बाद तो और भी हो गया ना. फिर मैंने कहा ठीक है, जर्नलिज्म के लिए ज़्यादा पढ़ाई करनी पड़ेगी, तो मैं एक्टर बन जाती हूँ, उससे मैं सब बन जाऊँगी.
Thank you for that. From Delhi to dance, to Dangal, to now this such a long journey and misses and so much acclaim, and it's been such a good year for you. What was tough or toughest in this journey? Coming in as an outsider into this city, which was not your city. It wasn't your milieu. You didn't start off even as an actor. You started off being off camera and then came on camera.
Yes.
When you look back, did you ever feel you're going to fail?
Yes, many times. And the toughest part was to believe in myself. In fact, I was talking to Fatima.
Yeah, Sana Sheikh. Yeah,
Fatima Sana Sheikh, my co-actor. And we were talking about it that we have literally, it's been 10 years now, and we have literally grown. But when we started, we were so underconfident. Like this, I think we both had imposter syndrome because this was such a big opportunity that we had gotten. And we knew that this is a very important film for both of us. But there were so many doubts.
Yeah.
There was so much. I thought, yeah, here
Yeah.
I am looking like
Looking
about.
fab.
I was so fit, so strong. I'm still quite fit and strong. But Dangal training was insane. But I think I could have been. The toughest part was I wish I was a bit nicer to myself.
Were you very tough on yourself?
Yes, I was. And
what
also
would you
because
like
of
beat
imposter
up?
syndrome, and then I came across this talk where this woman was talking about how a lot of women have imposter syndrome. And I was like, is this a women thing? Okay, fine, I don't have imposter syndrome anymore. And I taught myself that no, I deserve whatever I'm getting. I deserve all the opportunities, all the love that I'm getting as an actor, because I really work hard for it. But yeah, I was really harsh on myself for a
So
couple
what
of
would
years.
you, like when you were harsh on yourself, you would feel like, I don't deserve to be here, this is not my world, why am I here? Or what,
Yes,
what would
and
you...
also I was really shy to be out there, to promote myself, to promote my work. For years I didn't do interviews. I was petrified of giving interviews. In fact, fun anecdote, we did an interview together virtually.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
I was so scared, but that was a master class for me, because I was promoting my film Shakuntala Devi with Vidya Balan, and when I looked at her and how she spoke in those interviews, I really learned a lot. So I had to really teach myself how to be confident, how to give interviews. Don't be scared. You are not giving a viva in your college, Sanya. These are not your teachers. They just want to know about you.
Yeah.
So I had to really learn all of that, because there was no one who helped me understand the industry, or why I was doing what I was doing, or how to promote myself, or how to trust myself while doing that.
Did it feel lonely? And when you said you never did interviews, what was it? Was it a lack of confidence? Was it the fear of judgment?
Yeah.
Did you care a lot about how other people looked at you?
No, lack of confidence. I never cared how other people looked at me, and I still don't, but it was lack of confidence. And I learned that confidence is a skill that you need to teach yourself. I was not born confident. I'm a really confident performer. I can perform on stage. I can play a character and channel that character and become confident. But yeah, giving interviews doesn't come to me naturally. And in fact, I have some childhood trauma with vivas and teachers asking me questions.
Not all teachers are happy memories, huh?
Yeah.
That's why we planned it like this so you would present the award to a teacher. No,
I also called her ma'am.
But that happens to all. No matter what age you go back to your school, you'll be calling your teacher ma'am, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I want to open this up for questions, but I want to ask you, how did your parents and your amazing mother in particular respond when you said that, listen, I want to be an actor, or I want to be in the
my
movies?
surprise, I thought my mother will be like, very good son, I'm so proud of you, you should definitely go for your dream. She said no.
Like, really?
She said no.
Then?
No way. Please do post-graduation and then do whatever you want to do. And मम्मा का एक तकिया कलाम था. मम्मी बोलती थी, तुमने तारा रंपम देखी है? Have you all seen तारा रंपम?
Yes.
कि उन्होंने डिग्री नहीं ली थी and then फिर उनको जॉब नहीं मिल रही. Typical Delhi mother.
Typical Delhi mother, yeah.
And you know what? When I came to Mumbai, Fatima told me she dropped out of school or college.
Yeah.
And I told her, listen, do not tell my mother that. And she told her that, and Mama was like, Fatima, तुमने तारा रंपम देखी है? Like, अब सुनो बैठ.
So then, did you do your post-grad?
I did not, but I will. I will.
You will now?
Yes, I will. I can afford higher education. अब मैं खुद से करूँगी. But I really want to. I feel like I should go back to school and learn something. I have a tuition teacher who comes home and teaches me stuff.
Like what stuff?
I'm.
Tell.
No, I not right now.
Okay, thoda sa hint.
Literature.
Literature?
Yeah.
So you want to go back and study literature?
No, I want to go back to a college and study something around films, maybe direction or camera work. But I want to educate
But you know, it's
myself.
so important to also make the point that you went from being this person or this young woman who wasn't confident to today saying, hey, I can go back to school, I can go back to college, I can go back to a classroom, and it's never too late.
Yeah, it's never too late. Never ever. You should always keep learning, educating yourself, because if you don't, then are you growing in life? Are you learning anything new? And I keep saying this, I hate being comfortable. I don't like. That's the reason I take risk in my career as well. And I love learning new things. I love it.
So, if you hadn't been here, where would Mama have wanted you to be?
She was really, in fact, I was a dance teacher in a school.
Like in a school?
In a school. In Faridabad. Faridabad?
Yes. I mean,
Yeah,
if it was Faridabad, yes.
Faridabad.
Do you remember the name of the school?
Yeah, St. Anthony's.
Okay. And what would
St. Francis, sorry.
Okay.
And I taught dance there for a couple
kids?
of... 2 kids. That was a perfect job. 3 p.m. I used to be back at home. Then I used to go, I was a company member in a dance school. I used to go there, teach ballet to kids. Perfect job. My mother was really happy. कि बीच में time भी मिलता है. You come back home. Life is so easy. I don't know why you want to do this. You can continue with your dance teacher job, but I knew I don't know. I was like, no, but I've always imagined myself doing, acting on screen, doing what I'm doing right now. So how is it possible? Why do I have this image in my head? And I'm glad that my father told me, please go.
I was going to say, we've spoken a lot about your mum and your sister.
Yeah.
But you haven't told us about your dad. And I was saying in the opening of our Women of Impact Day today that I was raised by a single dad. My mom died when I was 13 years old. And, sometimes I think I talk so much about my mother because she was such a strong woman, strong role model. But it was my father with his softness and gentleness who really brought us up and didn't hold us back. So how was your dad?
I think things changed when I graduated from college. And I moved to Mumbai. I think I understood my father then. But growing up, I just felt that he was a really angry man. He used to be angry at all times. And I used to not understand why. But now I know why. It's tough to raise kids. It's tough to, he used to provide us with everything that we wanted. And that's my papa, mama and my sister. And that's Bruno, our doggo. He's no more. That's our Delhi house.
It's a lovely photograph.
Yeah, Diwali. So
did you fight a lot with him?
No, I did not.
You were scared of him?
I was really scared of him. But then when Mama told me, no, you're not moving to Mumbai, finish your higher education and then think of doing whatever you want to do. Mama told me, acha go talk to Papa. हाँ तो मेरी नहीं सुनी पापा से जाके पूछो. मैं पापा के पास गई और I was ready for him to shout at me. But he said, I think you should. You should move to Mumbai. You should pursue your dream because school से मैं देखता आ रहा हूँ. You really like dancing. I think you're really good at it. And I trust you. You'll be able to make it. And in those months when I moved to Mumbai, I really came closer to Papa. I understood how amazing he is and how much he had to, go through and sacrifice with Mama's health and so many other things. I think because men are taught to not express their feelings, they bottle it up and it comes out. It will come out if you're bottling your emotions up in emotions like anger. And that is what was happening with him. But he's such a softie now. He cries. He's such a cute too. I told him, Papa, today when I was coming here, I have a shoot tomorrow. And I told him, Papa, ye sara saman mera na. And I'm moving them from Delhi to Mumbai.
Oh, you are?
I'm going to live with them after 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm so excited because now I have them, so I can ask them to do my stuff. Papa, ye mere shoot ke liye kal ready rakhna, please. And he's so cute. He's such an amazing man. I love him.
That's lovely. I have time for a couple of questions. Yes, ma'am. If you could step up to the mic. Yes.
Hello.
We are twinning, red and red.
Oh, yes, we are.
I am Chaitali.
Hi, Chaitali.
And hi, Sanya.
Speak into the mic, ma'am. I can't hear you.
A big fan of yours. I've been seeing you growing from different films. You do a lot of offbeat films, which really sets...
I call them meaningful cinema.
Yes. And actually it opens up, it makes us feel that, it's not always those song and dance movies. Other movies can also be good and interesting. It's more of a thought, not a question. Loved seeing this. You are always, like as Barkha ma'am said, that you are an outsider from this industry. And you did have imposter syndrome, which I think all we women have that.
Right.
At some place we are like, we question ourselves.
Throw it out of the window.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I loved listening to your story. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to tell you this.
Thank you
Big
so
fan.
much.
And I loved you in Sunny Sanskar, more than everybody else.
I love
you.
By the way, I see a man with a question. Come up front.
Thank you.
Can we also give a round of applause to one of the few men in this audience today? Thank you for being part of this.
Nice to see you.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, Barkha ma'am.
Hi, but you have to speak into the mic.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
तो मैम मेरा थॉट है या एक प्रश्न
थोड़ा सा ऊंचा ये कैन वी हैव द माइक ऑन प्लीज
हाँ मेरा प्रश्न आपसे है मैम
मेरे से
यस हमारे बीच में एक बहुत प्रख्यात अभिनेत्री भी मौजूद है और एक बॉलीवुड में जब भी एक जर्नलिस्ट को दिखाना चाहते हैं वो हमेशा एक परफेक्ट इमेज है हमारे पास कि बरखा दत्त से बेहतर जर्नलिस्ट कोई नहीं रह सकता है तो हमेशा वो आपको डिपिक्ट करते हैं जितना मैंने देखा है बट मैम मेरा एक सवाल ये रिनी मैम से भी मैंने बहुत बार पूछा है नेहा मैम से भी पूछा आपसे आज पहली बार मुखातिब हो रहा हूँ तो 2008 में जब आपने यहाँ पे इधर रिपोर्टिंग किया था ताज होटल के सामने आपके ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगे थे कि आपकी वजह से कुछ इंटेल मिल रहा था उसके बाद में बहुत मीडिया में भी बातचीत हुई थी और लेकिन उसके लिए आपको पद्मश्री भी मिला आपकी रिपोर्टिंग के लिए तो जब ये सब हो रहा था आपके जहन में क्या चल रहा था आप किस
वैसे गेस्ट वो है लेकिन मैं फिर
नहीं आई वुड लव टू नो
मैं जवाब ये दे सकती हूँ कि कोई भी औरत जो सक्सेसफुल है जो ओपिनियनेटेड है जो इंडिपेंडेंट है जो पब्लिक आई में है उनके बारे में हजारों चीजें, often complete झूठ कहा जाएगा, क्रूअल्टी की लैंग्वेज भी डिप्लॉय की जाएगी. अब ये आपके ऊपर है, इट इज ऑन यू. डू यू फोकस ऑन द ट्रोल्स एंड द नेगेटिविटी और डू यू फोकस ऑन ऑल द एडुलेशन एंड द लव? I choose to focus on all the sort of adulation, love, the fact that I have young girls who will walk up to me no matter which city I'm in and say, you know, you changed my life because of a story you did, or I saw this and I could do this as well. So I choose to focus on that, but I will share with you that Hillary Clinton said to me once, I was interviewing her, and she said, Barkha, if you want to be a successful woman, you have to grow a skin as thick as the hide of a rhinoceros. And I think, thank you for your question. I hope I answered it. But let me, if there's a question for Sanya, please, I can take one more. I'm available to answer questions later. But let me just say, ask you a question related to that. I'm sure in the public eye, 100 things are said about you, 100 things are said to you. How do you deal with it, and what's the cruelest thing you've heard about yourself?
Especially after Mrs. There were so many people who were upset with the Richa's journey.
Yeah.
A lot of people got triggered.
Yeah.
How do I dealt with it? I was oblivious.
Correct.
I had
Who
no idea
cares?
it was happening
Who
because
cares? Yeah.
I chose her truth. I chose to be a part of the film because that story really spoke to me. I
Yeah.
wanted to tell Richa's story, which a lot of women related to.
Yeah.
That's the truth. If
Yeah.
that triggers you, it's not my job
To make you feel better.
to make you feel better
I
or to
agree.
suggest that there is self-help, you can meet someone, share your thoughts. I'm sure you're old enough to understand that. I'm oblivious. I will, as you said, I will choose to focus on love, and I would choose to being honest. And that's my honesty as an artist.
So if I had to ask you, how do you keep going? How do you keep walking? You know, from journey to journey, milestone to milestone, what would you say?
You know what? Yesterday I sat down and I was journaling and I wrote that I am in a stage of my career where I'm okay being disliked. I was always okay. I never really cared if people like me or dislike me. I am honest and I'm doing what I'm doing from my heart. And, but of course, like trolls, like I've never been trolled, or if I've been trolled, I have no idea. I'm chilling, living my life.
Yeah.
In fact, I got to know that they're burning my posters after Mrs. And a random YouTube video popped up, and it was a Sunday afternoon. I was looking, I was scrolling through YouTube, and I saw that people are burning some poster, and I saw my face on it. And I went running to my father, and I was like, "Papa, mere poster jala rahe hain." Papa was like, "Congratulations."
You've arrived. Yeah. So before we present you with our Women of Impact honor, what do you want to do next? You've already told us you want to study. You're already on the top of your sort of, your career trajectory in establishing yourself in meaningful films. And I don't say that I mean, I say that in deep admiration, but I'm just borrowing your word. What's next? What do you want to do next?
Talking about being disliked, I would love to play a woman who I might not like in the first go.
Yeah. I'd watch that film.
Yeah, like a
Yeah, it's
character
interesting.
which is
More layered.
yeah, led and yeah, someone that you would not like. I would want to explore that side of being a woman.
You know,
as well.
I once wrote a column saying the courage to be disliked. And I think if women are able to set themselves free from other people's opinion, there's a lot of freedom in that.
Right.
I want to call back somebody very special on stage to present you this honor. We had Major Swati with us just a few moments ago. And may I have you back on stage, ma'am? Major Swati, can we please give it up for Major Swati?
It is such an honor to receive this award from you.
And may I,
Mojo.
ma'am, ask you to do the honors to present this award to Sanya.
I just met Major Swati and her sister outside, and it's such an honor to be receiving this from you. Thank you so much.
Would you
Yes,
like
thank
to say something?
मुझे बैंगलोर बुलाना
Huh? Mujhe?
बैंगलोर बुलाना
I wish you all the best and congratulations on receiving this award.
Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you. All the best. And thank you, ma'am. We'll be seeing more of you. Let's give it up for Sanya Malhotra and Major Swati. Thank you very much. Okay, we've been talking about how on this stage you see, you know, all kinds of voices. You've seen an actor and a soldier together. You've seen a village entrepreneur. You've seen a teacher. You have seen, you know, corporate leaders. And our next panel brings three very, very different women from three completely different walks of life, united by that verve, that energy, that charisma that keeps them going and keeps them climbing the ladder of a success that they've chosen for themselves. I want to welcome on stage, and I'll tell you a little bit about the three women and then ask them to come out. Hardika Shah actually works in fintech, creating inclusive access for those who don't have it, small businesses. Ruchira Jetli is the Chief Marketing Officer at Diageo. She shapes cultures, brands, communication. And Divya Datta is an actor, a national award-winning actor, who has forged her path in this industry on her own terms. In fact, all these three women are fiercely individual and yet I think united by this one streak of fierce individualism. So can we please put our hands together to welcome Hardika, Ruchira and Divya on stage. And I think we can be a little more generous with our applause. Thank you. I know you want to clap a little more, right? Can we welcome them with a big round of applause? Thank you.
How are you?
I am really enjoying this day. You know, we've spoken to a serving soldier. We've spoken to Sanya, who's sitting right there.
I just saw all the sessions.
Yeah, we've spoken to an entrepreneur who comes from a small village in Uttarakhand, and she calls herself Namakwali because she started a business in salt. So, I mean, we've spoken to an extraordinary teacher who just won the best teacher of the world. So I'm having a great day. I'm loving it. And now I'm going to talk to all three of you, and that's going to be fabulous. So in no particular order, let me start with you, Divya. How tough has it been to be you?
I love that question, and it has to come from you, Barkha. I guess, you know, it takes a while to, first of all, fit into the entire scenario when you come from out.
Just hold it up a bit, yeah.
Yeah, so when you come from out, I guess, to find your own niche, to find your own kind of people, you try to be like them.
Yeah.
It's a process. You just want to say, okay, I will fit in. And then you get into any place with any person, you make your mistakes, you fall down, you get up again because you want it so badly. And then I guess somewhere you find yourself. When you look into the mirror, you're happy saying, this is the kind of role I wanted to do and I'm doing it. I said so many no's to these roles and then I finally said yes to this one. And there were so many probable actors to be cast for a certain thing. But I did something special that I got selected for that. And then when you look into the mirror, you do feel, and the kind of love that you get from the audience, you do feel कि कहीं कुछ तो सही किया होगा यार. Something must be right. And then I guess you say it was tough being me because I have changed. My mother used to say, "Tu badal gayi ekdam se." Not my core. My core remains the same. I'm still that innocent person. I still am a child at heart. Lekin to deal with the world, as you just said, to be thick-skinned, you're learning that. It's not easy. It's not easy at all to be thick-skinned when you are very sensitive, and that is your plus point as an actor and as a person.
Yeah.
I guess you're more sensitive to things, and you absorb them that way. But now...
I mean, I always say you have to have a thick-skinned exterior but a molten heart, because you can't tell good stories if you're hardened inside.
Absolutely. And I must say from this place that I have loved and inspired from where you come from, what you stand for.
Thank you.
And so yeah, to answer your question, it was difficult. Gradually, I think I fell in love with myself.
More on that in a moment, but that's wonderful, isn't it? And it takes a journey sometimes.
Absolutely.
And, you know, Hardika, we've been talking all morning about how to keep walking, and that phrase can mean different things. It can mean falling and getting up and walking. It can mean moving in a totally different direction from what was planned. Sanya was on stage just now, and she said she wants to go back to the classroom and start studying again. There was somebody here who said, I wanted to be a soldier. It's really about dreams. You try and make other people's dreams come true. You provide access to capital. How tough has it been for you to get to this point?
Well, it's been 15 years of, unflinching devotion, discipline, and commitment. And it has taken an unexpected turn. So just to give a little bit of context to what you're saying, I built Kinara Capital. It was to provide unsecured business loans to MSMEs. We talk a lot about the MSMEs in this country, and yet they have been fairly excluded. So this is all around financial inclusion. However, what was built over 15 years unraveled in 15 weeks. I hit a liquidity crisis some months back. Investors stepped off. Lenders were not funding anymore, and all of a sudden, I'm now faced with having to look at this business and look at myself as to how to get past it. I'll tell you, liquidity crisis sounds clinical. It is actually deeply personal. You get calls and WhatsApp messages at 5 a.m. and harassment and threats, and you have to really look at yourself and say, what do I do to keep still or keep growing or even keep moving, which is the theme of today. And really, it has taught me a lot. I've had to dig deep. I've had to grieve privately, but to step in and be, and absorb the emotional cost of the chaos. And one of the things, since you asked what that means for me, what I learned through this was that it wasn't about optimism, because it's by far such chaos. It really was about, will I recognize myself on the other side of this?
Yeah.
And will I respect me for what I'm going to do now in this
so
worst moment?
Same as Divya mentioned, that when you look at yourself in the mirror, are you comfortable in your own skin? Was there a moment when you weren't?
Well, in the middle of the chaos, it is so easy to say, I'm going to just, bail. Yeah. I'm going to take off, right? And we're here talking about with women, so I'll be honest, right? If a man goes through this, it's business risk. If a woman has to go through this, it's a referendum of your capability. You are tested for everything. Yeah. What decisions you made, why, how, what tone you're taking, how, every single thing is dissected. And yet, you have to decide in that moment, what will you do? And that's what it took, is to say, I am going to stand here and figure this out and resolve whatever that resolution looks like, to basically be on the other side and respect myself.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, but let me firstly thank you for sharing. And I know that these moments can feel deeply lonely. I think we've all been there. The wonderful thing about growing older is that you care less and less about how you're seen through the eyes of others. Ruchira, let me bring you in. What has been the toughest thing about getting to this point? I mean, you have this big corporate title, you're all sort of doyens of your fields, but it hasn't been easy for anybody. What has been the toughest thing in just telling yourself, I've got to keep going, I've got to keep walking?
First of all, thank you, Divya. Thanks so much, Hardika. I mean, I really, listening to both of you, it is just so compelling. Yeah. To your question on what's the toughest thing, it's never a singular moment.
Yeah.
I think all of us have been through so many things. Everyone here in this room has been through so many things. It's never a singular moment. It is really about saying, finally it comes down to choices. Did you make the right choice in that moment? And what did that say about you? And where did that take you? And then to what Divya just said, right? I mean, she said, looking at yourself in the mirror and you say, you're suddenly the person that you wanted to be.
Yeah.
I think it's warts and all, like they say, right? It's all those years later when you turn around and say, if I might, F it. You know, this is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, this is who I am, a sum of it all. I think the one thing that is the toughest piece is when it's a referendum. When you said that, Hardika, it's a referendum on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think I've heard a lot from a lot of women where it turns to a very personal nature very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's difficult sometimes to keep that your innate balance on who you are. We've all been through these moments. We've all been through moments maybe when we made the wrong decision. Big deal, right? So I think that's the piece. It's choices. So when you look at it and say, the best part, and if everyone asks me about what keeps you going, I would just, and that's what I tell everyone, just resilience. Just hang in there. This too shall pass. And you know, the principal of my convent school used to say, we were all terrified of her, but she used to say, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life. And every morning you got to wake up and, you know, remind yourself of that. Today is the first day of the rest of my life. I could change everything today. So,
Firstly, there's a certain kind of authenticity and candor that comes from lived life, which I think the cumulative lived life on this stage between the four of us is, we've seen a lot. Divya, you said that for a while you forgot who you were because you were so busy trying to fit in. Whose approval were you seeking at that point? And how did you just say, F it, if I may borrow Ruchira's motto for the day?
I guess everyone's approval, but mine. It was like, that was the time when I came in, was a time of multi-starrers. And also I had come against the will of everyone at home except for my mom. So I had taken a huge decision and I couldn't go wrong. It was a choice I had made. And I had to prove that I wasn't wrong. Because I think also with resilience, what's required is that sheer bloody passion you have for what you do. And uske liye you will do anything. Matlab agar mujhe 4 saal aur nikalne hain, I will. I'll wait. If I did a Veer Zara, I was flooded with offers, Barkha. It wasn't that there was any dearth of work, but that's not the work I want to do. I want to wait. I want to do something different. I want to excite myself, and hence my audience is going to get excited. And I waited a year and a half for Dilli 6 to happen to me. And everyone thought I was foolish and stupid, not taking those, big banners and money and that acclaim that comes with it. But I'm, to date, 30 years in this career, I have been very excited on every set because that's the choice I make. And it's been, of course, very difficult, but you somewhere find your own. I mean, you get very comfortable in your skin gradually. You get that confidence. You know, I used to feel I'm not good enough when I would go on the set because I see these tall, pretty girls, and I would just hide behind and say, listen, somebody's going to say, she's petite, but a little this and little that. But when you become a character,
you forget all that.
That character gives you so much power, strength, confidence. And then I have seen, inevitably, when I go on a set, people see me differently. I mean, used to, not anymore. They'll say hi. If I'm saying hi, they'll say hi. But when you've given a shot and you've given it crazily well, they'll look back and say, hi, my name is this. So the whole impact is changing. So I know it's beautiful to not just hide behind those characters, but to make them your own.
But you know what? It's also, let's face it, it's also exhausting.
Of course it's exhausting, but then you need to take those breaks. You need to know your body saying, Thak gaya yaar, abhi ruk jao. I'm tired of smiling to people. I'm tired of saying, listen, I deserve that role better than that one. Back off. And then they will come. Your work will come. Something will come. There's also divine timing, but you work hard for it. But yes, you find your grieving. You find your... I went to a very tough time when I lost my mom. Then I had a breakup. And then I was like, I don't have any motivation to do what I want to do. But then you get up. वो कहते हैं ना कि गिरते हैं शहसवारी मैदाने जंग में वो तिफल क्या गिरें जो घुटनों के बल चलें तो उठिए क्योंकि गिरना तो है ही. We have to fall down. Yeah, life was never meant to be this. It is going to be this. So I have fallen so many times. But when I look back, I say, what a fall. It was fun.
That's so true, Hardika. We look back at even our mistakes, upward choices, with a certain degree of amusement, because when you have enough distance, you're like, oh my God, what was I thinking? Who was I? What happened to me? Why did I do that? But more seriously, you spoke so openly about that crash and that referendum on your capability, on you. I think women go through that all the time. If there's something you've learned from that journey that you think you could today say, you know what, I know nobody listens, people have to make their own mistakes, but if there's something you would want to tell everybody who's listening to this, what would it be?
I think maybe I would say three things.
Yeah.
One is to give yourself permission to grieve, because there is a lot of grief. I mean, I built something for 15 years. We dispersed $1 billion. We impacted 1 million lives. We did many things, and all of a sudden, you're faced with this crisis. And in that crisis, you're outwardly trying to solve, operationally moving forward, but internally, you're heartbroken. And so, one, giving myself permission to cry, to grieve, to let it go through, even physically go through your body, if you will, is one thing that that I would like to pass it on, just because we are expected to be all these things in every moment, and we need to give ourselves that one time, right? Second thing is this bit about resilience. I like what you were talking about, resilience. I would add to that and say with responsibility, because you need to do that with that, taking your part, your ownership, your responsibility for it. And then lastly, which is, about holding on to a piece of that. For me, the piece was, look, titles will come and go, institutions will come and go, legacies will come and go, will get cancelled, who knows, right? What is left is you. And for me, what was left is I've built something, I can build it again. And to hold on to that one value that is yours, to know that you can come back and build it again.
Would you agree with that? Or would you feel that it takes so much out of you that these are things we tell ourselves, be kind to yourself, allow yourself time to grieve. But when you're actually, Ruchira, in that moment and something isn't going right for you, none of us are sage and wise and calm, or I don't know if none of us are, I'm not. And then you're just like constantly having performance anxiety. Like, am I going to be good enough? And it doesn't matter how many awards sit on your shelf, how many accolades come, how much applause come. You wake up every day and you say, will I be good enough today? Does that happen to you?
All the time.
Yeah. So
And
what is that? Is that women? Is that type A personality? What is it?
It's both.
Yeah.
According to me. I think we are where we are as people because we are that personality where we want to wake up and do things every day.
Yeah.
And when we're not doing it, there's this thing that gnaws at you.
Yeah.
So all my life, I remember Sunday evenings. I used to hate Sunday evenings because I knew Monday morning would be school.
Yeah.
And then I stopped working, and I'd hate Monday mornings because I had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And I'd be looking through my phone and saying, who do I have coffee with this week?
Yeah.
Right? And it was almost this new performance anxiety about, what am I doing to fill up my calendar? Because I'd better do something, right? So I think it's both. I think with women in particular, I hate playing gender cards.
Mm-hmm.
I am the product of a very liberal upbringing, of fantastic parents, lots of opportunities. So I can't say that I came from a lot of struggle to be where I was. But I do believe with women, the choices we make hit us a little bit harder. You know, I could have been home looking after a kid. I could have been there more for a parent who was sick. We're the sandwich generation. You know, there's always something you're giving up on. Some friends who'll tell you about how you're always absent. A spouse who'll tell you you're never there for those big dinners. So it's stuff like that comes at you a lot. So I think that makes the trade-offs even sharper. So to your point on grieving, it is a loss when you lose it because you invest so much of your personal capital and your emotional capital into it. It's tough. So, but I think you should, what I like about something like this, Barkha, is that we can talk about it.
Yeah.
We can share it so that when I listen to other people who talk about these things, about your experiences, it makes me go home and say, you know what? I'm not alone. Yeah. Right?
I'm not a weirdo.
I'm not weird. I'm not like a psycho. I'm not like people go around and saying like being a driven woman is like almost sometimes a bad thing. And you look at them and say, yeah, but it's who I am now. Do I not love myself as a consequence of that? I don't know. I want it all. So do I have to be ashamed? I mean, do I have to apologize for that?
Not at all, but this business of having it all and gender card, I want to bring that to you, Hardika. Two things. Indra Nooyi tells this story. It is now the stuff of lore that she got this big promotion at Pepsi and she came back and she told her mom, Mom, I've got this big promotion. And mom said, yeah, that's all fine, but you forgot to bring the milk home. Now, she told the story actually as a funny story. I found it a really sad story because she was saying, oh, my mother keeps me grounded. Great. That's good. That's the happy part of the story. The uncomfortable part of that story is, why isn't the parent rewarding the professional ambition of her daughter? The gender card is a tough one. If you'd asked me, I don't know, even today, if you'd asked me 10 years ago, we had a soldier on stage, Major Swati, and she said, the army the uniform doesn't recognize your gender. I would never want to be known as a woman journalist. I just want to be known as a great journalist. That's it. It is different for us. It is tougher for us. We need to work 10 times harder to get to the same place. We'll be judged 15 times more when we get there. Is that your experience?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think maybe this is generational. I'm hoping that, younger
women don't have to go through this?
Well, it's...
Sanya, we're going through the same? Yeah?
Well, maybe then, at least... Maybe, Barkha, for you and me, it must have been, at least for me, it was a lot more blatant. I'm sure it was for you.
Absolutely.
And maybe what we have to pass on to the younger generation is that it's subtle, perhaps for you, because I see it in a different way that feels that it is not there, but it's very much there. We are judged, dissected far more for every decision, indecision, action, inaction, whatever it may be. And that is where, we talk about performance anxiety, it really just plays on you, right? You are already pushing so much harder to be in a position. You are standing largely in financial services, a lot more men, right? You go to one of these conferences, you will see hardly any women in the audience. And so you're already feeling excluded but included in a bizarre way, and yet you have to prove yourself over and over and over again, and recognizing that, and again charting your own path in and out of it.
May I jump in on this, please? Please do. I'll tell you, I feel really strongly about this. Okay, I work in an industry that is super male dominated. Yeah, I work in an industry that typically behaves like it talks only to men, which is again all rubbish. But yeah, that's one part of it. I love the fact that I can set the agenda. So when I think of everything that I can do, whether it's the advertising, whether it's progressive portrayals, investing on progressive media and platforms like this, right? For me, that's what gives me energy, that I can change the narrative. And somewhere, that's what I have learned over many years. If you're going to wait for someone else to do it, keep waiting. It'll happen, but it'll happen at whatever pace and time.
Yeah.
Look at what you did with Delhi crime.
Yeah.
Right? Sorry, my bad.
Delhi 6.
Delhi 6. Yeah. My bad. That's what I meant. Right? You took charge of the narrative that you wanted to put out. It wasn't like you were waiting for someone to discover that you could be that person alone, right? I truly believe that, and apologies, I am really bad with names and with this, but the larger point is, you took charge of your narrative. And that's going to be a much larger story than a crisis that you will tide over and come back on. And Barkha, likewise for you. I really feel like it is incumbent on us to write the stories we want to tell, regardless of the stage, how big. You could be a really phenomenal teacher. You talked about that.
Yeah.
I've had the best people in my life have been the women teachers in my life. So I really think so, and I feel very strongly about it.
No, I agree with that. So, Divya, do you want to come in on that you can't? You said there were many roles that came your way and you could have taken them and you didn't. But you do have to set your own path. Nobody is going to come and drop something. You know, we've all learned that the hard way, have we not?
Absolutely. But today, when I look back in hindsight, it just feels, I'm glad I didn't take the highway.
Why?
Because when I came in, it was like, are you romancing the hero? I said, in this particular film, no. So then, but still, I'm the takeaway of the film. So where do we categorize her?
but she's not the heroine, but she has a role better than the heroine. What do you call her? Today, those are the roles that are being made. And everyone wants to do those roles. But when I came in, it's always that first one or those few people who come in who have to face the ire of this.
But can I ask you, and then I'd actually love to hear a cross-generational moment from Sanya, because I think this point was made about, like, has it changed? But can I ask you,
please,
national awards, accolades, applause for your talent, so much respect, and yet are you boxed in? This whole idea of she's an art house actor, she's an alag kisam ki, you know, she's, you know what I'm saying?
I know,
like,
I know.
Do those stereotypes follow you?
But not just for art house. They try following, but that's the thing I love doing. You know, there's no dearth of work for anyone. It's the choices that you make. So if somebody says, listen, you were so good in so-and-so, I want to cast you in that.
Yeah.
I said, I don't want to do it. Because you have no creativity of your own. You're not seeing me in any other thing.
Yeah.
So I feel there are two kind of directors, one who set examples, one who follow them. I don't want to be working with the followers. I want to be working with people who see me differently.
Yeah.
So I just felt like there was a Rakesh Mehra who thought that I could do a Delhi 6. I said, hello sir, I'm a Punjaban, I'm a Chulbula person, the whole world is offering me Veer Zara type of roles, why are you offering me Delhi 6? He said, because I think you're a good actor, you can carry it. Then when I did Delhi 6, I was offered all kinds of sensuous roles. I was like, this is a fun game, but let's just do it. Then I became the best sister with Bhag Milkha Bhag. I said, okay, let's break that now. Then I did Badlapur. So I like that, and I don't like being caged into anything now.
May I ask you, and I'll then open it up for other questions also, I can get you a mic. May I ask you to talk about this intergenerational sort of point that Hardika made? Is it different today? Do we have a camera on Sanya before I ask her to speak? If you can confirm that. Otherwise, yeah, okay, there is there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, yeah.
I know where the camera is.
That's why I said thank you to you for.
So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm saying there was this conversation about has it changed down the generations, and I heard you sort of saying no, it's
yeah, it has, but as you said that it's subtle. It's not out there in front of us, but it's subtle, for sure. I have worked with the women director, and I see that they get treated differently. And that I get so livid when that happens. They have to change the tone or act differently to be taken seriously. And it makes me so angry, and I see it happening in front of my eyes, and I get so like agitated. I feel like...
And then what do you do?
I be mean to such people. I be very honest. Otherwise, I'm a very nice person, but if I see someone being mean to a woman, I cannot be nice to them. I cannot.
But there's a psyche there is, that if you're really sweet and nice, please kar denge. I'll say, haan ji, kar dete.
Yeah,
but when you like become like a little, you know, guy, or you just say,
yeah, you
okay,
have to
kar
act
do.
differently to be taken seriously, and to please, to be honest, you were the only one I remember from Delhi 6. Mujhe mard bana do, it stayed in my mind.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, what a performance. Veer Zara, wow, what a performance. You are right, I used to come back. I used to watch these films and come back with you. You are amazing.
So are you, darling.
Thank you.
That's a lovely moment. Thank you. That's why we do what we do, so that we can have these conversations across generations, across professions. I did see hands go up at the back. Yes, ma'am. Here. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I can't hear you. Can we have the mic on, please? Just hold it. It's okay. Just hold it. It's okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. Fabulous conversation. And Barkha, on the onset, thank you for creating this safe space. You mentioned right in the beginning, really feeling that one.
Thank you.
I think it's said that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Why there is a trade-off all the time? I see this, you know, if you do this, you will face the consequence. If you do this, you will.
Have you been through that?
Yes.
What do you do? You didn't tell us.
Well, currently I'm leading HR for one of the IT organization. And on a personal front, I lead a NGO Mahir, where I'm working on SDG goal number 3, 4, and 13 related to climate action.
Yeah.
And there's always a trade-off. And just wanted to understand, how do we take it?
It's a great question on this trade-off, and I didn't explore this. You can't have it all. Women can't have it all. But you know, when you look at our ads, I find those ads really irritating. So they'll be like this, some perfectly manicured woman. She will be closing $1 billion deal. The sunlight, dapple sunlight will be coming in through these French windows. She will be, you know, signing, I don't know, big checks, and then a phone call will come from home, aaj khane mein kya banana hai, and she'll also be able to say, aaj matar paneer banao. And she's supposed to be this superwoman, and we romance this as if this is what we have to be, everything to everybody. How have all three of you navigated that? When did you say, I'm not going to be everything to everybody? Hardika, let's start with you.
I think maybe I'll use this cake analogy. I think you can have your cake and eat it too, not all at the same time or in the same bite. So you have to make those choices also.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, when you're focusing on that $1 billion check, that's your focus, and everything else pushes back.
Correct.
And then if there's a crisis at home and somebody needs to be looked after, then that's your focus, and you have to shift. So that's how I've done it, is just put something in focus, figure out where the camera is, you know, on what I do, and then move from there.
Anyone else wants to take the idea that you can't have it all? Can anyone have it all?
Of course you can have it all. Why should we live with the thing that I can't have it all? If there are some kind of, like she's saying, some kind of things that you have to face, then so be it, yeah. Because if you really want it, you want it. And yes, you have to prioritize yourself. It's very, very important.
What would you say to Asanya's generation? How do you keep going?
I think she's absolutely brilliant with what she does.
She is brilliant.
No, but what I'm saying
she was here and said that it took her years before she let go of an imposter syndrome. She struggled with doing interviews. She felt she didn't deserve what she was getting. I know so many women who, I don't know why. I don't know.
I still feel it after 30 years. That when you come on the stage is when you own it. Before that, you sometimes have that self-doubt. But theek hai na, why are we always putting ourselves in that thing ki, are, self-analysis karo, self-criticize karo.
Chhod do, maze karo.
Chhod do na yaar, theek hai. Matlab, we are human, galtiyan karo na, phir kya hua? That's okay.
I love that. Ruchira, last thought before we close?
I think having it all is a bit of a myth. And the reason I say that is because I don't think men have it all either.
Correct.
You know, I don't think it's one of those things where if you're killing yourself, when I have friends, male friends in consulting, out Monday to Friday, they don't know their children. They're not there for their parents. They feel the guilt as sharply. I think the difference is women in India in particular, and maybe more Eastern societies, we do have traditional roles that we want to also put off, you know, one foot there, one foot here, and that can sometimes create a lot of conflict in your head. I think I love what you said, Hardika. You can have it all, but not maybe all at the same time, for one. For the second is, I do believe women's career journeys and personal journeys will be at conflict. Don't ever apologize. I mean, it's very tough when you're making those choices, but don't apologize about it. Because life is going to be bloody long. So if you ask me what I would say for the next generation, you're going to be living till 90 and 100. What's the hurry? Take your time, take the scenic route, enjoy it, and you know, come back.
You want to respond quickly?
I just want to say something that when you are doing well, and you kind of try to compensate in the other fields, and you underplay yourselves. I think most of the women do that. You do it, no problem, I'll take a back seat. Okay, I will cook, I'll come, I'll do this, I'll do this. You somewhere forget yourselves. I think now, after so many years, I was in fact, Shabana ji is coming here. There was a beautiful quote that Javed Saab had said, that don't be apologetic about who you are and what you've gained and what you've achieved. So, yes, that's my achievement. मैंने बड़ी मुश्किल से लिया, उसके लिए मैं क्यों apologize करूँ कि I'm sorry, I'm a little ऊपर आपसे इस चीज़ में, लेकिन मैं underplay कर रही हूँ, नहीं कर रही underplay. We will not do that.
Absolutely, we should wear our achievement on our sleeves. This has been an incredible conversation. Let's have a big round of applause for our wonderful three guests. I'm afraid there's only me expressing my admiration for all three of you. May I have the awards on the stage, please? Thank you. Thank you. Could we please have a big, big round of applause? This has been a lovely conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Let's show them some love, guys. Come on. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're here, I guess. I hope. Okay. All right. The two women I'm going to invite on my stage now, some of you may be familiar with their podcast. The one really irritating label that I know that Divya, Hardika and Ruchira and I did not talk about is the first time somebody calls you auntie. Right? Right? And you're like, auntie? When did that happen? I'm not anybody's auntie. And right, I see so many women here going like, listen, we're not your auntie. I want to welcome on stage two dear friends of mine who actually run a wonderful, hilarious, incisive podcast called Not Your Auntie. Please put your hands together for Shunali Shroff and Kiran Mandral. Let's show them some love. And as I was saying, it's a big shock the first time somebody calls you auntie. And you must watch their podcast. If you haven't, thank you for coming because they're absolutely hilarious and they have agreed to do like a mini version of their podcast for us on stage. So let's just take a look at this. This is going to be brilliant. May I?
Yes, of course.
Shunali, come. Okay. Kiran? Yes. I'm right here. Yeah.
So firstly, Barkha, before we start, normally when we shoot a podcast, there are edits. This is unedited. Secondly, thank you for having us. You know, most people have feminism in their bio these days. Barkha has had it in her booties and then her boots. And I've known Barkha well enough to say this. She is so dedicated to her cause of giving women this space to be represented and to interact from, that she once had dengue or malaria. And there was We the Women in Bangalore. And we kept calling her and saying, Barkha, just call it off. But she did it with the drip backstage. Wow. Through her falling blood count and all those things that go with the territory of dengue. So really, I think everybody give her a big hand here.
And look at this packed room at 3 p.m. on a Monday afternoon in a city like Bombay. No one else could have pulled that off except Barkha. No one.
So I'm Shunali.
And I'm Kiran.
And we are not your auntie. Which is ironic because looking at some of you biologically and hormonally, we are definitely your auntie. And financially, we are your cautionary tale.
We are women who wanted to be not called your auntie. And there was a long story about how this title came about, you know. I'm sure all of you all have been called auntie at some point. Hands raised when it really got to you.
Yeah, when you were not emotionally ready for it.
Yeah. Trauma, did trauma happen? Plenty of it? Didn't acknowledge it at all. I used to acknowledge. 18 till I die. Brilliant.
Yes, please tell us. The mic is off, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's on. So I think I was in college. I was doing my graduation and I was staying with my friends in an apartment and there were children playing. And one of them told me, Auntie Hatona, they were playing. So I was coming on the way and they said, Ki, Auntie Hatona, and they ran. And I literally pulled one of the kid's hand and मैंने बोला कि आगे से आंटी मत बोलना वरना मैं नहीं हटूंगी.
So no, your story is a little more traumatic than mine. I was newly married.
Okay.
23, 24. The doorbell rang. I opened the door.
I think I was 20, 21. Yeah.
Newly married, but I have something that, you know, probably. Anyway, so this old gentleman, he had like 1 foot in the grave or 1.5 foot in the grave. And, Auntie, vote do mere liye.
आपको तो नहीं दूंगी वोट भाई मैं. Okay, so I think probably I was going for that Diwali, visiting big industrial strength Mangal Sutra right down to my waist, the tika, the Mount Sindoor, everything. And he said, okay, auntie territory, married territory, auntie territory. Doesn't matter if I am grandfather age. You have a story as well, Shunali.
Actually, like you gave it off to the kid because you were angry at him. So I was so angry that I started a podcast. So what happened that I was at a Kirana store buying something, and this 3 years ago, and this 38, 39-year-old man said, "Auntie, zara hatna," to exactly the words you heard. So at first I didn't pay attention. It was a narrow little thing passage, and he said, "Auntie, hato to." I turned back, I looked at him, and I was like, "I'm not your auntie." I came back and I tweeted about it, and then Kiran and I exchanged some stories, and we said, we need to start a podcast about this, because I realized that when you're called auntie, it is not by and large out of respect, it's a demotion. Okay? It's like, okay, your slow walk towards invisibility has started. So, iske baad to Kiran has a one-liner that she says कि इसके बाद तो बस हमको काट के हमारी स्किन के handbags बना के बेचेंगे.
Yeah, limited edition handbags, mind you. क्योंकि what happens is,
please share your auntie stories. Yes.
So my story is a little different, and I agree. It's more about labeling old. And I was a mother that time, so I'm 50, and I think I was newly mother.
No, you're kidding us. You're just out of college.
Thank you. But, so I think when I was newly mom, and my daughter was 2-3 years old, I was getting out of the colony for something, and some kid said, "Auntie, auntie, auntie," and I just walked away. Okay. Somebody knocked at me, he said, "How rude are you?" I said, "Kya hua?" He said, "वो बच्चा बुला रहा है आपको." I said, "मेरे को कहाँ बुलाया?" "Auntie, auntie बुला रहा है." I said, "Auntie क्यों बोला?" I did not acknowledge, because for me, auntie is labeling quote unquote old, and I am not still old. Okay, and that's the worst thing what people do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they want to push you into old. I mean, when that gentleman said auntie, I was like fast forwarded into menopause at that point.
True. And just because I've become a mother doesn't mean I am an auntie, right? And that's how you get labeled everywhere at every level, be it work, be it at your personal, be it this thing, you're married, abhi ye karo, aise kapde pehno, aise raho, aise baat karo, aise haso. And I think this podcast, I'm going to watch it because it's something new for me. And I completely would agree and correlate. Just because you get into a particular scenario or a junction, you should be like this, it's not acceptable. And I think that goes in personal and professional life. Thank you so much. And thank you, Barkha,
Thanks for sharing.
Actually curating this. This is outstanding. I think every episode I have been correlating and I have a personal story attached to each one of them.
I'm
Thank you
so
so
happy
much.
to hear that. So happy. Thank you for coming and sharing your story.
You've touched a raw nerve. Every woman here
Everybody
has
an
an
auntie story.
I can see that. Yeah. Listen, please don't hesitate to come forward at any point. Raise your hand, and we will. Oh, there's a lot of hands. Come up front. Okay. Yes.
I just want to say something. We Bengalis are a little more gentle. We say Didi. No aunties. For us. Everybody is a Didi.
Mamta Didi is also Didi.
Everybody is a Didi.
You know, like auntie is like your first step. After auntie, they will promote you to Mataji.
It's true. So anyway, Kiran and I started a podcast.
Yeah, okay, now let's hear their podcast.
No, so we started this podcast because, midlife. And I was getting hot flashes. I remember being in very cold climate and not sure कि ये climate change हो रहा है कि मेरा hot flash हो रहा है, okay?
तेरा climate change हो रहा है.
मेरा climate change हो रहा है. So Kiran, of course, Kiran has had a better run with her hormones, and so then we started meeting up and talking about all sorts of things. Then we said, let's just start after the triggering incident of being called auntie, we said, now let's just have a podcast where we'll have conversations like this, and we'll invite men and women to, talk about it. And these are very candid conversations because koi sunta hi nahi tha. We could talk about our husbands. In the beginning, we could talk about our husbands.
Absolutely. Husbands were not listening. Mothers were not listening.
Mothers were not listening. Mother-in-laws were fair game. So it was absolutely perfect. Until they said, in India, podcast has to also become video.
Yeah.
And video was scary because now we used to go to the studio very chilled out, and then suddenly we have to go with makeup, with clothes, with hair done. And even every pore on our skin in high definition has a subplot now. We either looked like we'd crawled out of the neonatal jaundice, you know, from some medical center, or we had a walk-on part in Return of the Zombies. Grey skin and stuff. So, video
and
has
then
been
our
very
mother
humbling.
started watching and said, you know, do something about your skin. You have aged before your time. Okay. And haldi ka doodh pee lo. Indian mother, one solution for every problem.
I swear, everything, like anything happens to her, Mama, I'm not feeling well, haldi doodh pee lo. I'm feeling restless, haldi doodh pee lo. I think I'm pregnant, haldi doodh pee lo. So everything solution to all submerds was haldi doodh. Was your mother the same?
My mother is still the same, and haldi doodh pee lo and hydrate yourself. But, you know, speaking of my mother, recently, I went for my DEXA scan. Okay.
Oh, tell me about your...
Yeah, my wrist, my hand. So this forearm had been hurting. It's hurting a little more after the scan because I went for my routine DEXA scan. This is the thing I don't like about midlife. Otherwise, it's lovely. But these tests and the scans and all the wellness journey that you have to go through. So I did my DEXA scan and it showed that just my left forearm has osteoporosis while the rest of my body is fine.
Why is this selective osteoporosis for your left arm? What have you been doing with your left arm?
So what have I not been doing is a problem because the doctor said that, you know, you haven't used this arm very much. And I shared this with my mother. So she said, you know, in our time we didn't have menopause. So I said, you had menopause. You just didn't feel the symptoms. We felt the symptoms. You outsourced the symptoms because my mother was using her left and right arm for what we in Punjabi call resistance training, which is chittar. Okay? So I haven't struck my kids at all. And our generation, you know, I know young parents here will get triggered by this conversation because they'll think this domestic abuse and all, whatever abuse, but you know, we were quite used to that.
Yeah, we had a weekly appointment with Chittar. Like every Sunday to Sunday, straighten you out. Report card aaye, we had report card trauma.
Yeah, report card trauma, which our children today say, I don't feel safe in this house. Okay, if you yell at your children. I don't feel safe here. I didn't feel safe from my report card. Okay, so...
They have boundaries now. We have to take appointments from them. We had dial-up modem.
That was the boundaries. We had Doordarshan.
We had Doordarshan.
And dial-up modem.
Yeah. And what else do they have? We gaslight them. My mother halogen lighted me all her life. She's continuing to do that day in, day out.
No, so we realized that, you know, we as a generation, we had to pussyfoot around our parents. And we have to walk on eggshells around our children. And from both sides, we are getting it, basically.
I'm hearing a lot of agreement in the audience.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to come up
here
and share their story?
triggered by their children, please come and share your story.
Okay, come.
Oh, yes, wonderful.
Yeah, like we're the soggy little middle bit na, in the sandwich.
Shock absorbers.
Yeah, that indigo sandwich, that soggy bit, which we like look at and... Yeah, we can.
Can we have the mic, please?
Yeah, you can take this.
Hello? Yeah. So I have two children, and my son is 27, and my daughter is 19. And like I think we talked about this sandwich generation, I think it's totally that. So I have parents living very close to where I live. And it's always expectations both from the parents that we are dealing with, and also the thing that we cannot tell our children, which I'm listening from my parents all the time. But I think it's an interesting journey that we are all in. And probably we are the last of this generation who will actually be going through this element of it. And you can't say, and whenever I'm talking to my daughter, and if she's listening to this, she'll be upset, but I'm going to say it anyway. So she'll have this whole thing at 10 p.m., she'll come to my room. And she has this whole download about how the day has gone. But she's not really looking for any advice at that stage. She just wants to say what she wants to say, and she wants me to just listen. And if my husband has anything to say, I said, don't say anything. This is not the time to say anything or give any advice, because here she is only wanting to just, talk her mind out. So I think it's very different. If I went to my dad or my mom, even now, I get advice, which I'm used to listening, and I'm thinking that, okay, maybe that's what I'm supposed to be doing. So I think the generation is so different, and we are the last of this sort of animals on this planet, I'm sure.
My God, this sounds so familiar, because thank you for sharing that. And again, it's so reassuring to hear that we are all going through the same journey, which is why Barkha has We the Women, right? You know, my daughter, about a few years ago, she sounded really upset, and I called her, and I said, what happened? Come on, talk to me about it. And she said, no, I've already spoken to my therapist about it. I didn't even know she had a therapist. She must have gone for a first session and maybe asked my dadi or someone to pay. So I said, oh, that's really nice. You know, I'm glad you spoke to someone about it. Then I hung up. And then I sat and cried in my car for 20 minutes that, what have I done to you that you need therapy? But these kids, I don't know, okay, therapy plays its role, so I'm not dissing therapy. But with all the therapy, they are only getting more and more estranged from us. Those boundaries the therapists are raising between the parents and the kids. Does anybody else feel that? Well, there's the hand. Rosen, can you stand and share something?
Anybody at the back who wants to come up front?
There's someone in the front as well.
Okay, please come.
Introduce yourself and share your grievance. Mike.
Here.
I'm Rosnan. I'm one of Shonali's very old friends, and our daughters, incidentally, are very, very close. Honestly, heard tons of conversations between both of them, and then we keep sharing little tidbits, and it's a constant battle with, you know, the generation, and it's just like sometimes it's like, you know, chalk and cheese. So sometimes they're, you know, really friendly, and sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're bitching us out to each other.
Yeah.
What can we
They're
say?
like bad boyfriends of our time, okay? You don't know where you stand with them.
Yeah. They're both close. 17 and 18. Yeah.
But these are girls, you know. When
Thanks
you have a
for
boy,
sharing it.
you have to WhatsApp him
She
to
has a
know.
boy also.
You have a boy too. So you know that bit of it.
20-year-old. Yeah.
So do you also have to WhatsApp him to figure out whether he's still in the room?
Yeah, it takes a lot for me to, in fact, finally it's like I put a post for his birthday, and I was like, the last line said, and please remember to text your mother.
Okay, we have time for maybe a couple of more comments. If somebody wants to share, please come up front. Come up front. Yeah, sure.
Right. My name is Harsha, and I'm just going to add a little bit. A funny thing, you know, that I just read is now even just bitching and gossiping with your child is child abuse, because you are, you know, trying to influence them in some way, and that just broke my heart, because I have an 18-year-old and this is a favorite pastime. Thankfully, she's not such so, but it really broke my heart, you know, like, so where do I go as a mother when I can't go to my 18-year-old, because that's what the relationship of a mother and a daughter is, that you can talk unfiltered about everybody in your life, and that's how you bring your energies
So keep
back.
her away from that piece of news.
Which is most likely on Instagram, some Instagram therapy speak.
Last comments, yes.
Yes. So hi, I am Nitika Didwania, and I'm a graphologist. I'm a TEDx speaker and an author as well. And the story goes long back, but what I want to tell you now, how is I played two roles, one as a daughter and one as a mother, where when I go to a movie theater with my parents and I take one coffee, and I take 2 extra glasses and split them into 3, because 500 rupees की coffee है, घर जाके पी लेंगे. And when I go to Starbucks or any high profile restaurant with my 2 daughters who are 19 and 12, we are ordering 3 of everything. So I feel okay. You know, I have to decide. And now recently, last week, so I'm blessed that I'm back from Dubai, but when last week I was in Dubai and my kids asked ki, Mama, can we and Nana Nani all go? I'm like, no, bacha, I will be a sandwich in between. I will not know where to go. They will not agree to go to Burj Khalifa top, and तुम लोगों को तो शायद वहीं घर लेना होगा, तो फिर ये तो मैं नहीं कर सकती. I will go on 2 different trips with both of y'all. And today morning, my elder daughter could call me and say, Mama, please ये light मत चालू करना आपके जूते की वहाँ पर meeting में. तो ये तो मैं करूँगी ना. मतलब ये तो हमारे लिए मैचिंग सिखाया गया था. तुम मुझे एस्थेटिक्स सिखाती हो कि यू शुड बी वेयरिंग ब्राउन्स एंड ब्लैक्स एंड ब्लूज. मतलब वेयर आर कलर्स? इट इज होली मीटिंग दैट आई एम गोइंग टू इन द मॉर्निंग. आई विल बी पुटिंग दैट लाइट ऑन and making videos, and she was like, I will block you from my Instagram. I'm like, on with it.
Oh my
so
God.
This is what happens.
So
yes?
that is a glow. Let's have a round of applause for her glow boot. I don't know how many people can see it.
Oh, lovely. Wow.
You want to just come up for a second here and just show everybody your
It's really
glow
cool,
boot?
huh?
Yeah?
You know,
I don't know if our cameras picked that up, but you want to...
yeah, but what are moms for if not to embarrass
Yeah,
our kids?
well...
on.
Don't put that light on.
Now you're on camera.
So,
Fantastic.
Okay.
There are people of our age asking for the
Okay,
link.
okay. We can all see your glow booth, so be who you are. The idea of rebellion has now become moms rebelling against their kids. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Shunali and Kiran, you have really touched a chord here. You saw how many people wanted to share their stories. Please do watch their podcast, Not Your Auntie. It is absolutely brilliant. Shunali also has a new book out that I think many of you would enjoy. I'm not sure, but I think some copies of the book might be available. Otherwise, do pick it up. This is from us to Shunali and Kiran for being hilarious women of impact. Thank you so much. And thank you. And everybody, you've been wonderful. We have coffee for you now. Do some chatting, networking, catch up with Shunali and Kiran, with other friends. We'll be back here in 30 minutes because we've got a fantastic session too. We have Bhumi Pednekar, women of the Air Force, Shabana and Javed, and many others. You're going to enjoy it enormously. So yes, please have a cup of coffee and see you in half an hour. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm talking. Can you hear? Yes, I'm telling. Can you raise Barkha's mic? Then I will tell him. क्या which comes? Yeah,
they already do a great job, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for having me here. Thank you so much. I feel really, really, really honored. So, before I begin my piece, I just want to ask this one question. Have you heard this sentence ki ye shaadi ke baat karna? Have you ever seen your mother do those things? Why don't we, as little girls, realize that this is a scam? और मुझे हमेशा से ऐसा लगता है कि जो चीज़ सगी माँ ने नहीं करने दी, क्या वो सासू माँ करने देगी? We don't even have that kind of a relationship with her, you know, like to say. So it takes so many years to build that. And I just always have question कि जो कहानियाँ जो है ना, जब हम equality की, जब हम बराबरी की, जब हम feminism की बात करते हैं ना, तो हमारी कहानियों में जो कहानियाँ हम बचपन में जो पहली कहानी हमको याद होती है ना, the Cinderella story, किसी राजकुमारी की कहानी, किसी राजकुमार की कहानी, the Prince Charming who's supposed to come and take us away from this mad and sad world and to a very wonderland kind of a place. वो लड़के को पता ही नहीं है उसको ये सब करना है. उसको ये सब कहानी कोई नहीं सुनाता है. वो सुपरमैन देख रहा है. तो आपको लगता है जिस दिन आप लाल दुपट्टा ओढ़ करके निकलेंगी अपने वंडरलैंड की तरफ, ड्रीमलैंड की तरफ, उसको लगता है वही लाल दुपट्टा अगर वो गले से बांध लेगा तो वो उड़ने लगेगा. That's how dumb we are raised, okay? So, दोनों ही आज़ादी अलग अलग तरह की ढूंढ रहे हैं, right? So this piece is called नानी कहानी, and I just want to set an equality to the stories that we tell our children, to the first story that they hear. So I'll say कहा है कि, and आप कहेंगे इरशाद, कहा है कि मैं हर गर्मी की छुट्टी में नानी के घर जाती थी. नानी हर रात तारों की छांव में ले जाकर हजारों लाखों कहानियां सुनाती थी. उन सब कहानियों में से ना एक राजकुमारी की कहानी मुझे सबसे ज्यादा पसंद थी. उस कहानी में ना राजकुमारी हर दफा किसी मुसीबत में फंस जाती थी. कभी गुंडे जकड़ लेते, कभी दरिंदे पकड़ लेते, कभी तंग थी अपनी सौतेली माँ से, या कभी गुम थी अपने ही जहां से. और फिर ना जाने कहां से एक राजकुमार आता, उसे इन सब से छुड़ाकर अपने खूबसूरत से जहां में ले जाता और उसका एक सुंदर सा आशियाना सजाता. तो एक दफा मैंने भी नानी से पूछा कि नानी, क्या कोई मेरा भी राजकुमार आएगा? नानी, क्या कोई मेरा भी आशियाना सजाएगा? तो नानी ने कहा, हाँ पगली, तुम हमारी राजकुमारी ही तो, आएगा ना, आएगा क्यों नहीं. उस दिन से जैसे इंतजार की घड़ियां शुरू हो गई, मेरी हर छोटी से छोटी ख्वाहिश, बड़े से बड़ा सपना उस राजकुमार के इर्द गिर्द लिपटता चला गया. और माँ कोई ख्वाहिश पूरी भी तो नहीं होने देती थी. मैं जब भी पूछती, माँ 9 से 12 मूवी जाऊं, माँ कॉलेज ट्रिप है जाने दो ना, तो माँ कहती तुम्हारा राजकुमार आएगा ना तुम्हें ले जाने, उसके साथ जाना जहां जाना हो. ये दुनिया एक अकेली लड़की के लिए ठीक नहीं. हालांकि माँ को देखकर सवाल तो उठता कि वो तो ये सब नहीं करती, वो तो दिन भर हम लोगों के लिए है मरती. और उसकी छोटी से छोटी ख्वाहिश से इस घर में लगती आग, और उसके चेहरे पर पापा के गुस्से का वो दाग था. मुझे कोई और ही कहानी सुनाता, उसका राजकुमार कहाँ है और वो क्यों नहीं आया, ये मुझे कोई नहीं बताता. खैर, नानी कहती है कि मेरा जरूर आएगा. और वो आया भी सफेद घोड़े पर सवार, में लाल जोड़े में तैयार, बेवकूफों की तरह चल दी उसी के साथ, उसी के घर अपना आशियाना सजाने. मगर उसने तो इन आंखों में बसे सपने कभी देखे ही नहीं, इस दिल में बसी उम्मीदें कभी समझी ही नहीं. और वो देखता समझता भी कैसे? उसकी नानी ने तो उसे ये कहानी सुनाई नहीं, उससे बताया ही नहीं कि कोई रख देगा अपनी सारी उम्मीदें ख्वाहिशें उसके कंधे पर, तो उसका कंधा वो बोझ संभालता कैसे? तो एक दिन माँ की तरह उसके कंधे से गिरकर मेरे सभी सपने चकनाचूर हो गए. किश्तें भर रहे थे जिस मकान की बचपन से, वहां से बेघर हो मरने को मजबूर हो गए. उस दिन एहसास हुआ कि ना ही माँ का और ना ही मेरा राजकुमार कभी आया था. इन कहानियों ने बस हमें बेवकूफ बनाया था. तो आज जब माँ मेरी बेटी को गोद में लिए उसी राजकुमार की कहानी सुना रही थी, और बस कहने ही वाली थी कि वो राजकुमार आया, उसने राजकुमारी को गुंडों से, मैंने माँ को रोक दिया और उससे कहा कि उस राजकुमारी ने उन गुंडों से खुद को खुद बचाया था, उसने अपना आशियाना खुद सजाया था. तुम भी सजाना. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीबॉडी. थैंक यू.
So, stories are important. जो कहानियां हम बताते हैं अपनी लड़कियों को भी और अपने लड़कों को भी, वो भी बहुत बहुत जरूरी बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिटिकल है। अगर आपको किसी ने कोई अलग कहानी बताई होती तो आज आपकी ज़िंदगी क्या अलग होती है?
आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि मेरी माँ ने ये कहानियाँ मुझे कभी नहीं सुनाई।
कभी नहीं सुनाई।
ये मेरी कहानी ही नहीं है, ये मेरी माँ की कहानी है। एंड द बिगेस्ट आयरनी इज कि मेरे पापा का नाम ही राजकुमार है। Imagine that.
That is really called irony.
And not like they're both bad people. They're very good people, both very ambitious. But I've seen them clash left, right, and center.
Over what? If I may
over
ask.
ambitions, over equality, over things like my dad was given a very कि एक दिन एक लड़की आएगी और फिर वो तुम्हारी सेवा में डूब जाएगी और वो तुम्हारा ध्यान रखेगी जो उनकी माँ करती थी। And my नानी was a working woman, so मेरे नाना उनको पलकों पे बिठा के रखते थे, तो मेरी माँ को लगता था कि एक दिन एक राजकुमार आएगा, वो मुझे पलकों पे और दोनों को एक दूसरे की पलकों पे बैठना था बेसिकली ना। Nothing happened of that sort. हमारी बैंड बज गई उस घर में बड़े होते, but yeah, we've never been told those
So
stories.
have women been sort of shaped by a diet of romance that is entirely untrue, and then when you start living real life, it messes with you in ways that whether it's a young woman of your generation or mine, we kind of end up in the same place. That we are living with the kahani that was told to us, but the kahani isn't true, or are parts of the kahani true?
Sometimes, you know, life does give you a fairy tale. I'm not going to deny that. I'm married to a good one, guys.
No, but tell us, sit for 2 minutes. Tell us, what is the one story that you think girls should be told which they're not told? क्या कहानी हमें बतानी चाहिए जो हम नहीं बताते?
कि राजकुमार आएगा तो आएगा, तुम अपना देखो यार, मतलब Don't you think कि हम सारी सिमरन और what was this सिमरन from DDLJ and this गीत from जब वी मेट, हम सारी गीत और सिमरन बन के आदित्य और राज का वेट कर रही हैं और लाइफ में कबीर सिंह भरे हुए हैं, है ना? You keep meeting these Kabir Singhs everywhere you go. So actually, you know, because when men watch Kabir Singh, they want to be that. And I don't think when men watch DDLJ, they want a Simran, but they don't want to be the Raj guy, है ना? So I think that we don't see the same stories when we see. So we need to have that kind of equality in stories we want. And it's not like, and I'm not against all the men, with some beautiful men that I've met in life. उनको किसी ने बताया ही नहीं था that, you know, all these women that you meet, they're waiting for you to uplift them. And it's so sad that we're waiting for them to uplift us. We don't need them. And like, we need them equally as much as they need us, sort of situation.
But जब आप कबीर सिंह type आदमी को मिलते हैं, not आप, any woman, every woman has known a Kabir Singh character in our lives, right? We're so shaped by the mythology of that romance that sometimes even if our mind is telling us that this is bad news, we're not able to act the way maybe we should.
Because we've romanticized that so much. I've literally had one fight in a cafeteria back when I used to work at Infosys with a girl कि वो कितना तो प्यार करता है नायाब, तेरा तो दिमाग ही नहीं चलता. Oh, and I'm like, I was shocked because we've romanticized love in a way that even suffocating love is love. All kinds of love doesn't have freedom anymore, I feel. It's very bounded, and when Gen Z tries to set it apart, we also bash them a lot. But
what is love for you?
Freedom. I think nothing else. If I can just be myself, and
you know, everybody says this, but it's so difficult to actually be yourself, isn't there? Yeah.
Because it's already difficult, so you don't want one more person making it difficult for you. कि नहीं मुझे तुमसे ये उम्मीद है. I don't think love should be. Okay, I have this one thing that when I fell in love, I realized that you don't fall in love, you rise in it. So if you're not rising in love, you're truly not in love. Of course, you change as a person, change is a part of us. But one has to fall in love with all these versions of you as you go by. तो उसमें से जब वो conditioning, उम्मीदें सब हट जाती हैं, तो मुझे लगता है तो वो बचता है. आजाद प्रेम.
आजाद प्रेम is a nice phrase, but कभी प्रेम आजाद हो सकता है क्योंकि किताबों में और मूवीज में तो लिखा है कि एक obsessive streak जरूरी है for it to qualify as love.
एक 4 लाइनें सुनो.
Please.
तो ना I have this theory, okay, that
4 से ज्यादा ही सुनाइए.
बिल्कुल. So I have this theory कि जो प्रेम है ना वो पानी के जैसा है, वो शांत है और वो अबंडेंस में हमको मिला है इस धरती पे. लेकिन जो जुनून है, वो पैशन जो है, वो फायर के जैसा है और वो बड़ा गिना चुने हमें मिलता है. और जब बड़े अच्छे बैलेंस में प्रेम और जुनून मिलते हैं तो वो इश्क बनता है जो आपको किसी एक चीज से, एक शख्स से, अपने काम से बड़ा लिमिटेड है. तो वो जुनून जरूरी है, बट ऑब्सेशन आई वुडंट कॉल इट. तो ये 4 लाइनें कुछ इस तरह हैं, आप इरशाद कह सकते हैं कि लोग कहते हैं इश्क और प्यार तो एक ही बात है, कि लोग कहते हैं इश्क और प्यार तो एक ही बात है, मैं कहती हूँ फर्क बस इतना है कि एक दिन है और एक रात है, और इस दिन से रात का फासला सिर्फ जुनून तय करता है, और ये किसको किससे हो आजकल कानून तय करता है.
How does an Infosys girl become a poet?
Oh, I was wrongly put at Infosys by my father. मेरा गलती से Infosys में selection हो गया, and I told my dad, and I was doing freelance writing work in Delhi, and my dad said you have to go, and I said, Dad, you have to work there for 1 year, otherwise you have to pay 2 lakh rupees और 2 लाख रुपए तो मुझे लगता ही नहीं था कि मेरे पापा के पास है भी. I used to, because we've lived a very like conservative life that way with money. तो मेरे पापा ने बोला कि तू ट्रेनिंग करके आ जा, अगर तेरा मन नहीं लगेगा ना, I will pay that 2 lakh rupees. But I would pay, but then I pulled in Ayush, who was my boyfriend then, कि तू भी चलेगा, मैं अकेली तो नहीं जाऊंगी, because I can't do long distance. तो उसने अपने घर पे पटाया, और हम लोगों ने पूरा एक ये ब्रह्मांड रचाया कि हम जा रहे हैं, because it's such a good thing, because my dad said कि तू 4 महीने करके आ जा. But I knew that if I'm taking one another person, तो मैं 4 महीने में तो नहीं लौट सकती. So I did that for my father, and not like I had another big source of making money. But I used those 2 years to figure out what I wanted to do.
So you know, so many young people and so many older people, and in particular women, feel कि हमारा वक्त निकल गया. We wanted to do something, but now we made a choice, and that choice maybe was the wrong choice, and now we can't go back to what we really wanted to do. What would you say to them?
Please look at my mother. As we speak, she's preparing for MA English. She's obsessed with Angrezi.
Really?
Oh my God, she's done about 4 courses in English में. वो IELTS तक कर चुकी हैं कि उनको अंग्रेजी बोलनी आ जाए बस, ठीक है? और she has this obsession. She wants to. वो मुझे पंजाबी में कहती हैं कि मैं तेरी तरह पटर पटर जब तक नहीं बोलूँगी मुझे मजा नहीं आएगा. और इतनी पटर पटर तो मैं बोलती भी नहीं हूँ. तो she's doing this, and in my close circle of women, I've not met these. I'm surrounded by amazing women. But I get what you're saying. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि औरतें इतना थक जाती हैं ना, by the time there is a word थकान attached to all of us as women, because और I call मेरी मम्मी की जनरेशन को मैं सैंडविच जनरेशन बोलना पसंद करती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने पढ़ाई भी की इस कंडीशन पे कि घर का काम भी करना पड़ेगा तो पढ़ाएंगे, फिर उन्होंने नौकरी भी इस कंडीशन पे की कि घर देखोगी तो जाओ अपने पैसे कमा लो. I think by the time they reach their 40s or late 30s, I don't know, they're so tired that they've given up on their
why
dreams.
are they tired according to you? Too many battles?
Too many battles, taking care of the children. There's no emotional understanding. मुझे ये आप कल्चर बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है, जब मियाँ बीवी आपस में एक दूसरे को आप कहकर बुलाते हैं. मुझे लगता है उस आप में आधी बातें डूब जाती हैं जो आप कभी कर ही नहीं पाते हो. So I like people should be able to have that friendship, and I don't think that most of our parents had that. So I think they don't let out, that there's no therapy. So I think they're so tired by the end of it. They're like, okay, next life. They're already like left it. कि अगले जन्म में करेंगे.
Tell me, before we open this up for a few questions. आपने कहा कि in many marriages of a certain generation वो दोस्ती रहती ही नहीं है, एक formality, you know, there's a formal structure holding it. When you saw that in your parents' generation, what did you decide? What was the kind of marriage you would have for yourself?
First, I decided I'm never gonna get married. So,
but you didn't listen to that. You changed your mind about that.
I just got a good one, वरना मैं नहीं करती. Ayush and I met in college. We were friends. We never proposed to each other. Never. हमें पता था कि हम प्रेम में डूबे हुए हैं. हमें पता था कि we're gonna end up together. और हम दोनों ही इस विषय पे कभी ज़्यादा बात नहीं करते थे. I have these, because I've never seen too many great marriages, to be honest. So मुझे लगता, और मेरी मम्मी, oh my God, how frank she is with me, she shouldn't be. जब मैंने मम्मी से कहा कि मम्मी शादी कर लूँ, तो कह रही नहीं, 1-2 साल और रुक जा, लड़के बॉयफ्रेंड ज़्यादा अच्छे होते हैं पति से. That's what my mother said to me. She wanted me to not get married. So I come from a very different kind of a mom. But we were such good friends that after a certain point of time, I met his family. I used to constantly meet them for 2 years before I get married. So I was sure of a lot of things before I get married. So I think that you need to talk a lot. You need to know the parents. You don't marry one person, you marry the family. So once I was sure of everybody, and I was like, okay, I can get married now.
But if you're marrying the family, then वो freedom कहाँ से मिलती है?
आयुष की मम्मी इतनी प्रो फेमिनिस्ट है, बेचारे का घर में कोई वजूद ही नहीं बचा है मेरे आने के बाद. So there's no questions. Nobody asks us anything. They're very understanding. They're very aware of current times. I would like to say that I'm never asked that what I'm doing, what I'm wearing. Rather, I'm more comfortable at Ayush's place, if I may say so, because I was never allowed to wear shorts at my home. So the first time my dad visited us in my in-laws' place, I was wearing a shorts to shock my dad.
Okay, before we close, I'm going to ask you to do a few more lines.
Oh, absolutely.
Please, the stage is yours.
आपने देखा है कि जब लड़कियां पढ़ाई करती हैं तो उन पे कुछ बनने का बहुत बोझ रहता है क्योंकि वरना पढ़ाई वेस्ट हो गई बेटी को जो कराई है ये this is a very 3-tier 2-tier situation. I really don't want to say these lies in South Bombay guys, but कि बेटियां जब पढ़ती हैं तो कमाल बहुत करती हैं, किताबों की सीढ़ियां बनाती हैं, चांद पर चढ़ जाती, जाने बचाती, जाने बनाती, धुने गुनगुनाती, ऐसा कुछ नहीं जो ना कर पाती, किताबों के पंख लगा उड़ जाती। फिर भी ये सवाल है मेरे हिस्से की किताबों पर कितना मलाल है, पराए घर ही तो जाना है, पढ़ लिख कर कौन सा मेडल घर ले आना है। कहूँ तो सच बात है कि मुझे पढ़ लिख कर कुछ नहीं बनना, ना टीचर, ना डॉक्टर, ना एस्ट्रोनॉट, मुझे हर रोज अखबारों में नहीं छपना। पढ़ने का तो सबको हक होना चाहिए ना, नाम कमाने के आधार पे ही क्यों, ये तो बेशक होना चाहिए ना। अगली पीढ़ी के लिए एक माँ तो बनती ही हूँ, इस बात का कब एहसास करोगे? तो अगर मैं पढ़ लिख कर कुछ भी ना बनूं, क्या तब भी मुझ पर नाज करोगे? क्या तब भी मुझ पर नाज करोगे? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now we want to honor Nayab as a woman of impact. I really do feel strongly about the intergenerational conversation that we've been trying to have today. And you will realize that there are more things in common than there are apart. So this is for you. May you keep creating magic with your words. Let's have a big round of applause for this beautiful, brilliant young woman. Thank you so much. So, you know, we were talking in the morning about how we're living actually in an age where war is in our neighborhood. It has been in our country, and right now it's in our immediate, I mean, you know what, Dubai is 2 hours, 3 hours away. We all know somebody who's there. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, they've all become targets of a war that they didn't even intend to participate in. So that's the kind of age we live in, and it really does remind you of what our soldiers possibly go through every single day. And when you are a woman in the military, there is a kind of double hurdle there to, as per the theme of our evening, keep walking, because you're breaking the stereotype by entering the military, and then of course the military there is somebody or an entity faced with challenges that few other professions are faced with. We all heard from Major Swati this morning. Now it is my great pleasure, and I hope you'll welcome them with a lot of warmth and admiration, to welcome 2 air warriors to our stage, Wing Commander D'Souza and Squadron Leader Bopara. I think we can show them a lot of our admiration at this point. There's something about women in blue. So, firstly, I'm a little awestruck because not many people leave me speechless, but whenever I see a woman in uniform, it really does make me feel completely overwhelmed. Let me come there and maybe sit between you both. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm going to start by asking you, what made you, when did you know that you wanted to be an Air Force officer?
Okay. I'm Wing Commander Preet D'Souza. Way back in 2009, my mother gave me a small cutout of an employment newspaper, and she told me this, give a try. So that's how it started. And subsequently, there was no looking back. And I come from a civilian background. And the training was rigorous, but however, I completed my training, and subsequently today, after about 15 years donning the blue uniform, my heart swells with pride, and my parents are also extremely proud of their daughter now. So,
and we're all very proud of you. I can go back to my chair now that you have a working mic. You can see that you know, you women fly cutting edge planes and aircrafts, but here we are struggling to get our mics working, but thankfully they're working now. You said that you are, you're from a civilian background, right?
Yes.
Could you tell us, growing up, what did you see or what influenced you that you said, okay, I want to do this?
I must say that now recollecting, I have my elder brother, and he was a bit of a taskmaster. So when we were kids, they used to make us do some, say, prop tables or any homework, and then he would ask me to do some, say, sit-ups or push-ups. Yeah, and I couldn't do. I was not very good with physicals, and he would tell me 1 minute 10 or again +5. So that's how it just got the ball rolling.
Yeah.
And subsequently, I used to look at the skies, and then there is one civil route which flies over my house also, and the blue skies were very inviting. So after that, my mother pushed me forward, and subsequently there was no looking back.
Wow. I mean, we're calling this reaching for the skies, but I think you took that literally. You just looked up at the sky and said, I want to be there.
Yeah, that's nice.
So your mother encouraged you. There was no resistance in the family?
Well, my mother encouraged me. There was a little bit of resistance. Although I come from a very, a motivated family, they give a lot of importance to education. But I was not good at physicals. So, but my brothers were. I was not good. And I thought that probably I won't be able to. I used to cry during the training days. My father used to tell, you can come back. You can come back. Like you generally have that, you have to pay up certain money. Yeah, if you leave the training. But then subsequently my father had a bit of resistance, but then he gave in. And once he saw the academy, he fell in love with it. And when they came to leave me, they said, no, you're going to be here. So then after that, it gave me the motivation to stay in the forces. And now every time they see the aircraft or they see me in the uniform, they're extremely proud. So there is no resistance after that.
Fabulous. Now, Squadron Leader Boparai, I think I want to tell the audience that you were the first woman pilot in the Air Force to actually fly the C-17. And I think we have those photographs. If we can please bring the photographs up. You've been part of several evacuations, including during Operation Kaveri. What made you be a woman in blue?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting us over here.
It is entirely our privilege and our honor.
And I think since childhood itself, I come from an army background and generations of army officers. I'm a third generation Air Force officer.
Wow.
My grandfather and my father are both retired army officers.
There is your C-17. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think, I was basically inspired by my father, who was an army aviator. And every day looking at him donning his olive greens inspired me. And Air Force gave me that opportunity to serve the nation. That was probably my calling. And the blue uniform gave me an opportunity to fly in the blue skies.
What would you say for both of you, one from a military background, one from an absolutely civilian background? This debate carries on. Does the uniform know gender? Let me ask both of you that question. I'll ask you, Squadron Leader, first. Did you feel like do you feel like a woman Air Force officer, or do you just feel like an Air Force officer?
The uniform is absolutely gender neutral. It's an individual in the uniform. We never address somebody by women or men. So we always address by an officer or a soldier first, which we call out. So that is one thing with the forces. I think every individual is given an equal opportunity. And that is one of the factors which drive me to join the armed forces. Because each one of us are pushed for greater opportunities. So when the door opened up for me to join C-17 Globe Master, at that point I was the first women officer. And all my seniors and my peers accepted me in the squadron. They helped me, they supported me in converting on the aircraft and eventually taking up the duties which the nation required.
So you didn't have to sort of break doors within, like it wasn't difficult to get and make those opportunities happen within the forces?
I think women have been in uniform and flying with the Air Force for more than 3 decades now. And probably more than a decade flying the fighter aircraft.
Yeah.
And it is a norm, women flying with the male counterparts. So it's very normal for each one of us, and there's no discrimination in the uniform. We are soldiers first. So that is what the Air Force and the armed forces teach us.
Absolutely, and you know, I'm a sort of lifelong fan of the military. I started as a young reporter covering war. Wing Commander, I want to ask you, and if I'd love to see some more photographs in the screen, because I think the photographs for both of these officers really tell their own story. You said that your mother encouraged you, and when I was listening to that, I wondered, maybe she was living her dreams. Maybe her dream was not to be an Air Force officer, but maybe she must have had some dreams. Sometimes parents live vicariously through their children. Do you think there was a little bit of that?
Well, my mother was working, and
there's some amazing photographs there.
Thanks. Yes. My mother used to work.
What did she do?
She was a lecturer. Yeah, she was an English lecturer, and she always told us to be financially independent. And since she was a kid, her mother studied very less. Probably that was in her mind. But however, my mother was satisfied. She wanted to be a teacher. And probably somehow that came into me as well, because I joined in 2009 the Air Force Academy as a cadet, as an ab initio. And after so many years teaching in the same academy at your alma mater as an instructor, it's a wonderful experience, and probably that thing of teaching she has put into me definitely, and she has inspired me in that 100%.
Do you think that she was a woman of impact in your life, your mother?
Absolutely, absolutely, and she motivated me. She motivates me even to this day, and whenever she speaks or whatever she does, she is extremely focused, and I can say motivated, and she ensures that I also keep up to that. Whenever, for example, I have this event, I come up and she says that you have to prepare well, what are you doing and everything. So she's my biggest motivation factor.
What about for you? Who you know, I know you said that you're from a sort of a completely military background. So you would have seen the sacrifices also. You know, it's very romantic to see men and women in uniform. More so at my age, women in uniform is much more romantic. But there are also real sacrifices. There is life and death risk. There are constant postings. They're constantly moving from place A to place B. Normally, women are socialized to prioritize. Many women still are socialized to prioritize their family lives over their professions. Did you feel that pressure ever, or did you just say, no, you know what? My job comes first. My country comes first.
So I would like to bring out here that I've been part of various global exercises, various humanitarian assistance and disaster relief missions. And the service itself is demanding when you take over such operations, because they are launched at very short timelines. So when I was involved in Operation Dost, which was to provide the humanitarian assistance to the earthquake-hit nations of Turkey and Syria, we were
I think we have some pictures of Operation Dost, but you go on, yes.
So we were mobilized at very short timelines, and it requires a lot of intricate planning on ground. And because it's a matter of death and life, when you have to support another nation, you are symbolizing your country on the global front.
Yeah.
And speaking of Air Force, when you're taking up any of these missions on the global stage, the Air Force is a very close-knit family.
Is that, there's Operation Dost, yes.
So, as in the photograph, we had airlifted the NDRF team, we had airlifted field hospital and various medical relief equipment to Turkey and Syria, both the countries. And it was launched at a very short timelines because we wanted to take out the people who were stuck under the rubble. But speaking of the Air Force, like I said, it's a very close-knit family. The Air Force takes care of your family back at home, and it supports you. So we all in the uniform, we are family together. When we go out, you know, we are the face of the nation on the global front. The Air Force takes care of it all back home. So it's definitely demanding, but there's a part of relief in us. Plus, we are trained every day to take on these jobs.
It's just so inspiring. And let me ask you before we open for a few questions. I was asking, we had Major Swati on our stage in the morning, and I said, you know, what about bullets, war, terrorism? do you feel scared? Because, you know, courage is not the absence of fear. And she just said 2 words. She said, it's okay. So let me try and see if I can get more out of you. How do you manage fear? How do you manage fear? Wing Commander, how do you manage fear?
Since we know that the training period itself is very strenuous and it is made in a certain scientific way so that it gets the best in you. So even though I was before, say, not very good at physicals, but subsequently it is gender neutral and the training standards are the same. So it will bring up to you. It will bring it up to a certain level and you will not know that you could do it so well. It will break all your limitations and the survival instincts also kick in. So the training and makes you very strong mentally and physically and absolutely agile. So even if you have fear, with focus, with determination, you can come over it.
That's great. You know, Squadron Leader, you told author Swapnil Pandey, I was reading her book and I've interviewed her also, and you told her making rotis is more difficult than flying fighter jets. Did you mean that literally or like metaphorically?
Both the jobs are demanding, I must say. Women in every field, you know, they are handling both the jobs at home and at the front of their career. So both the jobs are demanding for each woman, I suppose.
Have you known fear and how do you conquer fear?
Like Wing Commander D'Souza mentioned, we are all trained to handle it. So in our trainers training, we go through it all. But during Operation Kaveri, wherein I evacuated Indian nationals from the war-torn country of Sudan, it was, scenarios like these are challenging for us because you are landing in an uncertain environment. You do not know what the environment holds there. There's blackout of communication, there are real man-pads, or there's a small arms fire. So there's a lot of things on ground, a lot of planning which goes into it. But when we evacuate the nationals, that is when that was one such instance when I noticed when people leave behind everything they have earned, and they have even left the hope to survive, and we bring them back to our own homeland. So it's very gratifying and rewarding in that nature when you see people happy, a ray of hope in their lives when you bring them back home. So that's one thing which keeps you motivated always, and probably our training is always there, which helps us to fly these missions.
So I want to ask both of you, to young girls who look at both of you and say, if they could do it, so can we. But they have some hesitation. What would you say to them, Wing Commander?
To young boys and girls, always dream big. Never let anybody say that you can't do it. If they tell it, you set the bar high and go for it. So the limitation is in your mind. You have to come over it, and the sky is not the limit. It's just the start.
The sky is not the limit, it is just the start. What's next for you then, if it's not the sky?
After the sky, there's space.
Would you want to do that?
Why not, if you get a chance, yes.
Wow. And what would you say to young aspirants for the Air Force or the military?
With the lovely young audience here, I would like to say them, the military gives you an opportunity to explore the uncharted waters, and it pushes you beyond your own capabilities, which you do not realize at first. So this is a world of opportunities, and believe in yourself when you want to achieve something. Consistent hard work will take you wherever you want to do, whatever you want to do, be it any field. Just one step thinking about it takes you one step closer to your own dreams. So dream big and work towards it, and things will fall into place.
Let's open up for questions. Yes, ma'am, I'm going to ask you to take the mic. Yes. If that doesn't work, I'll give you mine. Yes.
Hi, firstly, huge nostalgia.
Just speak into the mic, can't hear you.
Yeah, hi, firstly, I'm Shivani Lorai, and huge nostalgia because my dad was in the Indian Air Force, and after seeing your uniform, it was quite an emotional moment for me. My question to you is, looking at the current geopolitical situation, There are a lot of countries like Israel who have made it mandatory for all their,
to go through the draft. Basically, you want to say, should everybody have a stint?
Yeah.
I should give some context here. She shared with us in the morning that she really wanted to join the military. And at that time, I think your family or your brother, basically discouraged you.
Yeah.
And then it's remained a lifelong.
Yes, but my question is that do you think that all civilians in our country should go through training, military training? Because whether it's a flood or it's any disaster, it's the army is called in, right? So if it's an earthquake, army is called in your own country. Civilians I've always seen just somehow are very helpless to help themselves. And yeah, so had they been trained?
Let me add a question there. I think the way I'd frame it is, what has military training taught you in terms of life skills, leadership, survival, fortitude, and above all mental strength, that I think if all of us had the opportunity, the courage, or the sort of chutzpah, we would also have it. I'll start with you, Winkaman.
Sorry, I'll just add one more thing. Do you think we have the infrastructure and the wherewithal?
Okay, let's not put them in the spot on that. Let them just talk about what you have learned from your military training.
The military training, as I said, it's a very gender neutral and coming from any background. So it is you are pushed to your limits. So you wouldn't know that you had the capability within you to do it so well, but it will set the bar very high and it will make sure that you will reach it. And there is no place for complacency. So you have to be motivated, you have to be on your toes, and you have to work hard for it. And coming back to your question, so I'm sure that you also have had a stint, as you already mentioned, and you have seen how military works.
Yeah.
There's a lot of camaraderie, and as Haraj also said, it's a very close-knit organization. So we get a lot of strength from this. And whatever today I am, it is because of the Air Force and to the organization.
What do you think is given you in terms of your own confidence?
It has given all my confidence, whatever I am today. And it is only because of the Indian Air Force, because the training is such that it has opened all the neurological, connections. Yeah, it has made 1 billion neurological connections, which I wouldn't know. And the military training is such that it is a certain scientific training in which everybody is made to test waters. So you know that as we already know, as military aviators, the biggest test to our training is war. So we are trained to fight. We are trained to fight, and the continuous and the final motive, the aim is that you have to fight war. We are trained towards it. And however, to ask for your question about the mandatory, the training, or probably that we may not be able
to answer that. That's why I said let's not put you on the spot. Very quickly, before we present you our honors for the evening, I just want to ask you, what do you think, how do you think being in the Air Force, doing these rescue missions, flying the C-17, bringing people home safely, being prepared for war has changed you? Like, what has it given your personality?
It definitely has given me a lot of exposure on the global front. It has put me in certain spots where I've realized, how people go through different scenarios in their own life while we evacuate the Indian nationals in certain scenarios. We are representing India on the global stage whenever we do this. And it eventually lies on our shoulders. It's a lot of responsibility. And we are all trained for this every day. So whenever we are taking these missions, it is a lot of precision which goes into this, and we are always up for it, be anything. So
we are always up for it, be it anything. That is the perfect note. If I may request both the officers to stand up. As we honor them this evening, I want to bring up on stage our next woman of impact. She is from the film industry, a big star, but if you follow her on Instagram, you may have seen recently that she went to the Assam Regimental Center and she basically reconnected with her mother's NCC medals and interacted with the military military people there, and it was a very emotional moment for her. So to present the honors to Wing Commander D'Souza and Squadron Leader Boparai, please put your hands together for the amazing, wonderful Bhumi Pednekar. Come on, let's show her some love. May I ask you to do the honors, Wing Commander D'Souza and Squadron Leader Boparai. And I'm going to ask all of you to say a few words.
Shall I start? Good evening, everyone. I want to start by thanking both of you for your service. I had the opportunity of listening to you when I was backstage, and honestly, I feel so inspired. मुझे नहीं लगता हम जितना बोले और जितना भी thankful रहे for everything that every woman in a uniform does for us would be enough. You are our future role models, and I really hope that we have a lot of girls following your footsteps.
Thank you. Would you like to say something, ma'am?
Thank you so much, and I hope we've inspired a few young minds to join the armed forces.
So come join us in the Indian Air Force and see you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And of course, our officers will be here through the course of the evening, so you'll have a chance to talk to them as well. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Hello. Yeah. Hi, we finally get to do this. We've been planning it for so long.
I know.
Can we give a formal round of applause to the amazing Bhumi? You know, I want to start on an unexpected note because we had such an emotional moment with you and the officers. Your mother's NCC medals, I think we have a photograph of it also. I think so. Could we have it up, please? Yeah, there. Tell us this story.
You know, my mother was in the NCC when women were not allowed within the army. I mean, they were, but they weren't really allowed. They would either go into services, nursing, etc. And it was always her dream to serve her nation. Yeah. You know, I had this beautiful moment with her. We were in the hills. मैं गाड़ी में बैठी हुई थी उनके साथ. And we just started talking, and she's like, अगर आज भी मुझे बुलावा आता है, अगर मुझे लिटरली सरहद पे जाके झाड़ू करने का भी मौका मिलता है, to serve my country in any way possible, I will leave everything and go, and she teared up. Yeah. And that's when I realized that your country is your identity. Yeah. And I truly wear my identity as a badge of honor. Absolutely. I am a very proud Indian, and all of that has come from my mom and my father. And you know, the reason I wore her medals, because for me, maybe in a small way, I was celebrating what she couldn't complete.
Yeah, there we are. Back with the medal.
I also have to tell you, my mom's quite incredible. In her time, my mom's 71. She turned 71 this year. So when she was in the NCC, this is maybe 4 decades ago, or 5. At that time, she was also a paratrooper. The reason she was in the NCC was because she was a paratrooper. Wow. My mom has jumped off planes. She was also a pilot. She had a pilot license, and all these things were very rare when she was growing up, and she got these opportunities because she was an army kid.
She was from a Fauji background?
Fauji background. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, everybody was in the army. And I feel that's why when I went to the Assam Regimental Center that you mentioned, it was very special for me.
Thank you for sharing that. Did she not want you to join the military?
She did, but I just wanted to be an actor a lot more.
So let's get to that. Did you always know that you wanted to be an actor?
Oh, Barkha, I always knew it. I'm living my dream.
Do you remember that memory? Like, do you remember where you were, what you were watching?
Very clearly. I mean, I don't remember that exact moment, but it was between the ages of maybe 9 to 12. I was about 12 or 13 when I told my mom I'm going to be an actor. Nobody really took me seriously because they were like, yeah, sure. You know, it doesn't really happen. Also, the kind of family that I come from, koi lawyer hai, engineer hai, they are doctors, you know, it's just that very typical family where academics is really celebrated, and rightly so. Yeah. And I think the reason I decided, or the reason I wanted to be an actor was because I felt so empowered on stage. A a lot of it was also to do with maybe the experiences I had growing up in school. Look, kids can be mean at times, right?
Yeah. So what happened? What do you remember?
I think it was just bullying, you know, being commented on the way you look, being commented on your size, getting having breasts that have developed sooner.
Like, do you remember it scarring you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like
deeply.
what are the kind of things kids would
Deeply.
say?
I think I remember this incident very well when I went back into my class and there was like a piece of paper that had triple B written on it. And I tried to decipher it. It stood for big boobs, Bhumi. But you know, when you're young, these things really, really impact you.
Yeah.
But I'm so lucky because every time I went back home, and I went back home with tears many a times.
How old were you when this happened?
I think this was class 7.
And had a boy written it or a girl?
I think there were boys and girls together
Both,
that had
yeah,
written it.
yeah.
I went back home and I'm just very lucky to, I'm born in a family that always protected me, right? So for all the times that I felt inferior in school, every time I came back home, I felt extremely superior. I think that's why I've turned out to be the way I am.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that, because I know even so many years later it couldn't be easy. But
I strongly believe that all of us are a sum total of our childhood trauma.
I agree.
It is not spoken about enough. It is not spoken about at all, actually. And it's a privilege. I truly feel I'm very privileged that, again, I'm born in a family where I could discuss this openly and I was always very protected. This is just one of the times. There have been a series of events. But every time I was on stage and I would see all of those kids that were bullying me, I felt so empowered. And I suddenly felt like I have the power back. And I think that's how the germ of me wanting to become an actor started.
But you know, can you talk a little bit about going from this experience of being a child who was mocked for her body in school to coming into an industry where they never let you forget your body size, right? Sure. And for you, for your debut, Dam Laga Ke Haisha, you had to actually gain weight. And that it wasn't only that you were applauded for being a method actor or so on. There was some serious trauma in that moment also, I'm sure, in terms of how people reacted.
You know, it was very interesting because I wasn't allowed to tell anybody that I have landed a film. And I'm supposed to, it was my debut film. It was a secret. And that I'm going through this transformation. So somebody that met me in January to somebody that met me in December that year, I was a different person.
There you are.
Because yes, there I am, so pretty, so beautiful. I loved her.
It was such a great film, by the way.
Such a great film.
Such a great film.
So what was really interesting was the way the gaze with which people saw me changed.
Yeah.
Because I gained about 35 kgs. After 35 kgs, I stopped counting and suddenly people were like, are you okay? You know, are you depressed? Yeah. Do you need support? Yeah. And internally I was like, oh, you guys have no idea. This is the best phase of my life. I am going to do a movie. Yeah. And honestly, I would have like chopped a finger, shaved off my hair, done anything. Because I don't come from a background of films.
Right.
There were many, many hurdles that I had to go through, starting with within my home, where my parents wanted to protect me, and they were like, how can you go into the world of movies, you know, the bad world of movies, and then just not having the confidence of fitting that box of what a mainstream Hindi film heroine should be like, and I was casting. So my job was to look for these girls. And the requirements were pretty much very tailor-made and similar, and I didn't ever think I would fit that. But then from within the same production house that wanted girls looking a certain type, they did something so disruptive, and they pretty much changed the way a Hindi heroine is. At least they contributed to it in a larger way, the way a Hindi heroine is going to be looked at.
You know, you mentioned about first having to convince your family who wanted maybe other dreams for you. What did they want you to be, if I may ask?
It was very, very varied. From becoming an IFS officer to becoming a doctor. The spectrum was very large.
Did any of that attract you?
I mean, I do want a place in the public sector in the future, for sure. And I think a lot of that also comes from the fact that I am very patriotic. I'm just born in that family where country first was always taught, and I love my country, which I did say many a times within this conversation. But I did maybe think that getting into the Indian Foreign Services could be something that I would like, but I just enjoyed performing a lot more. I did not leave as a single opportunity in school. It could be a debate, elocution, singing. I've done everything just because I wanted to be in front of a live audience.
Tell me this, did you feel in the early years that it was difficult to fit in because you were from outside?
You know, the most honest answer is that I started with a film that was a massive hit.
Yeah.
And everything that followed, everything worked. All my films worked. The first time I felt it was when I dealt with failure. Because you're very lonely then. You don't really understand how do you maneuver the system. You have nobody to go back to. You don't have any mentor to go back to. You have nobody to tell you that, okay, this will get better or this is what you need to do. And it was a little later in a few years within me becoming an actor that I realized that there are different systems.
Yeah, of course.
There definitely are very different systems. And
elaborate.
I just feel like the kind of opportunities that come your way, and this is not specifically from my point of view, you know, just generally when I see, I just feel like, okay, my view on this is that the family that you're born in is out of your control, and talent needs to be celebrated irrespective of what your last name is. But I feel the playing ground should be fair.
And this isn't a level playing field.
And
you're saying it comes out more in failure than in success.
100% it comes out more. And it can't be a fair playing field. And I don't think it's a fair field in any profession. You know, even where films are concerned, it can't be, because the thing is that you just don't belong to that ecosystem. You know, you're not trained from a very young age to deal with success and failure the way maybe somebody who comes from an ecosystem like so would be trained to do, right? You don't have people that you can go back to that can guide you through tough situations. And I think that's very important, and something that I strongly want to do is, as an actor who has seen enough success, is that maybe be in a position to mentor enough girls that don't have somebody to fall back on.
Yeah, and I want to come to, you know, your interface with so many public issues, from climate to girls. You spoke at the AI summit, all of that. But let me ask you, therefore, what you're actually saying is nepotism is real.
Nepotism is real, and it's real in every field. That's what I'm saying.
And it's also real in the films.
It is real in the films, but also what I'm saying is that when you come from privilege, it is important to recognize your privilege. I come from privilege because I was born in Bombay in a family that protected me. I did not ever have to think about the rent I have to pay, about how is there going to be bread on my table, which a girl that maybe comes from tier 2, tier 3 city India, whose her family has abandoned her because she wants to become an actor, I definitely have an edge over her.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to recognize your privilege and make sure that you create enough opportunities, because you've been given a lot on your plate that somebody else is not given.
You spoke about mentoring young girls. As a very, very successful actor, big knockout hit with Dal Dal most recently, before that, so many others, Bhakshak, Royal, so many. Are there some roles that you would never take? Are there certain things that you would never do? Have you made those mistakes, and we all do that, we all make mistakes, that you would want to do differently this time because you want to set an example for women and you feel that this is my red line?
I have made mistakes, and I think one of the biggest ones was where I kind of diluted the fact that I had made a career on characters that had agency. I've always seeked that, but at times you're just tempted because you want that 200 crore hit.
Yeah.
You know, what I would not compromise on is that I would not do a character where there is disrespect to my gender. I wouldn't do that, you know, but I still probably have lesser to do, and I just don't enjoy that because I think that's not something the audience expects out of me. I've worked very, very hard into creating a space for myself which is led by performance. And I think I kind of diluted that, which was a very big mistake that I would never, ever do.
So, when you look back, is there a particular role that you say, I wish I hadn't taken that? I know I'm being a little naughty here.
No. I'd rather stay away from that. I think I've spoken so much all of last year. There's been so much noise around me. I'm just like, enough. Enough, ho gaya. I don't think I have the bandwidth. And also, I'm a healed person. There's a healed person sitting in front of you. Yes. It's been months and months of working on myself, and now I'm like,
What do you mean? You've got to hold back?
No, I don't want to hold back. I just don't want to give a lot of conversation. I don't want to create unnecessary noise.
You don't want the noise. You don't want the extraneous noise.
Yeah.
Here's my question to you. You are a rarity for your industry in that you do actually engage very actively with issues that you care about. Gender, climate change, and now I think also with artificial intelligence and technology. Where do you see yourself? You said eventually I do want to be in all of these spaces as well. How did you get into climate change activism?
So it happened when I was very young, long before I became an actor. It honestly started with me just dealing with massive climate anxiety. Nobody again spoke about it because mental health is never really spoken about. I mean, now it's a lot better. When I was growing up, it just didn't exist. And I just didn't know why was I spending those many nights full of fear. And then I started talking to people, and I just found like-minded people, and I realized that we've learned about climate change in our textbooks, and it's not some fictional thing that's going to impact maybe like 20 generations from now. It's the largest looming threat that humanity is dealing with today. Yeah. That's how my journey started, and I just started working within communities, cleaning beaches, doing different kind of drives, and then I became an actor, a successful one. So I had an audience that listened to me, and I started Climate Warrior, and we've done a lot of work under that umbrella. And I think I'm just somebody who wants to lead by impact. I'm also an empath. I'm very, very empathetic as a person, and that's why I'm just like everywhere. I'm like, what can I do? How can I enrich your life?
I overheard you hugging our Air Force officers and saying, sorry, I'm a hugger. And I am too. The only time I kind of feel a little scared is with our Fauji's.
I know. I was like, I don't know if I'm being appropriate.
That's okay. I'm sure they were thrilled. But in terms of this sort of being an empath and what you'd like to do with that empathy, what you'd like to do with that feeling.
I have seen incredible things change when you have intention, Barkha.
Yeah.
I was doing a film called Son Chiriya in 2017. It released in 2017. Yeah. We were shooting Son Chiriya in 2016. And there was this girl called Khushi who was cast from a local ashram. She played a very integral part in the film, and I became very, very close to her. And as we were close to completion, I decided that I want to go see what is this world that she belongs to, because I want to be a part of her life. And I went there, and it broke my heart. Because here was an organization where every kid was so happy because all they had was love, respect, and dignity, something that their earlier life was completely devoid of. You know, they had walls crumbling and like no computers, no basic education, nothing. Like, you know how the systems work. All it took was an individual like me aligning with that organization, and somehow the universe just kind of creates opportunities. And today we have girls from that organization that have competed and are in top level management schools, medical schools. Our kids are learning coding from not understanding even 2 words of English. They can speak fluent English. All it needed was intention. Yeah. So that's what I want to do with everything that I have, with everything that I've been taught, the values that I've grown up with. And I think a lot of that... and I think a lot of that also reflects in my choices on screen and off screen. Yeah. And I just want to keep working. And also I think it's for my own selfish reasons, because I feel better every time I'm able to enrich somebody in whatever way, if it's through my cinema or an act.
So let me end by, you sort of referred to how failure, how you're treated differently in the industry as an outsider when you fail, not so much when you succeed. I want to end by asking you, in those phases of failure, when you felt, you know what, I feel shit, how did you pick yourself up again to scrape off the dust and say, I'm going to keep going, keep walking?
Listen, I'm very resilient. I've had a tough life, and I'm a product of that. But I'm also toxically optimistic. So that's what keeps me going. I'm delusional, and it keeps me going. And
I like that phrase, toxically optimistic.
But something that really changed in my life over the last 2 years is my journey with spirituality. I found faith, and faith so deep. I can't articulate it because it is very, very personal.
Yeah, sure.
So I think to anybody who's going through anything in life, believe in the universe, manifest, go meditate, work on yourself. Because in this world, look at what's happening around us today.
Yeah.
There's unrest everywhere. I'm literally sitting over here nervous and panicking that I don't know what's going to happen to my friends in West Asia.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Your women are bullied. And this is not trolling, this is bullying. What happens on the internet is bullying.
Absolutely.
Not just women, anybody. You could be anybody. You're going to be bullied. There is just so much crap around us. Yeah. The only way to deal with it, which is my hack, is have great people, especially people that have stood by you in your failure. There'll be very few, but that's your clan.
But you know them on your one hand.
And they'll always be there. They don't care that, Bhumi, the actor. They care about Bhumi, the person.
Yeah.
And that's what I keep doing. I keep doing my work. And
what was your toughest moment?
I think my toughest moment came last year. I had a release, and there was a lot of conversation that happened around me. A lot of, I was objectified in many, many ways, and I fought that all my life, right? And around that time, I think I went through I had a lot of existential questions. I also felt depleted as a person. I was just confused. I was like, what? Because I love my profession so much.
Yeah.
I was scared. I was like, would I not get to do this again? It was just a very transformational year for me. And I remember I spent a week home in my room I would cry, I would just gather myself because I have my mum and my sister, and you're just trying to keep it together because that's all I know, that's all I've done from a very young age. I've just kept it together. And I think I just decided that I don't want to. I was like, I need to fix myself, I need to heal. If this is something that's not going to happen to me again, I need to figure other things that I can do because I'm an intelligent girl.
Yeah.
I'm going to achieve everything I want. If not this way, then the other way. But I'm going to make ways, and I'm still going to make sure I fulfill all of my dreams. Yeah,
and
so
here you are.
and here
you are. And I know I can feel that you're out of that zone.
100%. I'm telling you, I'm not going to be bullied. I was bullied for that time, and I went back to that little girl who was just so resilient and brave. And that little girl is back today. You cannot break my spirit. I am too strong.
And that is why you are our woman of impact, Bhumi. May you continue to be as strong-willed as you are. This is from us. This is from me. Can we have a big round of applause for Bhumi? I want to hear some more applause from the hall. Thank you. So much. We'll catch up, yeah? Okay. Thank you. Okay, our next woman of impact was meant to be business leader Ananya Birla. Unfortunately, she's not well. She's down with the virus, but she sent this small video message that she wanted all of you to see. I'm just going to play that, and then we'll introduce our next on-ground speaker.
Hello everyone at We the Women Asia. I am Ananya Birla. I am so sorry I couldn't be there. I really wanted to, completely my loss. I just have a really stubborn viral, and I am learning how to rest. Happy Women's Day. Barkha is a huge inspiration to me, and yet again she's pulled it off, bringing powerful, meaningful, impactful women together to spark thought, to spark conversation. It's absolutely amazing. I think today I would like to say one thing, which is equality and empowerment are not aspirations. I think they are disciplines. I think it is our duty on a daily basis to choose equality, and that could be in the decisions we make on a daily basis. It could be, for example, looking within to see, okay, why did I make that decision, or who am I listening to, and is it coming from a bias that I have, that society may have, engineered such. Who are we promoting? Why are we promoting? Who are promoting? Who are we funding? So I really think that equality is a decision that we can make on a daily basis. And of course it's hard. Of course it's hard for women all over. But what I like to say is that we will do it anyway. So here is wishing all of you a very, very happy Women's Day. Thank you for all the inspiration. All of you inspire me on a daily basis. And I look forward to seeing you all very soon. Daily basis.
Thank you, Ananya, and what a pity that you couldn't be here with us. Our next woman of impact is in many ways the face of the song that has everybody dancing and singing from, I don't know, Calcutta to Karachi. Really, like even Pakistani weddings, even in a movie where Pakistan was clearly the villain, Pakistan can't get enough of this song, but forget Pakistan, Indians can't get enough of this song. Do you all have any idea what I'm talking about? Any guesses? Shararat. You all know how to dance to it? Huh? You can do that hook step. Okay, but of course, my next guest this evening has more stories than just that one song. There's a story behind every woman's journey and every woman's pinnacle, and that's what this day is all about. Please put your hands together for the wonderful Aisha Khan.
मासूम चेहरा नियत नूरानी साडा दिल है सुनहरा कच्ची कली साडा मासूम चेहरा नियत नूरानी साडा दिल है सुनहरा पर्दे दे पीछे की है किसनू पता पर्दे दे पीछे की है किसनू पता
Oh, that's me?
That is you. And people can't get enough of that. So welcome Aisha firstly. Can we have a huge round of applause for Aisha? Aisha, before we get to Dhurandhar and Shararat, everybody has a journey, a story. And, people don't realize that things are not as easy as they look. And we all debate so much, there's so much debate around stigma around talking about menstruation openly, or whether we want period leave. These are all debates that go on. You shared recently that when you were filming Shararat, you were on your period. And talk about that and talk also about why you wanted to tell people that, why you normalized it, which I think is wonderful in that way.
Hi everyone, I'm so happy to see so many ladies, such pretty ladies. Hi. There's so much that I want to say.
Please.
And it's very unfortunate that, I don't know why is it, but I feel like these days, aap kuch bhi bole, kuch bhi kare, everything is a joke. Dark humor, joke, fun, funny. I mean, it's very nice and a good thing कि आप हर चीज़ पे हंसें, पर हर चीज़ पे हंसें कभी-कभी मज़ा नहीं आता. It was an interview, a very normal, very general interview, और मैंने शायद बोलते वक्त एहसास भी नहीं किया क्योंकि for me it was not a big deal.
It was a normal thing
yeah,
to
because
say.
For us
yeah.
it is a very normal thing.
Absolutely.
Every month you have to go through a cycle, and we are so used to it कि हमें actually पता भी नहीं चलता कि हम we are on periods and we do so many things.
Absolutely.
And and I think interview के I think कुछ एक हफ्ते बाद I saw some memes and then वो चीजें बढ़ने लगी and I was like, oh, so me being on periods has suddenly become a national joke.
Why was it a joke? I actually thought that it was so good that you were so matter of fact, so normal, so regular. I mean, it's part of our biology. What is there to be embarrassed about?
I don't know. I think we really need to educate our sons. We really need to educate our brothers. I'm sure the jokes were from men. And I read, it was really bad. I read jokes like peak detailing by Aditya Dhar and all of that on my periods. And was I even for a second embarrassed of the fact? No, I'm a proud woman, and I'm really, really proud of myself for doing whatever I did while being on periods. You wouldn't be able to do that without being on periods. I did it with that. So, and it's just not me, all of us. I'm sure if there were 100 women in this room right now, there would be at least 5 or 2 who would be on the periods, and we just don't realize because we don't make a big deal about it. So if we don't make a big deal about it, y'all can chill.
Well said. Talk a little bit about what that song took from you. You know, it is the song that, like, I don't know, like if there was one song that defined this year and is probably going to define many more years to come, it is Shararat. But as you said, you were on your period, okay, you didn't say or you didn't think to say, okay, let me, you know, can we film this at another point, I'm not feeling my best. It must have taken a lot out of you in terms of high energy. It's such a high energy song.
Yeah, I think I'm someone who doesn't really feel a lot of pain while I'm on my periods. I'm lucky that ways. So yes, I felt like I was not looking my best because you're bloated, and you know, of course, it's the song, and you're just so excited, you want to look your best and all of that. So I think when you see the interview also, the reason I've even spoken about it is in the context of I didn't feel like I was looking my best. I look like this, by the way.
I mean, you mean you can look better than this? So it's very mushkil for the rest of us.
So yeah, my only reason was that, and I feel like the song, I had another actor with me, Crystal, and most of the people who actually taught us the dance, the girls who were there in Vijay's team were girls, were women. And it was such a comfortable space, you know, you're dancing and you're just with women, and it was such a nice environment. The set was such an amazing, amazing set to be in that I think मुझे एक बार भी ऐसा उनके वजह से नहीं लगा कि it's taking something out of me. Because it was just me, because I was feeling, oh, maybe I could have looked better, or maybe I could have done better, or whatever. But yeah, I was very emotional because of that. But otherwise, I think it was a very, very good experience. So yeah, it didn't affect.
How has the success of this song and this film changed your life? Do people look at you differently today in the industry?
Yeah, 100%. I'm sure if Dhurandhar would have not happened, you would have not called me too.
Fair. Touché, touché,
Right?
touché, right.
So, fortunately, unfortunately, your work does define you. And I hope...
and that's a good thing, right? That's a fair thing.
Because I'm sure if I didn't know you for your work, I would not come here too.
Yeah.
So all of us are doing it for whatever we bring to the table. I am doing it because Barkha Dutt is here. Barkha Dutt has called me because I've done Dhurandhar. So it's like I said, it's fortunate that, you know, your work does define you. And Dhurandhar, I think, has been one film that's been so magical because every person that was the part of the film, हर इंसान की जिंदगी change हो गई है. Every actor who was a part of the film, I think all the crew people, everyone. And that's why I say it's a magical film. And I'm so excited for the part 2 as well. And whatever Dhurandhar has done to my life in a lot of ways, people know me for a different reason now. People had tags for me, people had whatever it was. मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं था इतने जल्दी चीजें change हो जाएंगी मेरे लिए. But I'm promising one thing today. Every year I'm going to give you another reason to call me on the stage.
Wow. Talk a little bit about your journey. I think it's fair to say that our work does define us. It makes us notice each other. And that's a fair thing also. But to get to this point, Aisha, you know, we've had other speakers on the stage through the day talking about also moments of failure, moments when they felt that they couldn't move on, and then they found some strength within themselves to do it. What for you has been the source of that strength? What for you is your support system? And when you felt like nothing is working, how have you picked yourself up to keep going?
I think with me, one of the I think this is one of the best qualities about myself. I'm really proud of it, is that I don't let my work become my entire personality. I let work be a part of my life and not my entire personality. So when things don't work out, I don't really take it to heart. It was very early in my career when I was supposed to do a T-series song as a second lead, and it couldn't happen for whatever reasons. And if I tell you the reason, I was told by whoever that, you know, just one day before the song was supposed to be shot, it was on the 5th of Feb, it was supposed to be my 12th board exams ka accounts paper, I think. And I had a very good reason to not give exams and just, you know, fail and be like, yeah, oh, I was shooting, not my problem, whatever. And I was so happy about it. But just a night before, and I called the AD and I was like, you know, we're supposed to shoot. Tell me the call time when I'm supposed to come, this, that. And they're like, oh, sorry, we forgot to tell you, you're replaced. And later when I spoke to her and when I got to know the reason, it was because apparently I was physically not what they wanted, like not fit. I was healthy or fat.
So you were actually dropped from a song because of your body size.
Yeah, and I think I wouldn't say it's unfair, because if I was a director and if I wanted someone for a particular role and if I had a certain vision, I wouldn't really judge anyone for doing that. But the way it happened was not something that was very pleasant. So yeah, that kind of made me...
But with that experience, how do you handle stereotypes about, you know, we live in this Instagram age, we've been talking through the day about how there's this burden to look a certain way. Sometimes people resort to extreme measures, they'll go under the knife, they'll do Botox, they'll do, you know, because there is a kind of need to fit in. Have you felt that pressure to fit in the way you look?
Not really. I feel like I'm very, it of course took a lot of time, but now I feel like I'm very confident about the way how I look. I am almost every day sexualized for my body on the Instagram. I wear a normal top, people have a problem. I wear skirts, people have a problem. I have to think before what I'm posting. And it, of course...
But when this happens, how does it impact? I mean, it has to impact you, right?
100%.
You're a human being.
Yeah, if I have to think before, you know, wearing something or wanting to post something just because someone else is going to sexualize me, it is, of course, a really sad space to be in. But I don't know, there's a very thin line. I keep struggling. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't care, whatever it is, I'm going to post. And sometimes I'm like, nahin, aaj, I don't think so. I'm in a mood to see any comment telling me, you know, whatever they would have done to me if they had the chance. Because you are a potential rapist. If you had the power, if you had the strength, or if you could do what you wanted to do, like you're saying, you would have done it. So it really scares me that these are actual human beings around us. These are not just comments. These are normal human beings. These are people who are telling you that they would have done these things to you.
So and you've had rape threats online?
Yes, every day. I can like just open my phone right now and show it to you. And it is so normal. Who's doing what for this? Nothing's being done. Trolls are just, you know, in every interview you'll see questions being asked about these things. आप सवाल का जवाब दे देते हो, ट्रोलर्स के बारे में डिस्कशन हो जाती है, उन्हें वो मिल जाता है जो उन्हें चाहिए, उनके बारे में बात हो रही है, and that's it. That's it. Nothing's being done, and it's not like a very new problem that has been just introduced to us a week back. It's been since ages, and I so wish कि इसके लिए कुछ बहुत ही strict हो सके.
You know, as somebody who's been at the receiving end, and I think there isn't a woman in the public space who hasn't been at the receiving end of threats of sexual violence online, I know that it takes a lot of time to feel thicker, you know, thick-skinned enough to ignore it. How has it scarred you? How has it changed you inside?
I don't really want to get into the, I will just slightly give you this thing. I have been I've been attempted to rape in my life. I've spoken about it in an interview. I wouldn't want to get there a lot. So there are days, there are times when it just, you know,
triggers you,
triggers me or scratches that wound that I don't want to remember. It scares me that if maybe I was not as famous or powerful or as safe as I am right now, something like this could have happened again. Because like I said, the thought of, I sometimes just sit and think that if there are 100 people who are telling me every day that okay, falana damkana, doesn't really have to be a rape threat, but whatever, you're sexualizing me, you're saying things, jo bhi hai, so to think that, these are actual people who are around you when you're traveling, when you're going on a set, when you're on a set. These are actual people. I'll tell you one experience that had happened with me, and I was shooting for a film, and my father was there that day. I don't know, thank God. And I randomly opened my Instagram, and there was one DM that I was seeing since a long time. और मैं हर बार उस चीज़ को इग्नोर कर रही थी कि ठीक है, होगा कुछ उस दिन पता नहीं वो हर बार पॉप हो जाता था, तो मैंने उस दिन ओपन कर लिया. अब मैंने ओपन कर लिया, फिर मैंने देखा कि उसमें मेरे खाने की प्लेट्स की फ़ोटो हैं. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर मैं चना और रोटी खाया आज, तो उसकी फ़ोटो है, वो लेफ़्ट ओवर की फ़ोटो है ऐसे. और ऊपर स्क्रॉल करते जाऊँ तो मतलब आई थिंक 300 दिनों से मैसेजेस आए हुए. And I panicked. I was like, what is this? Who has sent this? There were voice notes. Then I heard it and I realized it was one of the spot dadas. And then I informed my father, everybody on the set, whatever strict actions had to be taken, of course, were taken. And I'm glad I was made to feel that I was safe. But these things happen around you. And to think that the threats that you're getting online, and it's just not me, everyone, every actor that you see, every female, it could be an influencer, anyone. If you decide you want to wear a short skirt today and you want to post a picture and your account is public and गलती से अगर लोगों की नज़र पड़ गई उस पे, you're gone. You are in the public eye and आपको हर तरीके से फील कराया जाएगा कैसे आप ये नहीं कर सकते थे, क्योंकि आप औरत हैं, आप अपनी मर्जी का कपड़ा कैसे पहन सकते हैं. Because
yeah. So firstly, thank you for sharing. I didn't know that, and you're saying that as someone who has survived sexual violence in life, you continue to get these threats online, and this is something that happens to a lot of women. So it takes an enormous strength. Let me ask you that in the end. Obviously, it takes an enormous strength to constantly be commented on and keep going. I want to ask you something more positive or less depressing. What next for Aisha?
I have really, really exciting things that I will be seen in this year, and all I would say is that hopefully see you at the cinema soon.
Okay, we look forward to that. I don't know if any of you want some Shararat challenge from Aisha. Like, can you do the dance better than her?
Guys, I've somehow fit in my blouse.
I
was struggling backstage, but I would just
You'll do the hook step for us?
Yes.
Yeah,
if
okay.
you're doing it with me.
Me?
Yeah, you have to. 100%.
Okay, I think someone else is going to volunteer. Come on. Come on, I wouldn't even know what to do.
कच्ची कली साडा मासूम चेहरा नियत नूरानी साडा दिल है सुनहरा कच्ची कली साडा मासूम चेहरा नियत नूरानी साडा दिल है सुनहरा पर्दे दे पीछे की है किसनू पता पर्दे दे पीछे की है किसनू पता कभी मी मैं चस्का चखावा तैनू शरारत सिखावा जदों नैना लड़ावा तैनू शरारत सिखावा जदों नैना लड़ावा नैना च मेरे एक नीला समंदर नैना च मेरे एक नीला समंदर
You deserve this award. Can you all hear me? Yes. You deserve this award for many I said you deserve this award for many reasons, but there hasn't been a guest on the stage who could. Okay, I'm told they can't hear me, so give me a second. All right, hi. Is this on? Hi. I was saying Aisha deserves this award for many, many reasons, but one of the reasons that she also deserves it is she actually managed to make me do a little dance there, which nobody had managed to, so that speaks to your success. More seriously, a woman of impact, Aisha Khan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's it. And thank you for sharing so much. Thank you. Let's give it up for Aisha Khan. Okay, we are counting down to our finale session. Imagine, you know, we've been talking about metaphorical hurdles. How do you cross hurdles? How do you cross obstacles? But imagine somebody who actually chooses literal hurdles. Before I introduce our next guest, she's an Olympian, she's a national champion, she's a Reliance Foundation athlete. She's an extraordinary woman who quite literally embodies the spirit of this evening. If she falls, she gets up and she crosses those hurdles again. Please put your hands together for Olympian champion Jyothi Yarraji. Can we please give it up for Jyothi? Hi. I hope one of your mics works. Okay.
Hello. Yeah.
Say something so I'm sure we can hear you.
Hi guys.
No, no.
Hello.
Yeah, that one works. Thank you. So Jyothi, I was just saying that हम लोग हैं जो hurdles की बारे में बात करते हैं, they're metaphors. In your case, they're actual hurdles in life and on the tracks. It hasn't been easy for you. You came from a very, very modest family, and it wasn't easy for you. Look at that. I mean, just look at that. That photograph is magic. It is magic. Amazing. Jyothi, what was the toughest thing for you to get to this point?
For me, the first toughest task for me to into sports only, because my family don't know what is about the athletics. Even still, they don't know how tough it is and what, because my father used to work as a security guard and my mother is a domestic helper. So when I started in a school, I was very active kid. So I was used to go to ground and just play. I don't know what I'm playing and what and all. So at that point I realized this is so fun, this is so amazing. I just want to go into really sports. Then I told to my parents and they told me that directly no. Women can't do sports. What all people will talk.
What will people say?
Yeah.
Wait, your father was a security guard, as you said, and your mother used to actually work in people's homes. Yes. And did they, when you said that you want to go into sport, did they say no because they didn't understand, or did they feel that this is beyond our reach? Ye humse nahi hoga?
I think they don't understand. It is not, because if I am growing bigger, they are the first persons to be happy, right? So I think it's because of they don't know what is sports. And that time, if woman is wearing a short skin tights or any type of sleeveless tops, the people will talk, oh, your children is wearing like this, आपका बेटी ऐसे ही पहन रही है तो कुछ नहीं बोलते हैं क्या ऐसा ऐसा. Then that is the most scariest part.
कपड़े के बारे में.
कपड़े के बारे में.
ऐसा बोला कि उनको लगा कि बोलेंगे.
नहीं बोला भी.
बोला
भी. हाँ मैं चुप के जाता था ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए तो तब.
So you had to hide from your parents and train?
Yes, yes.
So how did you do that and how did you afford it?
So जब स्कूल जाती हूँ मैं तो कपड़ा स्पोर्ट्स का कपड़ा बैग में डाल के नीचे डाल के चले जाती हूँ ग्राउंड का. फिर वो जाने के बाद उधर ही कपड़ा चेंज करके फिर ट्रेनिंग करके उसके बाद फिर मैं वापस जो स्कूल ड्रेस है उसमें ही आ जाती हूँ. तो उसको पता ही नहीं चलते मैं स्पोर्ट्स को गया करके.
तो आप छुप के स्पोर्ट्स खेलती थी. आपकी क्या उम्र थी तब?
15-14 years.
तो जब आप घर जाते थे तो पापा मम्मी को पता ही नहीं लगता था कि आप स्पोर्ट्स की ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं?
नहीं बता.
तो किसने हेल्प किया उस टाइम? अभी तो रिलायंस फाउंडेशन आपको हेल्प कर रहा है, लेकिन उस टाइम किसने हेल्प किया?
टू बी फ्रैंक कुछ हेल्प नहीं था उस टाइम में. बस मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता था.
वो आपका मम्मी पापा है?
हाँ.
तो क्या नाम है मम्मी पापा का?
पापा का सूर्य नारायणा, अम्मा का कुमारी.
अच्छा, तो आप छुप के, तो और कोई हेल्प नहीं करता था, तो ट्रेनिंग कैसे करते थे आप?
उस टाइम में मेरे को पीटी सर है जो मेरे को सिखाया एथलेटिक्स क्या होता है. ही रियली इंटरेस्टेड ऑन माय हाइट, दैट की ये लड़की बहुत अच्छी हाइट है.
What's your height?
174.
Wow. Wow.
So सर ने बोलता था कि आपका बहुत अच्छा हाइट है तो एक बार कोशिश करो. मैं बोला कोशिश करना नहीं, मैं इसमें ही रहूँगी, मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. Then I started really into sports.
तो मम्मी पापा को कब पता लगा कि आप छुप छुप के ट्रेनिंग के लिए जा रहे थे?
तो मेरा भैया ने क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए ग्राउंड आया तो तब मैंने भाग रहा था. फिर रात का मैं डर डर के गया, अगर बहुत बड़ा सीन हो गया. फिर
झाड़ पिटा
बहुत ज्यादा.
तो क्या बोले मम्मी पापा कि आप हमसे छुप के क्यों खेल रहे हो?
मतलब कि क्या आपको क्या करना चाहते हैं, क्यों भागते, कितना दूर भागेगा, क्या करेगा तू, और करने से क्या होगा, ऐसा ऐसा बोलता था. मैं बोलता मेरे को पता नहीं क्या करने वाली हूँ, बट मेरे को अच्छा लगता है और मेरे को बहुत खुशी आता है ये करने में. पढ़ाई तो सब कर रहे हैं, ग्राउंड में कोई नहीं, तो मैं करने दो क्या होगा करके बोल रहा था. तो आई राइटेड अ बिग लेटर फॉर माई ब्रदर, लाइक a love letter, so that to understand him, I don't have a dare to in front of him and go tell I want to do sports. So
tell us about this photograph.
This मेरे को पता याद नहीं है मेरे को. No.
तो आपने लव लेटर लिखा अपने भाई को?
Yes.
क्या लिखा उसमें?
मेरे को प्लीज़ 1 साल दे दो, मैं अच्छा स्पोर्ट्स करती हूँ, फिर मैं आपको कुछ भी बैड नेम नहीं लेके आती हूँ. मैं इफ़ इन केस में कुछ भी ऐसा किया तो उसी टाइम में मैं घर आ जाऊँगी, आप जब बोलेगा तब. फिर एक महीना में मैं नेशनल मेडल लेके आती हूँ, नहीं लेके आए तो मेरे को तब बोलो आप, ऐसा करके बोला था.
तो फिर भाई क्या बोला?
देख के हंसा मेरा वो लेटर
हंसा?
हाँ.
Then?
क्योंकि मतलब 100 बार बोलागा मेरे को मत जाओ मत जाओ. मैं वो बोलते रहते मारते रहते, मैं जाते रहती हूँ. उसको आदत हो गया, मेरे को भी आदत हो गया.
मारता था?
हाँ.
मतलब सच में मारता था?
सच में मारता था.
Like he used to beat you?
Yeah.
Why?
Like because they don't like sports, they don't like really wearing a woman short dresses. Because मेरा जो आजू बाजू वाला है बोलते हैं कि आपका लड़की को आप डराता नहीं है क्या, ऐसा कैसा भेज रहे हैं, हमारा लड़की भी ऐसा ही बनेगा आपका देख के, ऐसा करके. क्योंकि देयर ऑल्सो फील्स रियली बैड कि बोलने के टाइम में तू क्यों कर रहे हैं, सब बोल रहे तो. बट मेरे को करना पसंद है, मैं क्या करूँ, मैं कुछ गलती तो नहीं कर रही हूँ तो मैं करती हूँ ऐसा.
Your brother was older than you?
Yes.
By how many years?
6-7 years.
So he used to actually hit you?
Yes, that time, not now. He's very proud now.
Huh? And now someone saying now you will hit him.
No, still I'm scared in front of him when I go home.
So you had so many struggles, right? You had a struggle for money. You had a struggle for support from your own family. Then how did you reach this point?
So I went to Sports Authority of India. It's in Hyderabad, where the central government has been provided that one. So मैं उधर जाने के बाद 1 साल में मेरे को मतलब एक भगवान ने अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया, मेरा भैया घर वालों ने मान लिया. I don't have any thoughts, second thoughts माइंड में है. मतलब जब तक मेरा पसीन खून घर में दूंगी, मतलब ग्राउंड में दूंगी, each and every repetition I given my 100%. तो 1 साल में ही मैं सच में ही नेशनल मेडल जीता 2016 में. Thank you. Then they impressed मेरा भाई मेरा मम्मा लोग, क्योंकि because of मीडिया ने जब ऐसा ज्योति याराजी ने नेशनल मेडल जीता तो बहुत अच्छा है, आंध्रा में पहली लड़की ये सब जीता है, तो दे ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड ठीक है कुछ तो अच्छी कर रही है. सो पीपल आर अप्रिशिएटिंग हर. देन माई मॉम एंड फादर एक्सेप्टेड दिस ऑल थिंग्स. देन आई नेवर लुक बैक. रियली आई डोंट वांट lose any opportunity which is God is giving for me. So that is the only thing in my mind कि मैं अभी कुछ कर खया तो मेरा पूरा फ्यूचर में जो भी मेरा गांव से आने वाला है, जो भी एथलेटिक्स मेरा हर्डल्स देखता है, वो भी माइंडसेट चेंज होगा. सो टुडे आई एम द ओनली वुमेन पूरा एंटर ईयर्स में कोई भी 12 सेकेंड्स टच नहीं किया था. मैं अकेले लड़की हूँ 12 seconds touch किया. And also thank you. And also I broke 12 times national record, previous national record का.
Wow.
तो
awesome. How difficult is it for a woman in sports which is not cricket. Even for women cricketers, it was not easy. Yes. I think the World Cup changed that.
Yes.
But for you, I just keep thinking, I mean, imagine, firstly, no economic resources, then your parents are against it, your brother is against it, unko chote kapdon se problem hai. You're in a sport which, you know, now Reliance Foundation, as I said, is backing it, but otherwise, we're still a cricket-obsessed country. कितना मुश्किल रहा है आपके लिए?
तो बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल था मेरे लिए कि हमेशा समर हॉलीडेज में सब तो ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स का होम जाता है, मैं शॉप जाके वर्क करता था ताकि मेरे को थोड़ा पैसा मिले। वो पैसा
शॉप में वर्क करता था? जैसे किस तरह का शॉप? किराना का दुकान? हाँ, जो आप किराना का दुकान में काम करते थे थोड़ा पैसा कमाने के लिए, क्योंकि वो मेरे को मिले तो मैं उससे बनाना एग्स हो जो भी हो वो खरीद करके मैं एवरी स्टेप ग्रो हो सकती हूँ। उस टाइम में क्योंकि न्यूट्रिशन फूड शू खरीद करने के लिए 9,000 10,000 रुपीज़ इज़ अ रियली बिग थिंग फॉर मी। पापा का तो पूछ ही नहीं पाती हूँ कि वो लोग का हेल्प करने के लिए है, बट दे कांट हेल्प। इवन माई ब्रदर ऑल्सो, वंस आई प्रूवन दैट ही इज़ रियली हैप्पी, ही इज़ रियली सपोर्टिंग मी। अभी जो भी घर में होता है वो ही देखते हैं सब कुछ, बोलता है कि अभी कुछ भी नहीं है, आप जितना कर सकते हो उतना करो, अभी कुछ शादी के लिए भी नहीं है ऐसा। देयर इज नथिंग दे फोर्स मी फॉर नाउ, दे आर रियली प्राउड। बट यू हैड टू, दैट स्ट्रगल वाज अलोन, दे आर प्राउड ऑफ यू नाउ, बट सारा स्ट्रगल तो आपका अकेले था, क्योंकि समझने, आई मीन उनको समझ ही नहीं आया था। यस। तो आपने वो हिम्मत कहाँ से अब ढूंढी अपने आप में टू कीप गोइंग?
मेरा माँ के से, क्योंकि मेरा माँ हमेशा बोलता था फ्रॉम द स्कूल, इफ़ यू वांट एनीथिंग यू हैव टू अर्न। सो मैं पूछता था मेरे को अच्छा कपड़ा चाहिए फेस्टिवल के लिए, मेरे मामा बोलते ठीक है आप काम करो, उससे कपड़ा ले लो, आप खुशी रहो। जो भी मैं काम करती हूँ कमाती हूँ, मेरा माँ ने 1 रुपये भी नहीं पूछते घर के लिए, तुम्हारा कष्ट है, तुम
आप अपने ऊपर खर्च
करो। मतलब आई रियली डोंट, शी इज़ द ओनली वन कि हमेशा स्ट्रगल्स में मेरे साथ है, कि बोलती है कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, करो कोई बात नहीं। जब भी इंजरी होती हूँ, जब भी कुछ भी होता है, सो शी ऑलवेज टेल्स मी दैट इज आप कर सकते, कोई बात नहीं, इतना दूर तो आया, ट्राई करो क्या होगा।
तो आपका मम्मी वाज मोर सपोर्टिव देन पापा?
यस।
And did you ever feel that you had seen her working in people's homes? So आपको लगा कि मैं भी उनको कुछ वापस better life देना चाहती हूँ?
मेरा पहला ड्रीम वही है, मेरा माँ पापा को अच्छा घर बनाना है और अच्छा एक एरोप्लेन में लेके जाना है, कि जब मैं ट्रेनिंग करती हूँ वो दिखाना है।
कभी गए हैं वो एरोप्लेन?
हाँ जी, हाँ, रिसेंटली लेके आया था।
रिसेंटली गए अपना फर्स्ट फ्लाइट में?
यस। So
okay, let's open it up for questions. It's such a moving, powerful story. A security guard, father, a domestic helper, mother. Anyone has anything to share about their own struggles? Maybe ask her a little more about hers. You were seeming so moved. I know you are in tears. I can see you in tears. Do take the mic. Can we have the mic on, please? You think? You have a question also? Yeah, I'll start with her. Could you please just ask the director to speak to me?
Yeah, hi. अच्छा लगा आपका मतलब स्टोरी सुन के. It's just a thought that came in my mind. आप जब अपना सपना परस्यू कर रहे थे और आप मतलब look at the irony, आपने अपनी पर्सनल लाइफ में इतने हर्डल्स से गुजरे. भाई मारता था, कुछ भी पहनने के लिए या न्यूट्रिशन के लिए आपने स्ट्रगल किया है उसके लिए, राइट? एंड लुक एट द आयरनी, इन द आइज ऑफ गॉड यू आर द ओलंपिक होल्डर फॉर द हर्डल रेस. सो ये स्ट्रेंथ जो आपको मिली, ये ऑफ कोर्स आपके माँ से तो मिली है, पर देयर मस्ट बी समथिंग इन यू. आपके अंदर वो कुछ तो है बात जो आप वो पार कर सके. आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर ऐसी लड़कियों को अगर आपको टेक देना है या व्हाट यू से सीड्स ऑफ विजडम बोलिए या नसीहत देनी है, एडवाइस देना है, तो वो लड़की कोई भी सोशल स्ट्रेटा से आती हो, कोई भी रीजन से आती हो, आप उनको क्या बताना चाहेंगे?
तो मेरा फर्स्ट माइंडसेट कैसा है, जो कुछ भी बोलता है कि ज्योति आप ये नहीं कर पाएगी, मतलब आपसे नहीं होगा, तो दूसरा ट्राई करो. मैं पहला वो ट्राई करके सक्सेस करने के बाद दूसरे में जाती हूँ. मेरे को वो मतलब वो कीड़ा ज़्यादा है मेरे को अंदर, मतलब वो करना है, मतलब करना है मेरे को। जब मैं हर्डल्स करता था, इवन फ्रॉम माई स्पोर्ट्स, इवन मेरा जो करता था मेरा पार्टनर्स भी बोलता था कि 100 हर्डल में नहीं होता है, 100 हर्डल में थोड़ा मुश्किल है कि इंडिया में थोड़ा मुश्किल है, हमारा बॉडी ऐसा नहीं है, हमारा बॉडी 400 हर्डल्स के लिए बना है, मतलब थोड़ा स्पीड इंड्योरेंस का बॉडी है। तो मेरा कोच और मैं एक ही डिसाइड किया, जूने उसने बोला हमारे से नहीं होगा, इसके वजह से दैट्स द ओनली रीज़न आई ब्रेक 12 टाइम्स नेशनल रिकॉर्ड कि मैं प्रूव करूँ वो लोग को।
तो मतलब जब आपको कोई कहता है कि आप नहीं कर सकते तो आप करके ही दिखाएंगे?
मतलब इफ इन केस वो अच्छा है तो मैं क्यों नहीं करूं, मतलब मेरे को मजा आ रहा है भाई, मेरे करने दो, कोई बात नहीं, ऐसा है।
Okay, I think somebody else has a question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening to all the inspiring women who are watching her and taking her take on this. This is a small question or a query. मतलब एक छोटा सा question है कि आप जब किराने वाले शॉप में काम करते थे, that was a struggling point. For every penny you will have to take a worth of it. वहाँ से एक ओलंपियाड जीतने के लिए to win something is a big thing, so congratulate. But what was your main first strike in the mind कि मुझे ये नहीं, मुझे वो ही करना है और मैं वो करके दिखाऊंगी? Why not a big kirana shop or why not something bigger in that? How it turned out to be an Olympiad only. आप जो किराने में कर रहे थे वो एक स्ट्रीम है, वो एक वर्क है, तो आपको उसकी जगह पे ओलंपियाड ही क्यों बनना था? और व्हाट मेड यू ओके मुझे ओलंपियाड ही करना है, मैं कुछ भी बाकी क्या एक्टिविटीज करूं, मुझे पैसे लेके मुझे ओलंपियाड ही करना है? सो एक कौन सा कंसिस्टेंसी ऑफ क्लैरिटी ऑफ माइंड था आप में कि मुझे ये इधर से कुछ भी करना है बट मुझे ये अचीव करना है? व्हाट मेड यू गेट दैट?
सो जब मैं स्पोर्ट्स शुरू किया, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि मेरे ओलंपिक्स ही खेलना है, मेरे को बहुत पसंद है, दिल से बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि मेरे को स्पोर्ट्स खेलना, तो मैं उसके अंदर स्टेप डाला। तो मतलब आज मैं ओलंपियन बनूंगी नहीं बनूंगी वो मेरा हाथ में नहीं है, बस जो कोशिश करना है तो मेरा हाथ में है। तो व्हेन आई joined Reliance Foundation, so James Hillier is my coach, so he always taught me to be the best version of myself. So जो इंडिया में मैंने ट्रेनिंग करता था, मैंने हमेशा कि मेरा थोड़ा माइंडसेट अलग था कि मेरे को मेडल जीतना है, मेरे को पैसा कमाना है, मेरा पेरेंट्स को सेटल करना है, बट ही ऑलवेज थॉट यू शुड नॉट डू फॉर योर कि मम्मा के लिए कर रहे, पापा के लिए करने नहीं, आपके लिए आप क्या कर सकते वो पहले सीखो। देन वो मेरे को फर्स्ट टाइम यूरोप लेके गया, कंपटीशन करना सिखाया। मैं बहुत नर्वस हो गया था यूरोप जाके कि वो पूरा अंग्रेजी लोग था, मैंने कि अरे कैसा करूं, मतलब थोड़ा पैनिक हो गया फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम। फ्लाइट भी कभी नहीं बैठा था इतना लंबा वाला। तो बेटा
आप पहले फ्लाइट पे बैठे, सबसे पहले क्या उम्र थी आपका?
4 years back.
4 years back for the first time you sat on a plane.
Yes. So first time नहीं है, international first time. Yes. So then उसके साथ foreigners के साथ compete करने के बाद है ना, मेरे को लगा कि we should aim bigger. This is not my, I'm not made for this. मतलब मेरे ये नहीं है दिमाग कि मैं और बढ़ना है। जब वो लोग को देखती हूँ, even there also their parents बोलता है कि सेल्फ काम करो एंड आप ट्रेनिंग करना है तो करो, आप ओलंपिक बनना है तो बनो, कुछ भी करना है तो करो। दे बिल्ड देयर चिल्ड्रंस लाइक दैट। थैंक गॉड माय पेरेंट्स आल्सो बिल्ड मी लाइक दैट कि आप खुद का कमाओ, खुद का करो। सो व्हेन आई सॉ सच्चे नादिन विसर करके एक एथलीट है, शी वर्क्स रियली हार्ड फॉर हर सेल्फ, शी वॉन्ट्स टू बी आइडल फॉर लाइक सो मेनी पीपल। तो मेरे को लगता है मैं इंडिया से इतना दूर आया, सो आई शुड गिव टू इंडिया समथिंग। मेरा बेस्ट फीलिंग है कि जब मेडल जीतती हूँ और सब कंट्रीज के सामने एशियन गेम्स में, व्हेन आई होल्डिंग फ्लैग इन फ्रंट ऑफ लाइक सो मेनी पीपल, चाइनीज है, फेवरेट है, उधर चाइना में हुआ था, मैं जब खड़े हुआ था सबका मुंह ऐसा हो गया, मेरा तो खुश में ऐसा ऊपर गया था। दैट इज लाइक द हैप्पीएस्ट मोमेंट। मतलब जितना हार्डवर्क है, जितना इंजुरीज हो, जितना भी वो पेन हो, कुछ नहीं दिखा मेरे को। सच में मेरे को रो रहा था क्योंकि मैं इतना ऊपर आया, मैं होल्ड कर रही हूँ। इंडियन फ्लैग कितना लोग होल्ड कर सकते? द अपॉर्चुनिटी आई गॉट, सो दैट्स द ओनली थिंग मेक्स मी सो हैप्पी।
This has been so moving. I do have time for a couple of more questions. Yes, come up. please. Shunali. I think that's Shunali. Yes.
हाय ज्योति।
हेलो।
आपने इतना कुछ अचीव कर लिया है, इतने मुश्किल और कठिनाई के सर्कमस्टांसेस को स्ट्रगल एंड फाइट करके। तो हमारे देश में डिस्पैरिटी बहुत है, जिनके पास है उनके पास इतना है, और आप किराना स्टोर पे आप देखते होंगे सब तरह के क्लाइंट्स आते हैं, और आपने आर्थिक इतनी स्ट्रगल देखी बड़े होते हुए, आपके टैलेंट के लिए टू सेव मनी टू ट्रेन। तो जब आप ये देखते हैं कि इतना फ़र्क है लोगों में, उनके लाइफस्टाइल्स में, हमारे देश में, तो उस वक़्त जब आप इकट्ठे कर रहे थे पैसे, आपके अंदर कुछ बिटरनेस या एंगर नहीं आया?
नहीं आया एंगर। द ओनली थिंग कि हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, मेरा मतलब
नसीब
वही है। तो और एक मेरे को अच्छा लगा, अभी मैं प्रूव कर सकती हूँ मेरा सेल्फ, क्योंकि अभी मैं अमीर घर में बैठ गया तो मैं भी आज मैं इधर नहीं बैठता था,
बिल्कुल भी
मैं पिज़्ज़ा बर्गर खा के अच्छा रहता था। थैंक यू।
So good. So good.
So good.
Thank you.
I saw more hands. Yes, ma'am. Here in the blue. Yes.
Hi, my name is Kiran.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Not really.
Better?
Can we have the mic on? Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Jyothi. And you remind me of my sister because her name is also Jyothi and you look so similar to her. But see, we were talking about imposter syndrome, okay? And I feel that's very common in women in corporate and otherwise. I want to understand, even in sports, do you have that syndrome? Did you ever feel, कभी ऐसा लगा कि नहीं भाई और माँ बाप सही बोल रहे थे, मैं शायद गलत लाइन चुन किया है, ऐसा कुछ कभी फील हुआ है?
जैसे सेल्फ डाउट जब आप छुप छुप की जाते थे।
1% भी नहीं हुआ।
1% भी नहीं।
Wow, this is too good. Nice, thank you.
तो कहाँ से आता है वो इतना कॉन्फिडेंस?
भगवान ने दिया।
भगवान ने दिया। Okay, yes, please come. Can you take the mic? Is that Prasad? Yeah, Prasad, take the mic.
Hi, Jyothi.
Hello, sir.
I'm Prasad, and you're from the same town where my father and mother were born, from Vizag.
Okay.
So, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Now, when you keep saying that you didn't know how you wanted to do what you did, was it because you
just speak into the mic a little bit
you
more.
just wanted to go against what people said, in the sense when they said don't do it, then you wanted to do it, or you genuinely had this passion to just go onto the track field, enjoy, play? Was that what it is, or was it just defiance of what people told you because they were trying to restrict you from doing something?
So I have the passion. I want to do. But कि जब बोलता है चैलेंजेस लेके आते हैं तभी तो हम बढ़ सकता है, क्योंकि एक हम मेरे को पता नहीं सर मैं क्या क्या कर सकती हूँ, मेरे पे ऐसा इतना क्या बोलते हैं मैजिक नहीं है कि मैं फ्यूचर में क्या करूँ, फ्यूचर में नहीं कर सकती हूँ।
मैजिक किसी के पास भी नहीं होता है।
सो या दैट इज व्हाट। सो इसके वजह से कि कुछ कोई व्यक्ति बोलेगा कि आप नहीं कर सकते, उसमें हम ट्राई करने के लिए कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होते, जितना हो सकते उतना ट्राई करती हूँ। कि बस मेरे को 100% ये प्रॉब्लम रहता है कि सम पीपल विल टेल कि अरे ये लड़की तो क्यों करे, घर से क्यों बाहर जाए, तो क्यों नहीं करे। मतलब मेरा कि पहला से वही है, जो मेरा माँ को मैंने देखा अभी तक आज तक, शी बस घर में खाना बनाती है और मम्मा पापा को देखता है, भाई को देखता है। तो बिकॉज उसको कोई बोलने वाला नहीं है, मतलब ऐसा कि उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिला। बट मैं ये जनरेशन में ही कि मेरे को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला, मैं आगे जा सकती हूँ और लोग भी मेरे को साथ देगा। उस टाइम में मम्मा गांव में है, उस टाइम में कुछ भी ऐसा काम किया उसको पता नहीं क्या कर सकता था। तो बस मैं सोच रही हूँ आई गॉट अपॉर्चुनिटी सर, तो मैं करने के लिए। सो इसके वजह से मैं स्टेप बाय स्टेप जा पा रही हूँ। दैट इज इट।
गुड, कीप इट अप एंड डोंट गिव अप।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
आपकी अपनी माँ के लिए आपका सपना क्या है?
खुशी देखने हमेशा उसका। मैं हमेशा पूछती हूँ माँ आपको किधर जाना है, कुछ खाना है, कुछ ही नहीं, मेरे को कुछ नहीं करना है, आप खुशी रहो। उसको बस लगता है कि मंदिर जाना है, बस पूरा मंदिर घुमाऊँ इसको दुनिया में, बस वही है।
क्या वो पॉइंट आया जब आपके पापा मम्मी को उनको लगा कि अब मेरी बेटी अपने आप कमा सकती है, मेरे बच्चे ठीक है, हमें अब घर में या सिक्योरिटी गार्ड का अब नहीं काम करना, कि अभी भी काम करते?
अभी दोनों काम नहीं कर रहे, दोनों घर पे ही है, क्योंकि मैं कमा रही, मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं कि मैं कमा रही तो बैठाना है, बस वो लोग का हेल्थ भी थोड़ा इश्यूज है, तो यही मेरा पॉइंट है कि मैं थोड़ा उस लोग को देख सकती हूँ, तो दोनों अभी घर पे है, खुशी हैप्पी है.
How does it make you feel as a woman supporting your parents?
I feel happy, but
oh, that's such a beautiful photograph.
Thank you.
That's an incredible.
But मैं दोनों भाई और मैं मिलके काम करना मेरे को अच्छा लगा.
भाई को मारा कि नहीं? थोड़ा सा एक दो चांटे पड़ने चाहिए थे वैसे फॉर हिटिंग.
नहीं मारती.
मैं जोक कर रही हूँ, पर जोक भी नहीं कर रही, थोड़ा गुस्सा आ रहा है मुझे सोच के कि वो मारता था आपको.
मतलब उसको पता नहीं था, इसके लिए आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड हिम, वो क्यों ऐसा किया. ऐसा कुछ ही नहीं है, दुश्मनी कुछ नहीं है. या
नहीं दुश्मनी नहीं, पर कभी तो आपको आपके अंदर बिल्कुल गुस्सा नहीं है फॉर द स्ट्रगल्स यू हैड टू गो थ्रू?
मतलब मेरे को लगता है वो मारने के वजह से मैं और स्ट्रांग बन गया.
Very nice. Okay, maybe another couple of questions. Anybody? I saw a lot of hands at the back. At one point, I can't actually see now. Anyone? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Go to the mic.
Huge respect for someone like you. I bow down sincerely, okay, for all the efforts, for all the resilience, और जो ना आप में एक belief और clarity है. I think Barkha, this one session, the whole afternoon, evening has been outstanding, but this has been very empowering at a different level.
I agree.
Very.
She's just extraordinary.
And मैं चाहती हूँ, मेरे को भी एथलीट बनना था, ओके. आई कम फ्रॉम अ मिडिल क्लास फैमिली और व्हाटएवर. पेरेंट्स ने क्लियरली मना कर दिया था, नहीं करना है. क्यों? पढ़ाई इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि कमाओ, देन यू विल बी एबल टू मेक योर लाइफ और व्हाटएवर. मैंने 40 के बाद मैराथन किया, अल्ट्रा रनर किया, एंड दैट्स हाउ काइंड ऑफ अचीव्ड. आई एम आल्सो स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर नाउ. लेट किया, बट आपने जिस तरह से फाइट दिया है, मैं जेन्युइनली जानना चाहती हूँ आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे फॉर एनी वन ऑफ अस एट एवरी एज एंड अ स्टेज, जो हमने अंदर अपने अंदर पकड़ के रखना चाहिए, which has made you actually stand up and hold that torch and that flag. तो हम चाहते हैं कि आप genuinely शेयर करें एक deep inside हमारे लिए कोई मैसेज या फिर कोई powerful message that we can take it back, which holds us at every professional and personal level, please. Thank you.
Sure. So I truly believe कि जब मैंने स्पोर्ट्स शुरू किया I was 14 years, तो it is very late कि comparing to the अदर एथलीट्स. हाँ, 8 साल 9 ईयर्स में ऐसा शुरू कर लेते. तो द ओनली थिंग अभी मैं सबको देना चाहती हूँ कि कुछ भी लेट नहीं है. मतलब अभी जो आप कर रहे हैं वो हार्टफुली आपके लिए करो, और कि जो भी चीज़ आपको अच्छा लगता है कि वो सही है बात आपके लिए, तो आप स्टैंड होना ही पड़ेगा उसके लिए. कि ठीक है, आज मेरे को 10K भागना अच्छा लगता है, तो बॉडी पेन्स होता है कल का वर्कआउट की वजह से, ठीक है 10K नहीं है, एटलीस्ट 3K तो कर सकते हैं ना. वो उठ के एक स्टेप डालना इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. मेरा लाइफ में बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रगल है कि एवरीडे ट्रेनिंग करना, एवरीडे वार्म अप करना, एवरीडे कूल डाउन करना, एवरीडे वेट्स पिक करना. दैट इज़ लाइक such a boring thing, but it I have to do for myself. I'm not doing for कि एंजॉय करती हूँ, काफ़ी एंजॉय करती हूँ. एवरीडे तो बिरयानी नहीं खा पाते हैं ना, तो या सो बट कि वही चीज़ करते करते मेरे को कि एक दिन, सो फॉर माई पैटर्न व्हेन वी डू अ ट्रेनिंग 3 weeks सेम ट्रेनिंग करता है, तो 4th डे टेस्ट करते हैं. वो टेस्ट में पर्सनल बेस्ट मारने में मज़ा आता है ना, वो अलग है. तो वो रिजल्ट देखने के लिए दिस प्रोसेस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो ईच एंड एवरी डे उठना, आपका काम आप करना, सच ए अमेजिंग प्रोसेस. तो जब आप शुरू करेगा ना, एवरीथिंग इज पॉसिबल. यस, थैंक यू.
I think I saw another hand here. Yeah, come.
हाय ज्योति, मुझे कोई सवाल नहीं पूछना है, मुझे बस मतलब रेस्पेक्ट है आपके लिए. इतना ऑथेंटिक और इतना जेन्युइन आपने अपने इनपुट्स दिए हैं, वो I think Divya said that divine intervention. I think she is the divine intervention
Absolutely.
in all of our lives.
Absolutely.
Namaste bas.
Thank you so much.
हाँ जी.
So Jyoti, first of all,
I can't hear. Speak into the mic.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
A big inspiration. And I think आपने जो कहा ना, जो resistance आता है, because my sister at an early age was a fencer, fencing, talwarbaji, where it was not a known sport. And she reached till nationals. And that was just because there was a lot of resistance and exactly the same attitude that she had. So today she is has her own school of rehabilitation, Dr. Ishwari, and she is now going to start her work in fencing, which was very rare at that point. So I think I so echo with your point of resistance and then action every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I just want to ask in the end कि आपने you make everything sound so easy. ऐसे भी तो days होंगे जब आप घर आके रोते होंगे, आपको लगता होगा नहीं मेरे सपने पूरे नहीं हो सकते. Like आप ऐसे बात कर रही हैं जैसे हर दिन आपने कोई आपके लिए मुश्किल कुछ था ही नहीं.
Okay.
Share the moments that were also difficult.
मतलब काफ़ी साल डिफ़िकल्ट हुआ.
हाँ,
कि स्पाइक्स खरीद करने के लिए पहला चीज़ है कि सिंथेटिक ट्रैक में चाहिए स्पाइक्स बेसिक वो, बट वो खरीद करने के लिए है 21,000 रुपीज़. दैट इज़ अ बिग अमाउंट फॉर मी, वेरी वेरी बिग अमाउंट फॉर मी. सो वो किधर से खरीदूँ? मैंने कि 10-15 लोग को कॉल्स किया कि मेरे को स्पाइक्स चाहिए, प्लीज़ आप खरीद कर सकते हैं मेरे लिए, कि ऐसा कर सकते हैं. सब बोलते हैं हाँ करता है आपके लिए, बस मेरे को थोड़ा टाइम दे दीजिए. मैं आपसे
आप खुद फोन करें?
नहीं, मतलब मेरा सीनियर्स रहता है ना, उससे मैं पूछती हूँ भैया आपको कोई अच्छा कि कोई स्पॉन्सर कर सकते तो पता है क्या मेरे को कर सकते. दे विल गिव नो नंबर समवन लाइक अभी सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर्स हो कोई बोई हो. सो मैं करता था, वो दे विल टेल लाइक या मैं करती हूँ बट कॉल बैक नहीं करता था. बट कि कुछ तो कुछ करके ऐसे ही द सेम थिंग कि एट वन पॉइंट वन स्पॉन्सर केम श्रीनु सर, तो उसने पहला मेरे को स्पाइक्स दिया था. दैट इज़ लाइक वो जो प्रोसेस है ना बहुत स्ट्रगल होता था. देन इट स्टार्टेड गुड. एंड ऑल्सो द सेकेंड बिगेस्ट स्ट्रगल इन माई लाइफ इज़ इंजरीज. की इंजरीज. सो रिसेंटली लाइक लास्ट ईयर तो मेरे को ACL टेयर हो गया. जब हर्डल करता था मेरा नी पूरा डिसलोकेट हो गया था, तो फिर मैं सर्जरी करना पड़ा उसके वजह से. तो मेरा कोच इधर नहीं है, मेरा कोच अब तब दूसरे एथलीट्स के साथ कंपटीशन में था. देन ही वाज कॉलिंग मी एंड टेलिंग मी आई एम सो सॉरी आई कुडंट एबल टू बी देयर. पता नहीं मैं क्या सोचती हूँ उस टाइम में. मैं उसको बोल रहा था कोई बात नहीं, मैं से जल्दी आ जाऊँगी, कोई ये चीज़ नहीं है. फिर उसके बाद ऑलमोस्ट 3 मंथ में बेड पे ही है. वॉशरूम को बहुत मुश्किल होता था और खाने के लिए उधर से इधर खाने के लिए मेरे को किसी का हेल्प चाहिए. अभी मम्मा का कपड़ा चेंज करने के लिए चाहिए. मतलब मैंने पूरा नी स्ट्रेट बेंड ही नहीं कर पाता था, मतलब ऐसा बेट ही नहीं पाता था, पूरा स्ट्रेट रखना पड़ता था. एंड स्टेप बाय स्टेप सीखा. एवरी डे एवरीबडी 8 महीना मेरा फ्रेंड्स पूरा मेरा आँख के सामने अच्छे से ट्रेनिंग करता था. मेरे को जो पसंद है मेरे को पता है मैं कर सकती हूँ, बट मैं खड़े होके ऐसा इधर बैठ के मैं देखता था 8 महीना बस. कि ईच एंड एवरी डे द ओनली मोटिवेशन फॉर मी टू बी कम बैक. काफ़ी एथलीट्स है ना इंजरी के बाद गिर जाते हैं, मतलब दे कुडंट एबल टू परफॉर्म. मेरे को वो स्टोरी रिपीट नहीं करने का, मेरे को फिर से कम बैक देने का. आई वॉन्ट माई पर्सनल बेस्ट इज 12.7 सेकेंड्स, उससे 2 गुना अच्छा करने का, कि मैं प्रूव करूँ वो लोग के. बस वही मोटिवेशन के वजह से मैं एवरी डे करता था. आई यूज टू क्राई लाइक 2-3 मंथ्स एवरी डे. होता था कि ऐसा क्या सोचती पता नहीं, आँख से पानी आता है कि क्या करूं, क्यों हो गया भगवान, कि ठीक है मेरे को थोड़ा पावर दे दो आगे जाने के लिए. आई यूज टू प्रे एवरी डे. आई यूज टू कॉल माई मॉम. आई यूज टू एक्सप्लेन हर व्हाट आई हैव टू डू. कि मम्मा हमेशा बोलता था कि कोई बात नहीं, भगवान ने तुमको जब सक्सेस दिया ना कुछ नहीं पूछा, अभी भी मत पूछो, भगवान ने सब देख लेगा करके. सो एवरीथिंग गोस. या
एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन की शेल्फ लाइफ लिमिटेड होती है और उनको सोचना पड़ता है कि आगे वो क्या करेंगे. तो कभी आप सोचते हैं कि ये आई हैव अ फ्यू इयर्स टू बी अ स्पोर्ट्स वुमन एंड उसके बाद मुझे क्या करना है?
कोचिंग देना है.
कोचिंग देना
yes, क्योंकि
तो अदर चिल्ड्रन जो छुप छुप के आ रहे हैं, जैसे एक ज़माने में
कॉलर घुमा के लेके आऊंगी वो लोग को, क्योंकि क्योंकि लाइक आई वॉन्ट्स टू देम them proud. मेरे को 100% श्योर है इंडिया में इतना टैलेंटेड बच्चा है ना, बस अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिला था. और एथलेटिक्स के लिए, हर्डल्स के लिए, ट्रैक एंड फील्ड में इतना सारा इवेंट्स है कि खुद आप चूज कर सकते हैं. मेरे को थ्रो करना है, जंप करना है, स्पीड एंड्योरेंस करना है, इंड्योरेंस करना है, स्प्रिंट करना है, हर्डल्स करना है, पोल वॉल्ट करना है. तो दिस इज अमेजिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी कि मैं बोलो जाके वो लोग को और सिखाऊं कि एक बार इंडियंस तड़का दिखाया ना तो यूएसए यूके वाला है ना पीछे मुड़ के जाएगा, मेरे को लगता है. that's it. Thank you.
आपने जिस तरह से हर मोमेंट पे फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रगल देखा, फ्रॉम योर पेरेंट्स नॉट हैविंग मनी टू, जैसे आपने कहा स्पाइक्स खरीदने के लिए 21,000 रुपये के लिए आपको फ़ोन करना पड़ा, 9,000 रुपये आप कमाते थे तो आपको लगता था कितना ज़्यादा पैसा है. आज व्हाट डज मनी मीन टू यू? पैसा क्या है आपके लिए आज?
Money means a lot, but I really wants to be. मेरे दिमाग में मनी के लिए इतना ज़्यादा नहीं है. मनी के लिए होता तो मैं हमेशा की जॉब पकड़ने के बाद मैं छोड़ देता था स्पोर्ट्स. बट फॉर मी इज मोर अबाउट कि समथिंग आई वॉन्ट्स टू डू क्रेजी कि नीरज चोपड़ा भैया जैसा कि ही टर्न इनटू एथलेटिक्स डिफरेंट, मतलब ही इज किंग. तो मेरे को ऐसा क्वीन बनना है एथलेटिक्स में कि मेरे को ऐसा कि समथिंग आई वांट्स टू डू गुड.
I think people are saying आप already queen हो.
Thank you.
No, but really, when you say money means a lot, I mean, I think a lot of people who have not had to struggle in the way that you have had, एक बदलता है ना, एक सपना भी बदल जाता है उससे कि is money incidental, is money only a means to an end, जिसको कहते हैं ना कि पैसा का एक utilitarian फायदा है, बाकी हमें कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. What is your dream? What is now your dream, Jyothi?
एक एकेडमी खोलना है.
एकेडमी खोलना है.
यस, ज़्यादा पैसा आया तो फिर गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट लेके फिर उसके बाद काफ़ी ज़्यादा एथलीट्स को सपोर्ट देना है, क्योंकि आई एम सीइंग ए बिग ड्रीम. तो वो पूरा करने के लिए तो पैसा चाहिए 100%. ऐसा नहीं कि आग बंद करके सब कुछ हो ही जाएगा. तो बस पैसा मिला तो आई कैन कि वर्ड से नहीं कर सकती हूँ, मैं करके दिखा सकती हूँ कि क्या क्या हो सकते हैं. काफ़ी सारा मशीन, काफ़ी सारा इक्विपमेंट्स लेके आ सकती हूँ इंडिया पे. काफ़ी सारा कि रिएक्शन ब्लॉक्स है, कि काफ़ी सारा टेक्नोलॉजी हर्डल्स है कि वी हैव बेसिक हर्डल्स बट मोर हर्डल्स डिफरेंस है. तो आई कैन कि सब कुछ कर सकती हूँ बस.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left on this, so if anyone wants to get in any more questions, we can take them. Yes, please come. Yeah. I saw one hand at the back also. Please.
Hi Jyoti.
Hello.
So मेरा सबसे पहले क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली जब बरखा मैम बोल रही थी कि क्वेश्चंस पूछो, I had this question in mind, but I wasn't sure. You are a young athlete, so I wasn't sure you must have gone through injuries or not. I've gone through ACL myself. I used to trek a lot in the Sahyadris. After ACL, मेरा trekking almost हर weekend होता था. I work in a corporate. I used to go for trekking every weekend. After the ACL, it breaks your soul. You know, just one night before my surgery was going to happen, I wasn't sure because the surgeries can go wrong really bad. So I was like कि पता नहीं मेरी life आगे होगी कि नहीं होगी. I did my ACL surgery. Took me a year to. I had to literally train myself to walk again. But I've not gotten back to trekking as much as I would like to. Would you share, you know, because I'm not an athlete, so you know I'm just a corporate employee. So जिस तरीके की ट्रेनिंग आप लोगों को मिलती है वैसी हमें नहीं मिलती. So any words of you know how to go about it and how to get back to stuff.
फर्स्ट तो हमारे ऊपर विश्वास रखना है. विलिंग इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट, क्योंकि एक बार कम्प्लीटली ब्रेक होने के बाद खड़े होने के लिए फिर इनके सपोर्ट है तो भी आपका माइंडसेट नहीं है तो आप नहीं आ पाएगा, क्योंकि लाइक आप बिलीव नहीं किया तो. बट आई एम वेरी ग्लैड दैट आई हैव अ ग्रेट टीम. कि मेरा जो स्ट्रेंथ एंड कंडीशनिंग कोच है तन्वी, शी वर्कड विथ मी डे एंड नाइट. शी यूज्ड टू गिव मी cakes, give me chocolates to make myself happy. My coach has to send me blueberries. That's a favorite thing for me. So he used to send every day. ताकि मैं अनकंफर्ट नहीं हो. वो बोलता है कि कैसा भी तू कितना भी खाओ ना मोटी नहीं होता है तो खाते रहो कोई बात नहीं. तो the support is very important वो stage पे. And after that I really would like to help you. मैं program चाहिए तो आपको भेज सकती हूँ. But the अच्छा टीम चाहिए कि comeback देने के लिए. That is what it makes comeback. Yeah.
Yes, please come forward. I saw a hand go up there. Yeah, yeah, and you also. Both of you can come. Yeah.
I think this is not a question to you, but to all of us. The way organic food is the thing for good health. I think organic, pure, raw, with no jargon words, you have created the lasting impact on all of us, and can't thank you enough.
Thank you so much.
This is a definition of complete organic inspiration, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay this way.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thanks for inspiration.
It really is the most moving
Yes,
account.
I think
we've
this
heard.
raw, pure, organic form of conversation is the real woman of impact.
I
Thanks.
agree with you.
Please stay this.
I was little nervous coming here, but I'm really glad you like it. Yeah.
Hi, one thing I noticed, a very common
Just
thing.
speak into the mic. Could we have a higher fallback of the mic, please?
Hello,
Yeah.
can you all hear?
Yeah,
can
yeah.
you all hear me?
Yes.
Hey, that's amazing. Yeah.
I know the way this mic is working. It is amazing. That
Okay, so एक बात मैंने आपकी हर एक आंसर में नोटिस की है कि you come from a very humble nature, you come with very good ethics and you're very consistent. But उसके साथ साथ आप self focused भी हो कि I am very good at this and I am selfly building up. तो कभी आपको ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि मेरे competitors क्या कर रहे हैं? आप हमेशा इंस्पायर होते हो, बट कभी उनकी तरफ से नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट नहीं आया आप पे? लाइक ऐसा बहुत बार होता है, बिजनेसेस में भी होता है कि दो अगर बिजनेस वाले साथ में compete कर रहे हैं तो दूसरा वाला बहुत चाले चलता है कि सामने वाले को नीचे गिरा है. तो वो कभी आपने ऐसा फेस नहीं किया, कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस, नेगेटिविटी या उनका प्रेशर, उनका इम्पैक्ट, और उसमें से आप कैसे कमबैक किया और उसमें आप इतने आगे कैसे बढ़े? बिकॉज आई एम श्योर कहीं ना कहीं तो वो मोमेंट भी आया ही होगा. बिकॉज ऐसे आपने बोला कि एक रिच किड है, वो पिज्जा बर्गर खाता है, तो उसको उतना एटीट्यूड भी वही सेंस में आ गया होता है कि मैं सब कर सकता हूँ बिकॉज आई एम बिग ब्रैड. तो वो नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट भी करवाता है. तो उसमें से कैसे निकलना और अपने में से कैसे बढ़ना इज अ वेरी क्वेश्चन, इज अ बिग क्वेश्चन.
सो 100% मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा लोग हैं अच्छा वाला, तो मैं सोचती हूँ उससे सीखने के लिए.
आप कभी जेलस नहीं फील करते?
होता है, क्यों नहीं होता है. हाँ.
नहीं तो हम लोग सोचने लगे कि आप सेंट हैं, आप में कोई ना गुस्सा है ना कोई स्मॉल इमोशन है.
नहीं होता है, जेलस तो फीलिंग होता है. जब मैं अच्छा करती हूँ, मेरे से और अच्छा कर देता, अरे यार मैं भी करना है, मैं क्यों नहीं करना. वो तो होता है 100%. बट कि इफ जब मैं दूसरी कंट्री गया, वो बहुत अच्छा है, तो मैं वो लोग का दिमाग खाता था कि ये कैसा करना है, वो कैसा करना है, ये कब खाना है, कब उठना है. इंडिया में थोड़ा फूड का थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है कि तो मैं ये फूड को कैसा टर्न कर सकती हूँ. मतलब जब एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला ना, मैं वो लोग का दिमाग खा लेती हूँ कि कुछ तो समथिंग आई विल ट्राई टू लर्न फ्रॉम देम कि कुछ तो एटलीस्ट जैसे 10 पॉइंट्स मेरे को 1 पॉइंट तो क्लिक हो सकते हैं, वो मेरे को यूज हो सकते हैं. ऐसा हुआ मेरे को. हमेशा जो भी एथलीट के साथ जाती हूँ, आई विल सिट विद देम लंच और डिनर कि मेरा कोच और मैं बैठता है, वी विल टॉक ए लॉन्ग डिस्कशन की कुछ तो पॉइंट्स मिले. तो दैट की एक्सप्लोर करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि इफ इन केस दे आर वेरी गुड, दैट इज गुड फॉर अस कि लर्न आवर सेल्फ की मेरे से ज़्यादा अच्छा है तो मैं उसको कैसे बीट करना है, उससे सीख के उसको बीट करने में मज़ा ही अलग होता है. तो थोड़ा मैनिपुलेट करने के लिए कोशिश करती.
So this has been, I think, the most extraordinary conversation. Yeah, I think you've got a standing ovation, which is absolutely wonderful. Could I please request Ruchira Jaitley to come up on stage and present Jyothi with our Woman of Impact Award. I don't know if Ruchira's here. But if not, I don't know. It's okay, it's all right. There's Jyothi here.
होगा कि मेरी सास जो थी वो भी एक हाई जंपर थी, इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया साउथ एशिया के लिए, लेकिन उन्होंने पता है क्यों बंद किया एथलेटिक्स, क्योंकि उनकी माँ ने उनसे यही कहा कि आप शॉर्ट्स नहीं पहन सकते, और तो फिर वो कॉलेज चली गई एंड एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा, और आज तक उनको ये लगता है कि शायद वो एथलेटिक्स में और बढ़ सकती थी। उनकी तरफ से और मेरी तरफ से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने गिव अप नहीं किया, और मैं उनको ज़रूर बताऊंगी कि आप जैसे फैंटास्टिक अचीवर के साथ आज मेरी मुलाकात हुई है। आई एम वेरी वेरी फॉर्चुनेट टू मीट यू।
Meeting you all.
Thank you so much.
Especially you, ma'am.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you. All right, we're heading towards our finale, so you can all take your seats. Jyothi, thank you. God bless and more power to you. Yes. My next guest, well, I have two of them actually, but I want to introduce the woman of impact first, is actually has just marked 50 years in cinema. Can you imagine? 50 years. Sometimes when I say I've been a journalist for 30 years, and it sounds like a long time, and then I think 50 years in cinema. I don't think I need a preamble to introduce her. Could we please put our hands together for the extraordinary Shabana Azmi on stage? I think we can show her some more love. She's a personal favorite. And behind her, always 2 steps behind her, thank you, is the amazing Javed Saab. Can I request you all to take a seat? There are many mics there. Hopefully some will work. So I just want, the 2 people on stage are personal favorites of mine, dear friends. I have utmost admiration and love for them. But I want you all, before you take photos of them, to at least put your hands together and welcome them properly. Javed Saab, are you comfortable? Okay. I'll start with you, Shabana, if I may. Is your mic working?
Of course.
Does your mic ever not work?
No.
50 years this year. 50 years. Does it feel like yesterday still?
You know, when I first started 50 years ago, I had no idea. I didn't even imagine for a second that 50 years later I'd still be working. And so when they said 50 years, I said, no, it can't possibly be true. But I have been very fortunate, Barkha. I've been at the right place at the right time, and that is the story, I really think.
But when you look back at these years and, time compresses, do you remember a moment when you wanted to give it all up and do something else? Were there tough days? Were there rough days? Or did you always love what you did?
I remember the first time I ever came on stage, I was 3 years old. And I was doing a nursery rhyme, which some of you might know. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. So I was playing the cow. And there was another girl who was another 3-year-old who was playing the moon. Now, instead of jumping over her, I jumped on her. At which point she got up and gave me one tight slap. And I gave her another tight slap. And that day it was determined that this is what I'm going to do.
Javed Saab, Shabana has shared in many conversations that aap logo ki jodi itni well matched hai that you often quip that it could almost have been an arranged marriage.
That's because of her background. Both her fathers were
Javed Saab, thoda sa mic.
Both her fathers were poets. Both of them were involved with the progressive writers movement, which was a leftist movement. And both her parents were friends of each other. So if you ask me when I saw Shabana's mother for the first time, or Shabana's father, or Shabana herself, I won't be able to tell you. Because I knew them, the parents, when I was born, and someday Shabana joined the club.
But do you?
How sad. So you don't remember the first time you set eyes on me? How depressing is that? Yeah. Isn't it?
No, I was too small and the cradle was a bit high.
मैं भी यही पूछने वाली थी कि you may not remember Shabana's parents, पर आपको वो वक्त तो याद होगा या वो दिन या वो कोई memory का frozen memory होती है ना, when you knew you were in love with Shabana.
जी हाँ, वो एक जब स्टार मेरी आँख से निकल के ट्विंग ऐसे गया था.
ये थोड़ा बताइए ना, अब आप बहुत ज़्यादा cynical हो रहे हैं.
No, it doesn't happen like this.
So how does it happen?
The film.
The films you write.
Actually, gradually, these things happen. You know, they say about habit that it's a chain that forms slowly, and by the time you are aware of it, it's too strong to be broken. I suppose it is true of relationships also. They grow, and you think that you are very fond of this person. Oh, it's nice meeting you, and so on and so forth. And gradually you realize that one day that you are in love with this person. You cannot pinpoint, like you cannot pinpoint the time when a child becomes adult. You cannot. Or an adult becomes old. You can only tell when the adult dies. This was the time when the adult dies. But the growth is so slow and so natural that you can't hold it.
So he's busted the myth, okay? So in case any of you think that because he writes very romantic songs, he must be a very romantic husband, there is not a romantic bone in his body, let me tell you. So I did not expect that it would be anything but a staid answer like this.
Anyway, now since she has repeated the allegation, so I have to repeat the explanation. ये एक हमारी चल रही थी interview, and the lady who was interviewing her told Shabana that your husband is a poet and songwriter, and what beautiful romantic songs he has written and so forth. He must be very romantic. And she said that in as many words, that he doesn't have a single romantic bone in his body. So she looked at me with a shock. What is she saying? अरे मैंने भाई ठीक ही कह रही हैं, जो लोग सर्कस में ट्रेपीज पे काम करते हो घर में क्या उल्टे लटके रहते हैं?
And that was it.
But I have to intervene here. Shabana, doesn't it depend on how you define romance? You know, there can be romance in the small moments, there can be romance in a great conversation. और आपने शायद ये भी share किया है कि in the early days of courtship, he bought you a whole flower store. वो सड़क पे जो फूल की दुकान लगती है, तो जावेद साहब आप थोड़ा कोई ज़्यादा self-deprecating हो रहे हैं.
अरे नहीं भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो हो गया था एक बार.
गलती से.
No, but it didn't stop at that.
They may not know the story.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you, this was during our courtship days, and we were passing by a florist, and I said, the flowers are so beautiful, and he stopped the car and he bought the entire shop. Okay? And so it was coming all over out of my, so of course I, matlab lattu hoke mar gayi. Then after some days when we were not talking to each other, he sends me line from a poem. उसी मकान पर कल मुझको,
मुकाम means place.
उसी मुकाम पर कल मुझको देखकर तन्हा बहुत उदास हुए फूल बेचने वाले. मेरी मम्मी ने बोला मत फंसो, देखो शायर हमेशा अपने लफ्जों से फंसाता, मैं कह रही हूँ इससे दूर रहो, लेकिन of course ऐसा हुआ नहीं.
अब तो मान लीजिए.
नहीं, I'll tell you one thing honestly. Now on a serious note, I think romance, love, that so-called love, I mean, which you see in movies or read in novels, they are highly overrated because they cannot sustain for a very long time. Whether any relationship between mother and a son, a father and a daughter, two friends, husband and wife, whoever, any relationship between the two, can only sustain if there is friendship in between. That's all. Are you friends? Are you friendly with your mother? If you are, then there is a relationship. Are you friendly with your father? If there is a friend in your father, then it's a strong relationship. Sirf friendship is the only relationship. Obviously the grammar, the syntax, the language changes with different relationships, but ultimately the substance is nothing but friendship.
In fact, Javed very famously says कि शबाना मेरी अच्छी दोस्त, इतनी अच्छी दोस्त है कि शादी भी हमारी दोस्ती को तबाह नहीं कर सकी.
It's a great line, but more seriously, two fiercely individualistic thinking people, can they be friends? की लड़ाई बहुत होती है.
नहीं, लड़ाई जरूर होती है, लेकिन एक मैजिक वर्ड है हमारे बीच. जादू, can I go public about it? You know, when we're really going to be nasty to each other, then we just decided that there's this magical word, drop it. And we actually drop it. Actually, matlab not pretend to drop it, actually drop it. And then about 10 days later, when we are more calm, then we talk about it. But I feel if you have the ability to do that, that saves so much hurt, so much disrespect, so much regret, that really this is my advice to all couples. Drop it, matlab drop it.
पर हो जाता है, can you really drop it?
You can drop it. You can train yourself to drop it, and then when you see the advantage of that, then it just becomes a practice.
Actually, it's a mutual process. See, suppose you have had some very unpleasant conversation. You're sitting in the same room. There is silence. After 5 minutes, you ask, or the other person asks, something in a very casual manner as if nothing had happened. And the other person replies in the same manner. Then you get more moral courage, and then you start the conversation. Then you get the same reaction, and then everything becomes fine. It has to be from both the sides. So, maybe it takes a little courage to take the first step, but if it is responded, then it becomes easier.
I want to ask you both about equality in a relationship, and I want to start with you, because for women, Shabana, and we've been talking to women from all walks of life and men also from all walks of life all day.
That's the end of the equality. She decided to ask her first.
Start with
now,
her.
Where is the equality?
Only start. ये देखिए.
Look at this.
ये है आपका.
This discrimination.
चलिए आपसे शुरू करते हैं. आपसे शुरू करूं? अच्छा, okay. I'll tell you why I have a reason for why I started with her. I think many women with professional aspirations are sometimes held back by their own families and sometimes by their relationships. We had an Olympian athlete on our stage before you came, and her father was a security guard and mother used to wash dishes in homes. And she said कि मैं छुप के जाती थी खेलने क्योंकि मेरे बाप कहते थे कि भाई आप ये छोटे कपड़े नहीं पहन सकते. वो उनकी समझ थी, उनकी सोच थी. That's parents. I know any number of women, brilliant, talented women, who have stopped working after they have got married because they simply cannot juggle their dreams at work and what's expected of them at home. इसीलिए मैंने आपसे शुरू किया. ये equality in a relationship, does it have to be negotiated or does it come organically? ये आप बहुत शैतान लग रहे हैं, उनको जवाब दे दीजिए.
सिर्फ it was a frightening idea कि शबाला पूरे वक्त घर में रहे. Oh, she should work.
You know, Barkha, I come from a family where I saw equality as a given between my parents. You know, if you remember, my father 75 years ago wrote a poem called Aurat.
Can I ask you to do a few lines?
मगर आप लोगों को वो इतनी
आप बताएं ना उनको, इतनी powerful. थोड़ा सा.
अच्छा. One of the verses. Yeah. उठ मेरी जान मेरे साथ ही चलना है तुझे. कद्र अब तक तेरी तारीख is history. कद्र अब तक तेरी तारीख ने जानी ही नहीं. तुझ में शोले भी हैं, बस अश्फिशानी ही नहीं. शोले भी हैं, embers, not fires, but not just teardrops. तुझ में शोले भी हैं, बस अश्फिशानी ही नहीं. तू हकीकत भी है, दिलचस्प कहानी ही नहीं. तेरी हस्ती भी है एक चीज, जवानी ही नहीं. अपनी तारीख का उन्वान बदलना है तुझे. उठ मेरी जान, मेरे साथ ही चलना है तुझे. This is more than 75 years ago. So it was a given. This was something that I saw. My father was a feminist, and so in my mind, the person who was going to be my partner, it was going to be a tough act to follow. And I discovered to my surprise that Javed was, if possible, an even bigger feminist than Kefi was. And so that, I think, made the choices I didn't really have to even make a choice. It just flew organically and normally. You know, in our case, we've had some very strange situations. Once when I was working in the slums and I got arrested along with 16 slum dwellers. And that same day, I had a play about 2 hours later. After this was a play called Tumhari Amrita. So I said I refused to take bail, and neither of us, all the 16 people who've been arrested along with me and I, none of us will take bail. You'll have to let us go. So they said, no, of course, we were in the police station. So turned up Javed, my father, my mother, Feroz Khan, the director, Farooq Sheikh, the actor, all of them came. And my mother started pleading, and she said, you know, but you're also an actress and the show must go on and all that. And Javed's telling me, don't do anything you don't want to do. If you don't want to do it, stay. And that gave me so much courage.
Now see, that is romance.
Oh,
okay. ये है romance. आप कितना भी deny कर
That
दीजिए.
on empty stomach. Wow.
No, but there are many instances when, you know, we don't do any role playing. I don't play the wife, he doesn't play the husband. So often in the morning we get up and say, अरे साहब कहाँ है? अरे वो तो दिल्ली चले गया. ऐसे रात मुझे बताया नहीं. मेम साहब कहाँ है? वो तो हैदराबाद.
ये तो देखिए.
हैदराबाद.
Now that is
चली गई सुई.
अच्छा, एक बात I would like to say about equality.
Yes.
Now, equality is generally a very, very misunderstood word. The fact is that there is no point ever when you are equal.
What do you
Never.
mean? ये इसका क्या मतलब?
Suppose, I mean, you come out with your partner or with your husband or whoever, your boyfriend, and let's go to eat in such and such a restaurant. The other person says, no, we'll go to that restaurant. Let's go try there. एक आदमी की बात सुनी जाएगी. In that moment, that person has dominated. His decision or her decision was taken. In some other moment, फिर कुछ ऐसा होगा. हर वक्त, every moment, one person will be dominating. One person will prevail. But it should not be the privilege of only one partner
Exactly.
to prevail all the time.
मैं यही कहने वाली थी.
ये equality का concept अगर इसका constantly आप equal हो, नहीं हो सकते. वो possible ही नहीं है. या तो आपकी बात सुनी जाएगी, आपके partner की बात सुनी जाएगी, जो माने. तो अब आप, अच्छा फिर ये fear होता, अच्छा मैंने इसकी बात मान ली, तो क्या होगा, मैं तो फिर dominant हो गई. नहीं, कभी आप dominant हो, कभी वो dominant.
पर ऐसा नहीं होता ना.
ये role जो है कैसे नहीं होता.
आप लोग, आप unusual हैं, आप unusual couple हैं.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
आप unusual नहीं है. आपको लगता है कि you are the norm. Marriage as an institution tends to be.
जवाब मैं सिर्फ एक ही दे सकता हूँ. आपने उसे misunderstand किया.
क्या?
उसको misunderstand किया.
किसको?
जिसके बारे में आप बात कर रही हैं.
I don't think I'm going to get a serious answer out of Javed Saab. So I'm going to try it with Shabana. Have you ever felt, you clearly, as you said, you had a feminist father and you found a feminist partner. But even very smart, enlightened women have not, and we see this all around us. We see it in cases of domestic violence. We see women unable to walk out of marriages that they see are abusive.
Of course.
Because when it comes to women, जो शादी पे premium हम लगाते हैं as a society, वो बहुत ऊंचे दर्जे पे लगाते हैं. I want you to talk about that. That if you were to tell young people today, thinking, you know, how do I balance my work, my dreams with my personal life? Given your lived experience, what would you say to them?
Well, firstly, I think it's very important for a woman to pursue her own dreams. So if she wants to work, then she must work. But what happens in that is, in trying to play the superwoman, you get trapped somewhere. In fact, I'll give you a very small example. Once I was going to work and I just started crying. And so Javed said, why are you crying? So I said, you know, I've been trying to change those curtains for the last 6 months and I haven't been able to do that. So he said, so So I said, I'm very frustrated about that. So he said, get somebody to get the curtains for you. I said, no, I want to get them. So he said, प्रायोरिटी क्या है कि तुम अपने काम पे जाओ या तुम जो है वो कर्टन्स लेकर आओ. तुमसे कोई भी नहीं कह रहा है कि तुम सुपर वुमन बनो. जो तुम्हारी ड्रीम है तुम उसको फॉलो करो एंड डोंट ट्राई टू बी the super one, the perfect mom, the helicopter mom, the perfect housewife. Magar this thing is, my role model is my mother who did everything.
Yeah.
She did everything. So if you can do successfully all the roles that you've defined for yourself, not the institution marriage.
But doesn't it get exhausting some days? That's why you cried when you saw those curtains.
You know, yes, maybe it does, but the thing is, usko itna dil pe nahi lena chahiye. Itna dil pe nahi lena chahiye. There'll be some bad days, there'll be some
that
good
day is very
good
important
days.
for me also.
Yeah.
That day. When it had happened.
Yeah,
when you were crying, you know. Because that was the first time I had noticed those curtains.
Okay. So this is going to be the strain of the conversation today, huh?
मेरी कुछ इस बारे में ओपिनियन है और ये लड़कियां जो है most of them must not be married. All of them are married. अच्छा अभी नहीं है नहीं यही देखो. तो है क्या? ये भी एक romantic idea है with the earlier you drop it the better. That it is so feminine to listen to the man. जब ये शादी वादी नहीं होती ना, अगर no I have stopped wearing sleeveless, he doesn't like it, and she feels very cute about it. बिल्कुल नहीं. What happens? That during courtship you give up lot of territory which belongs to you. Nothing doing. If your boyfriend tells you he doesn't like you in sleeveless, tell him then find somebody girl with sleeve. Some girl with sleeve. I am a sleeveless girl. तो तुम ऐसी ढूंढ लो मिल जाएगी जो पूरे स्लीव यहाँ तक पहनती हो. तुम ले लो.
बट इसमें मेरा सवाल एक है.
नहीं इसमें जरूरी ये है. आप कहें कि काम छोड़ना पड़ता. अब ये काम मैं करूंगी. अब तुम्हें मुझसे शादी करने के लिए. You like me, then don't try to change me.
Yes.
Otherwise you don't like me. तो आप लोग एक गड़बड़ कर जाती हैं रोमांस में कि आप बहुत चीजें शुरू में गिव अप करते हैं और फिर बाद में आप रिपेंट करते हैं. तो वो एक पर्शियन में कहावत है, गुरबा कुश्तन बरोज अव्वल, किल द कैट द वेरी फर्स्ट डे.
What has been the role of movies in creating this mythology around romance? मैंने शायद आपसे एक बारी पहले भी ये पूछा था जो मैं आज दोबारा पूछना चाहूंगी, and to you too. Is there today a script or a character you would write differently? Today we are all more thoughtful in the way we think about things.
The only thing that disturbs me in my whole career, you see, we have always, and I have with Salim, without Salim, I have written films which were totally male-oriented films.
Yeah.
But they were heroines. Maybe they had smaller or shorter role, but they were working women. Perhaps because I was born in a family where every woman was a working woman. My mother was a working woman. My aunt, my senior cousins, all of them were working women. तो वो कुछ ऐसा था और कहीं ना कहीं obviously जिस atmosphere में I was brought up to उसमें एक sense of justice, sense of fairness, respect for women was inherent. I have never in my family heard any husband talking about his wife और कहे कि वो ये कह रही थी. Personally एक दूसरे को तुम बोलते होंगे, but the husband would mention his wife, वो ऐसा कह रही थी. उसमें फिर वो उससे दूसरे से अपनी वाइफ के बारे में ऐसे बात है. तो मैंने तो ये देखा. मैं believe me, it may sound very naive. Till the age of 20-21, I didn't know about something which is called domestic violence. मुझे पता ही नहीं था इसके बारे में कि ऐसा भी दुनिया में होता है. मतलब सुनना भी नहीं हुआ था मेरा. ये तो मुझे कोई कॉलेज में था, मैं 19-20 साल का, तब मुझे मालूम हुआ ऐसा भी होता है. मुझे पता ही नहीं था, तो मैं उस एटमॉस्फेयर से आया। तो जो मेरी पिक्चरों में आप कोई फिल्म ले लीजिए, उसमें द वुमन इज इंडिपेंडेंट, स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड वर्किंग वुमन। एक डायलॉग, एक सीन का मुझे सिर्फ अफसोस है कि सीता और गीता में वो गीता की जगह सीता आ गई और वो आके बैठता है धर्मेंद्र सीता के घर में और कहता है, मौसी तुमने खाना तो बहुत अच्छा बनाया। तो कहती है, मैंने नहीं बनाया, तो गीता ने बनाया। एंड ही लुक्स विद सरप्राइज एट गीता कि इसने इतना अच्छा खाना बनाया, और मतलब एकदम ही डेवलप सम काइंड ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट फॉर, आई एम अशेम्ड ऑफ दैट सीन। अरे यार तुमने मतलब ये बात उसे बहुत पसंद आई कि खाना अच्छा कुकर रख लेते इससे अच्छा। ये मुझे एक सीन जो है आज मैं लिखता अगर सीता और गीता तो वो नहीं लिखता।
तो आपने जब तब लिखा, was it from subconscious, you know, what you see around you, what is normal?
पता नहीं, कुछ ऐसा होता है कि अब वो लड़की घरेलू हो गई है, उसमें दिखाना ये था। अरे भाई तो कुछ और दिखा देते। वो जो दूसरी लड़की टिमिड सी लड़की है वो उसकी जगह आ गई ना, गीता की जगह। तो बहरहाल वो नहीं होना चाहिए था। मुझे थोड़ा कभी भी मैं याद करता हूँ, इसके अलावा मुझे एक डायलॉग नहीं ध्यान में आता कि मैंने ऐसा लिखा हो जो एंटी वेमेन हो।
But Javed sir, why don't you tell them about why romance is not possible in today's world?
वो तो रोमांस को तो टेक्नोलॉजी ने मार डाला। That's a fact. I mean, imagine if Romeo had a mobile phone और लैपटॉप, तो वो सर्दी में बैल्कनी के नीचे खड़ा होता। क्यों खड़ा होता है? टेक्नोलॉजी ने डिस्टेंस खत्म कर दिया है। एंड रोमांस इज इन डिस्टेंस, रोमांस इज नॉट इन मीटिंग, रोमांस इज इन द फैंटेसी ऑफ मीटिंग,
इन पाइनिंग।
मतलब सामने जो बैठा है उसको आप कैसे कहेंगे 14वीं का चांद है? वो तो आप जब इमेजिनेशन में उसे फूल बना लेंगे, उसे चांद बना देंगे, ये सब फैंटेसीज हैं। रोमांस फैंटेसी में है, रियलिटी में है ही नहीं। एंड नाउ एवरीथिंग हैज बिकम रियल, everything has become available. There is no distance. There is no pining left.
Are your views the same, Shabana?
More or less, yes. More or less. You know, I've never been a terribly romantic person. By nature, I'm not a terribly romantic person, but I know lots of my friends who are. And their notions are old-fashioned notions of romance. Today, it's not present at all. I don't rue the fact that it isn't, because the world is moving, the young ones are moving, there is an instant connection which they are making, and they're moving with the times, so it's okay. But what we thought, like my parents had an extremely romantic relationship. My father wrote a letter to my mother in his blood.
Wow.
Yeah. And so she went mad when she saw it, and she went up to her father and she said, I will only marry Kefi and nobody in this world, and he's written to me in his blood. So her father says, okay bete, just think about it, because he's a poet, and what a poet can do is, you know, lie down in a lawn with his legs in the air, dip his pen into a goat's blood and say that this is blood. And she said, no, Kefi is not like that. And he actually wrote to her in his blood. So that kind of thing is absolutely not possible.
But to come back to, he has one regret of one dialogue. Do you have any?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. You know, there was a film that I did called Thodi Si Bewafai.
I remember that.
And it was a big success.
Yeah.
And I was very proud of the fact that in a Rajesh Khanna film, I had an even bigger role than him. And I was very happy with the film. And then I went to a women's seminar. And they said, how could you agree to do that film? And I said, why? I have such a big role. It's a mainstream film. It's the woman's story and all that. And he said, haven't you paid attention to the dialogue? And I said, like what, for instance? And he said, because the woman leaves her husband and comes away, and then finally he takes her back, but he says to her, कि याद रखना नीमा कि मायके का घर, मायके का सुख कम होता है शौहर, I'm saying it very badly, huh?
ससुराल के या पति के घर पे.
नहीं, ससुराल के घर का दुख भी मायके के सुख से अच्छा होता है. And I hadn't even thought of that, and that for me was such a red signal that I keep thinking of that film. And after that day, I'm very proud to say that I have never done a film, consciously taken the decision of never doing a film that shows a woman as a secondary citizen.
You did not say that. Somebody else said it.
Yeah, but I accept it.
Did you? You said you are right.
No, I accepted.
You kept quiet because you didn't like it.
No, I went with. I could have defended myself like that, but ऐसा नहीं था. But then after that, I consciously made the decision, and because of which I lost quite a lot of films. And I was told that you're making a mistake because this film will run. And I would say, no, I don't want to do it. And I'm very proud of the fact that I haven't done it ever since.
But may I say something? Today in any film, this dialogue is not possible. No one will write this dialogue.
But today Animal is a super hit.
Yeah. There will be other things. I'm saying. मगर ये जो ससुराल और मायके का रिलेशनशिप है ये आज नहीं होगा.
पर वो बदल गया है ना, टेम्पलेट ऑफ सेक्सिज्म बदल गया है.
बदल गया. इसलिए कि सोसाइटी बदल गई. Please understand, somebody had said so very wisely that you show me the advertisements of a society and I'll tell you everything about it. When you see cinema is manifestation. Cinema is not the cause. Cinema is the effect. Whatever is happening in the society, somehow it manifests in different things. ये जो आज की society है, it is reflecting the morality, the aspirations of today's society. Do Bigha Zameen was released in early 50s when people, the middle class, was very much connected with the small village.
Yeah.
They were perhaps the first or the second generation who had come into urban life. And it was a big hit. Today you will make Do Bigha Zameen, people will not see it. They have no connect with the urban, rural India. That is the thing. If you look at the film, you can guess what is happening in the society. Society influences the cinema, not the cinema influences.
So how do you, as a feminist, navigate, for example, an item number? इस पे बहुत चर्चा होती है. Is it a woman asserting sexual autonomy or is it sexualization of the woman? You know, we seem to be stuck as women between enforced modesty or complete objectification. Most women don't inhabit either space. How do you, because as Javed Saab says, दुनिया बदल रही है. ये dialogue नहीं होगा about ससुराल and मायके, but you will have a Kabir Singh being, you know, very popular.
See, Barkha, cinema is defined by the image. So when you have disconnected images, like, for instance, a heaving bosom, a shaking navel, a swiveling hip, you cut them into fragments. And when the camera, how the camera moves over the body is what decides what the intention of the director is. So I feel in an item number, a woman loses all control and surrenders to the male gaze. So she is objectifying herself, and some of the lyrics which she is singing, I find extremely uncomfortable, and I disagree with it. So a lot of women say that if males can do it, why shouldn't we do it? But if the males are willing to get objectified, why should you agree to get objectified? I have a very big problem with that, and most of the time because it has nothing to do with the story also. It's a thing by itself. And what then worries me is society's reaction to it. Because then you go to these functions and there are little children singing Choli ke piche kya hai and stuff like that. And everybody is laughing to them and they're being encouraged. And nobody is paying attention to what the words are saying. You're just going with the rhythm of it. So you are falling into that trap that has been built for you, and then the producer say, "Magar wo to itna hit ho gaya,
No,
गाना,
and then
तो
there
उसको
is a
करने के लिए।
generation of women who would argue this is our agency.
This is
and
our
choice
agency.
is a very
It's
complicated
not-
word in gender.
It's not in the way the camera captures you that decides it, because cinema is about images. Now I'll give you an example. Zoya made a film called Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. Usme Katrina Kaif, she is a diving instructor. She comes out of the water dripping, wearing a bikini as she would. The camera holds her in long shot, and then she wears her bathrobe, and then the camera goes closer. Zoya could have chosen to go from her legs to her face to everything, and it would have become objectified. But the fact that she kept the camera there made her immediately into a working girl doing what she had to do. So that kind of sensitivity you need from the director's eye.
But when you say that today, do you feel like a kind of misfit sometimes because the
I don't
soch
feel.
itni badal gayi hai?
I don't feel like a misfit at all, because I stick by what I am saying. And I can argue it out with anybody who tries to tell me अगर लड़के कर सकते हैं तो लड़की क्यों कर सकते हैं. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसमें confusion है लड़कियों में ही कि क्या objectification है और क्या agency है. इसमें ही confusion है, real life में भी और cinema में भी.
है तो how do you look at this?
देखिए मैं एक दूसरा ही point बनाना चाहता हूँ जो थोड़ा we'll have to go back a little.
थोड़ा mic up.
Oh God. So there was a time when South Indian film industry used to churn out Hindi pictures, family dramas they used to be called, Girasti, Gharana, and so on. So many films. There used to be a big family and another big family, and Saas and Bahu and Nand and daughter-in-law and sister-in-law and so on. These characters should be, and they were big hits. They were big hits, all of them. They have gone. Now, no such film is made anymore. Because the audience of that film, there was a time when, if not 50%, then at least 30 to 40% audience in the theatre was women. Now what has happened with the emergence of TV, and these TV, Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, all those kind of Khandan and so on and so forth, the audience, the women audience have developed the loyalty with TV. And now the cinema house is left for the
men,
and वो भी बहुत ही बचा लुम्पन. तो वो जो pictures है, now these pictures are being made only for men with less sensitivity and little aesthetics and.
So what is the role of the filmmaker or the writer or the lyricist in such a moment?
देखो भाई मेरी बात छोड़ दो.
हाँ.
मैं तो दूसरी तरह कहूँ. I have not done as many films as I have left. I have left a film called Kuch Kuch Hota Hai after writing the first song and recording the first song.
And tell us why?
Because I didn't like the title. Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, क्या होता है? I left it because of this. You can ask Karan. तो मैं एक वर्ड जो वल्गैरिटी का या डबल मीनिंग का, अगर वर्ड तो जाने दो मेरे गाने में, अगर पिक्चर में सीन है, जब मैं स्क्रिप्ट सुनता तो मैं गाना नहीं करूँ, मुझे इस फिल्म में गाने नहीं लिखना. तो वो छोड़ो, वो एक अलग बात है. वो एक दैट वे आई एम ऑलमोस्ट अ फैनेटिक. तो मगर ये कि अल्टीमेटली आई मीन इट्स अ बिजनेस वेयर यू स्पेंड invest crores and crores of rupees, and the first criteria is that the money should come back, except for some directors, some people. The basic concern of the industry is this, like any other industry. Now it is the audience that governs them. क्या बात बोलते हैं आप society? I have gone to, आप बोल रहे थे चोली के पीछे क्या है? I have gone to so many houses where I was invited for lunch or dinner, and उनकी 8 साल की बच्ची, 7 साल की बच्ची, आप देखिए कितना अच्छा मेरी बच्ची इस पे डांस करती है, और उसे डांस करके बच्ची दिखा रही है. चोली के पीछे क्या है? And the parents are feeling proud. So what is the aesthetics of the society? Where this society is going? हम सिर्फ अपने अगर ये सोसाइटी इस आर्ट को पेट्रोनाइज नहीं कर रही, इस तरह के सिनेमा को, सिनेमा नहीं चलेगा. लोग पागल थोड़ी बनाएंगे. They want to make a film that is watched by people and they give the producer a buck. As long as giving, instead of one, you are giving him $10, why would he make something else? I mean, there are people who do that.
But is life imitating art or is art imitating life?
Ultimately, in this case at least, I will not generalize, but in this case, 100% art is imitating life. Because this so-called artist, whether we should call him an artist or not, that is open for discussion, he wants to please the audience at any cost.
So the lowest common denominator.
Lowest common denominator, and it is becoming lower and lower. And you see this kind of lack of aesthetics, lack of decency, not only in cinema, in every walk of life.
So do you feel like a misfit?
I don't know. I mean, why should I say that? I'm still looking for some work. But the fact remains that I am. Not many people will agree with my value system. So मैंने तो नहीं किया. I have no. You are sitting here. You people are movie goers. You can't tell me one song or one dialogue of my film which is by any stretch of imagination vulgar. मैंने नहीं किया. But for that I had to make sacrifice. I had to leave lot of films which were big hits. ठीक है, वो अलग बात है, मगर अब मैंने क्या, it was my will, my wish. I can't ask everybody to become a martyr. नहीं साहब आप भी अपने को तबाह करिए, नहीं. Why?
No, but also Barkha, I don't think anybody has the right to decide that only this kind of film, this kind of art, this kind of music is good. Because then that is a fascist way of thinking.
Agreed.
The fact is that you have to have a bouquet of everything. Like you have pornography, you have Shakespeare, you have everything. It is for the reader to make that choice. So just because Javed and I have a certain view, we grew up in a certain milieu and feel that it should say something of worth. Don't have problem with entertainment. You can do it for entertainment, but you need to redefine entertainment. You don't have to, go down to vulgarity and obscenity and all that. But just because I do that, I cannot say, this is what you should do. Who am I to moral police you? It is for the individual to make that choice. But also, I think it is the audience's responsibility also. Because there are many films which are extremely violent, and I've heard so many women saying we loved the violence in the film. Now, I think patriarchy is so deeply embedded in us that women and men are both victims of patriarchy, and they do not even realize that.
And we think we're choosing when we've been conditioned to just think like that.
Absolutely.
So in the end, I'd like to ask both of you. You're a father to a son also, but you're a father to a daughter. Did you find that you brought them up differently at all?
Well, she has 2 dogs, and any day, if a choice is between the father and those 2 dogs, I don't understand.
Okay.
तो ये थोड़ा मैं change करता, बेटा कुत्तों से interest मत लो, शुरू से मैं रोकता उसे, मगर now it's too late.
No, but why don't you recite the poem that you've written for Zoya?
She is a fiercely independent person, very strong and very confident of herself. I'm very, very proud of her. Very proud of her.
Please recite the poem you've written for her.
Which was quite unnecessary because I think she knew all that anyway.
Doraha, Dora.
Please.
Doraha. This I had written when she was in early teens. ये जीवन एक राह नहीं एक दोराहा है. पहला रास्ता बहुत सहल है, इसमें कोई मोड़ नहीं है. ये रास्ता इस दुनिया से बेजोड़ नहीं है. इस रास्ते पर मिलते हैं रीतों के आंगन, इस रास्ते पर मिलते हैं रिश्तों के बंधन. इस रास्ते पर चलने वाले कहने को सब सुख पाते हैं, लेकिन टुकड़े टुकड़े होकर सब रिश्तों में बट जाते हैं. अपने पल्ले कुछ नहीं बचता, बचती है बेनाम सी उलझन, बचता है सांसों का ईंधन. जिसमें उनकी अपनी हर पहचान और उनके सारे सपने जल बुझते हैं। इस रास्ते पर चलने वाले खुद को खोकर जग पाते हैं, ऊपर ऊपर तो जीते हैं, अंदर अंदर मर जाते हैं। दूसरा रास्ता बहुत कठिन है। इस रास्ते में कोई किसी के साथ नहीं है, कोई सहारा देने वाला हाथ नहीं है। इस रास्ते में धूप है, कोई छांव नहीं है, जहां तसल्ली भीख में दे दे कोई किसी को। इस रास्ते में ऐसा कोई गांव नहीं। तुम इस रास्ते पर ही चलना। मुझे पता है ये रास्ता आसान नहीं है, लेकिन मुझको ये भी गम है तुमको अब तक क्यों अपनी पहचान नहीं है।
क्या बात। I want to, that's a very hard act to follow. Beautiful, Javed Saab. But to you, Shabana, 50 years, we are marking a milestone year for you. What are the next 50 years going to look like? What do you want them to look like?
I don't want much, I just want more. Ask what I want and I will sing. I want more of everything. Everything.
And I think we want more of Shabana Azmi and Javed Akhtar. Before we let you go, I have three very special women whom I'd like to invite on the stage to present our honors to you. Woman of impact and man of impact.
Thank you.
May I please call on the stage Wing Commander D'Souza, Squadron Leader Boparai and Major Swati. Could we have them on the stage, please? And may I have Major Swati on the stage also? One of you has to present this to Shabana. And you do the honors, both of you do the honors with Javed Saab. Would you like to say something?
We all are totally inspired by their work, and I think we'll follow the legacy forward, whatever we've heard of, their bonding, and it's actually inspirational for the young couples as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Shabana, would you like to say something?
About what, darling?
About this moment where we have such a varied ensemble, as it were, on stage, and what it says. Okay, I've been told I have to speak into a mic.
Huh.
I don't have a mic. So I'm saying I just want to mark this moment as we almost come to a close today of the different varied dreams that people can have. You know, writer, public intellectual, actors, military officers, and we've had an array of others. And we just thought we should get really a younger generation to honor you. And I just thought you may want to say something to these women in uniform.
Thank you very much for your very kind words, and I want to reciprocate earnestly that you inspire us. You give us so much courage and so much hope, and the hope lies with the younger generation and what you girls represent. And thank you, Barkha, for this wonderful, wonderful audience and for giving us this wonderful opportunity. It's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Javed Saab. Javed Saab, thank you. Ma'am, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. अच्छा, आप देना चाहती हैं कुछ to शबाना जी को? नीचे नीचे दे दीजिए. नहीं, मैं यही हूँ, मैं आपसे मिलती हूँ. जावेद साहब, please. Okay, everybody take your seats. Thank you so much, Javed Saab and Shabana Azmi. Let's give it up for them as they leave. Thank you so much. Just before we end, and of course there are going to be cocktails, and we have a surprise for you at the cocktails as well, but we had a moment from Dhurandhar which you all saw, and now I want to welcome to the stage, to close out this evening on stage, a young artist from the Northeast, from Meghalaya, who actually did and reimagined the title track of Dhurandhar. Please put your hands together for the young performer who goes by the name Rebel. Can we have her on stage? Okay. Now or afterwards? Hello. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Could I request everyone to take their seats? Many mics for you. Is that working?
Check, yeah.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
So, tell us about yourself. You are in your 20s, 22?
I'm 24.
24, okay,
Yeah.
not far from my estimation. And you've had this huge, massive hit with the tracks of Dhurandhar, rapping into old classics, and we'll hear from you later.
Yes.
But growing up in Meghalaya, music was very much part of your life, I guess.
Yes, very much part of my life and everybody else who grew up in the Northeast. We really like music.
Yeah. So how has this moment, the success of Dhurandhar, changed your life?
It was very special coming from the Northeast because I don't think a lot of us have had such opportunities. I believe there's a lot of talent, but it took us some time to get out there and do our thing. And this was a very special moment for me and my fellow Northeasterns, I think.
Did you always know that you wanted to be a professional musician, and how did your family respond when you told them that?
Yes, I always knew I wanted to do music. I really like science and I wanted to do something in the field of science as well. But obviously music was more emotional for me, and my family was not very supportive at first, obviously because security and all of those things which is very common in India, obviously, because reality is also one thing to look at. But eventually when they saw me doing things, they've become more accepting to it.
Yeah. And tell me, when we think about the Northeast, we see so many examples of racism, of bias, of prejudice. Recently, all of you musicians from the Northeast even had a concert in the capital, and you brought home the music of the Northeast. Have you had to deal with racism and bias?
Very minor cases of racism, not something that very much that has impacted me too much as a person. I think some people are more unfortunate, and have experienced more severe cases of racism. I think with time we've progressed. Even with what happened recently in Delhi, people were very outrageous, and there were actions taken. Earlier,
the three women who were, for those who don't know, there were three women from the Northeast, and somebody barged into their private space and started talking about massage parlors and so on.
Yes. And we saw that action was taken. So I think that's progress for me, because earlier that would also not happen. But now I think as a nation we're definitely moving in the right direction, and people have become more accepting of one another. And that's very good for all of us.
What is your dream for yourself? You're 24, the whole world is your oyster. You've got so many possibilities ahead of you. How did you get into rap?
I think I grew up having a not so easy childhood.
In what sense, if I may ask?
I think I'm a very I feel too intensely about things, emotionally very complex, I think. So obviously there was a lot of things to process at a very early age. So when I listened to rap music, I felt resonance. I felt like I belonged somewhere. And it was with music in general, to be honest, not just rap. I felt like I found something,
And did you rap initially in your own language, or was it always English?
Always English, because in the Northeast, we come from different states and we speak different languages. So when we're in boarding school, we actually speak in English. So ever since I was like really young, we stayed in boarding schools and we would speak in English to one another. And that was how I, resonated with the language as well, because everybody in the Northeast speaks very fluent English, I think, right?
Yes, of course. I didn't mean to suggest otherwise, but I'm just, we're such an explosion of languages, and I think I've heard you perform also in Khasi, or have I heard that? I saw clips somewhere.
Yeah, I've done that before, and like I said, I didn't say it. I've said it before. I didn't say it now. Sorry.
It's okay.
So for me, I feel like representation should never be forced. A lot of people sometimes feel compelled to do such things, or because it's forced.
It's like politically correct.
Yeah, it's politically correct. I feel like we are the outcomes of our environment as human beings, our parents, our family, our culture, and it's a part of you. And I like to embrace that naturally because it is who I am, not because I feel like it's gonna do me good, or I just feel like that is who I am, so I embrace it. So when I rapped in Khasi and Pinar in one of the songs, I just did it because it fit the purpose of the song. But I wasn't forced to do it.
Just before we ask you to do a little bit of a performance for us, because how can we let you go without that? I just want to ask you in terms of identity. I get your point. You don't want to be politically correct. You don't want to have it thrust on you. But when you think of yourself, there are multiple ways in which we identify. I identify as an Indian, as a woman, as a Punjabi, as a journalist. What are some of your identities, and what would come first?
I think my identity, I feel like I'm a Northeastern from India. I feel very proud to actually come from this country.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it's not like, I feel like a lot of times people look outside a lot, and I wish I was from here or there.
Yeah.
I've always had so much love for where I come from, I feel so happy. I'm like, damn, I have these privileges. People have fought for this freedom. There have been so much that our ancestors have gone through. Just for us to be able to have this, and what we do today is going to affect the next generation, and whatever we do now is what privileges they will be getting. It'll be better, it's always improving, and I really, really like that process, and I'm very happy that I come from here.
Well, we're very proud of you, and I want to actually present to you from all of us this award for being a young woman of impact.
Thank you.
And this is from all of us. And before we let you go, we're going to request you to do a little bit of your iconic number, yes?
Sure.
I think Rebel has a request that she wants everybody to stand because she feels that's the right energy for her song. I can take that. And it's over to you. The stage is yours.
I'm just gonna do a quick one, okay?
Yeah, quick one.
We're gonna end the night with this one. Can you increase the volume of the music? Come on. I need it louder. Louder.
Wanna get down for the night, yeah, demon. I just wanna feel, wanna breathe, wanna live it. Well, is it true that your love is a blessing? I just wanna feel, wanna love, wanna breathe it. Living it all, I don't got no religion. I just wanna feel, wanna love, wanna breathe it. Is it on now? Is it on now? Get it on now. It's a showdown.
That's it, that's all I got. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're almost at the end. I want to invite all of you who have been such a great audience to join us for a drink as we toast the achievements, not just of the people you've seen on stage, but all of you. You all have stories to share. You all have been stellar in the questions you've asked, in the moments you've created. We really, really do thank you. We thank our our partners at Diageo. We thank our community partners, Herky and Ladies Who Lead. We thank the people of Mumbai. We thank Rebel. We thank the military. I can still see the women in blue there doing, they've been so superb. And we still have a little bit of a fun moment for you, but that's going to spill over into another space. So we invite you to join us. Just before we close, I just want to do a shout out for a stellar team. This entire day has been actually produced and led by 3 women, Rachna Prasad, Shirali Chaturvedi and Riya Chetri. So just a big round of applause for them. They're somewhere still directing. And of course, to everybody else in the team, Divya, Varda, Abhimanyu, Nitin, Ravi, and there are many people, I can't name them all, but you've been a stellar team, and I thank you. This has been a women-led day of Women of Impact. You've been a great audience. Do join us for a drink. Thank you so much, and see you soon. And we still have a surprise. Oh, thank you, and thank you, but we still have we still have a really great conversation coming up at drinks. So come join us, everybody, for a drink. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is it, can I step off? Because Racha hasn't said anything to me. Didn't cut to music, I think.